I'm trying to have my dinner before we start. I literally rushed over here. Realize, sir, when you are ready, realize.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting February 23rd, 2021 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Khan.
Here.
Councilwoman Dabo. Present. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yeah.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Present.
Thank you. Councilman Nance.
I'm here, Madam Clerk. Good evening.
Councilman Glass.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Present.
Mr. President and honorable council members, this evening we have also to bring to the prayer is Pastor Maxine Johnson from the Miracle Christian Center Church, and also Honorable Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Councilman of the 4th Ward, will lead us in the flag salute. We now have the prayer by Reverend Pastor Johnson.
Good evening to everyone. We are going to pray. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We thank you this evening that you are sovereign God and you are faithful. We thank you, Lord God, that you are the only wise God. And so we're asking you to come into this meeting, direct every person, oh God, for the betterment and the fulfillment of the city of Paterson. Give them wisdom, give them knowledge, give them understanding, so that, God, everything will be done in decency and in order. And so now I pray the blessings of the Lord be upon your men and your women. And I thank you, Lord God, that you are able to do exceedingly, abundantly above all that we could ever think or ask of you. I pray that if there's any evil forces that would want to come in to cause any disruption, I bind them up in the name of Jesus. And I declare total victory. I declare that they shall have victory at the end of the meeting. And I bless you all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Love you, sister.
Now have the flag salute.
Can we all please stand? Flag of our country salute. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
To the Republic.
for which it stands,
One nation. Nation, under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone.
Stay standing. Let's have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date February 23rd, 2021, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 and are about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, the State Council Pulse, Germany News, the Scalar International, El Especial, Paterson Press, City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notice. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this kind. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was mailed to any person who requested and pay the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. And for the public portion, Mr. President, will that be at 8 p.m., correct?
Yes, we'll be doing the second reading ordinance first though, Madam Clerk, right after the payment of bills.
Okay. All right, so the public portion, which will begin at approximately 8 p.m. Anyone who wishes to participate, is to make dial 9.
Mr. President.
Could you finish, Madam Clerk, and then, Councilman Jackson,
973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. I repeat the numbers, 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 if you wish to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. And press star 3 to be added to the public portion list. Thank you.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk, for point of clarity, I know that there's an item that we discussed in workshop last week that the Council President has chosen to remove. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't overlook the process. I would like to make a motion to have the item placed back on the agenda, but I want to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity if it has to be done at the start of the meeting. So I just want to get a point of clarity from the parliamentarian on the process, so it's not overlooked.
So, Madam Clerk, Corporation Council, could we entertain this discussion at this moment before we go to the bills list? Anyone?
Mr. President, I want Corporation Council to speak on the answer to the matters. Sure.
I'm here. The question was directed to our parliamentarian, who is our clerk. However, any item that needs to be added to the agenda would need to be added now at the beginning of the agenda.
I don't know if that was his question. Is that your question, Councilman Jackson?
Correct. The process of when the item has to be added to the agenda.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to add back onto the agenda item number 18 that was removed by the Council President from the workshop agenda.
Sure. Can you read the title of the item, Madam Clerk? That way, that we're all clear on what number 18 is.
No, that was from the workshop, so it will have a different number now.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to add the no confidence resolution, which will be number, okay, so let me just read it. Pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson scheduled a regular meeting for Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021 at 7 p.m. to be held via WebEx/Zoom or in the Council Chambers, 155 Market Street, 3rd floor, City Hall, Paterson, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing an additional matter. Item to be voted on the agenda. This item will be item number 25, and item number 25 reads, resolution for vote of no confidence in Mayor Sayer, Finance, Resolution 21. 21089, formal action will be taken. So there's a motion on the floor.
Who moved it? Councilman Jackson moved it. Who seconded it?
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Um,
Councilwoman Davila.
Corporation Council,
Yes, ma'am.
as the request for Councilman Jackson, which you stated that this needs to be done in the beginning to add this item. This item was on the agenda. It was taken off by Council President, and the only way it can get back on is if there's at least 6 votes. Am I correct?
If I'm not mistaken, Madam Clerk,
Council President, to override the Council President, you need a 2/3 vote. Am I correct?
however, the night of a meeting to add an item to the agenda, you need a unanimous vote of the council.
That is only if the item had not been previously published. This item, we don't need a full consensus of the council. You don't need the full council's, support if the item was already on the agenda and it was already published. You need full council support if the item was not published and it was a new item being introduced to the agenda. That is the process.
Actually, I disagree. That is not the process that Madam Clerk has outlined to me, and that is not the process that has been used on this council previously. Any item added the night of the agenda after the agenda has been published must be done by the full council.
Council President,
Councilman Velez.
I don't want to delay this point anymore. Can we go to vote?
Council President.
We're still in discussion. Do you have anything to add to the discussion, Councilman Velez?
No.
Councilwoman Davila, you still have the floor.
So, it's interesting how the processes are different when it comes to certain items, right? And there is an item that wasn't discussed, that didn't go through committee, it did not go to the workshop, but was put on the agenda, and it's here. And it shouldn't have been.
You want to specify the item?
Item 16.
Okay, item 16 is,
So,
you're bringing it out. Okay, so you want me to answer your question?
well, what I'm saying is, how is it that we have different processes for different things?
We don't have different processes. I control the agenda. The administration in the past, anytime we have an item that has some sort of urgency, the administration have asked, and you've been part of finance for 3 years, except this year, and you know that some items are brought up in finance, and the same night sometimes get put on the agenda. Now, that item that you just spoke with, it was supposed to be discussed in last workshop. This item we discussed about a year ago in detail. We could shake all our heads. We discussed it in length. I am the council president. I use, what I thought was my judgment for this item. We spent an hour and a half discussing it last time. It was passed by the council. Hold on a minute, Councilwoman Mims. It was discussed by the council. I asked them to put it in workshop for the last workshop meeting. It was not presented to the council, so it could not be discussed. I gave them the courtesy to come to finance today and present it to finance. Usually the process is something that gets submitted to finance, it makes it to the next workshop 2 meetings later, right? Given that this item was discussed in length, we put it on, but then in finance, we decided that although it's on this agenda, we're gonna put it because the consensus of the finance committee was that it should go back to workshop. And that was it.
What is the title of that?
Is that the item is the item pertaining to the retirement plan that the PPA submitted in the past, which I was the only vote, it passed once, and I was the only person that voted no. Then Councilman McCoy at the time came back and took the same stand that I had at the time, and we rescinded as a council. Now, I had them come to finance. because they met all the concerns that I had last time. Now, you know what? It went through finance. It didn't make it to. It didn't. Although it's on this agenda, it's going to get removed because finance committee decided that we should not take action today. And we're going to go and we're going to put it in a workshop. So that was it. But we have put items in the past that the administration have presented that are time sensitive. We have put it in finance, and depending on what happens in finance, we'll move into the meeting. Now, if any council members feel that they were not privy to a discussion, you voted down. In this case, we're not even entertaining this item. We're going to put it later on. So, any other questions? All right. Any other questions pertaining to the item that was removed?
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
So I'm having a little computer difficulty. I'm trying to log on. I want to make sure I'm on screen this evening. But first of all, you made a couple comments that was totally inaccurate. You said we have done this in the past.
Many times.
We have not.
As a council, we have.
You have.
We have.
Just like tonight's item, and I would appreciate it if you allow me my time on the floor and stop over talking me. But we have not done this in the past. You have. You have consistently done it. In fact, you've done it on every single occasion that this administration has been tardy and or been irresponsible. You have not only added it to the agenda at their request or at their demand, but you spearheaded and pushed it through for them on their behalf as well. It's a disappointment, Council President, that not only did you conveniently not attend the meeting last week to take part in a discussion in an item that's so important such as this, where you had council members, in fact, a substantial amount of council members come forward with their concerns, and without even taking part of the discussion, without hearing anyone's concerns and or giving feedback of where you as a council member felt the item lacked the merit, you just automatically, arbitrarily decided to take it off. It's an incredibly irresponsible gesture on your part. You are the council president. You do have the ability to place items on and place items off, but you're not the dictator. The items that you place on are supposed to be the consensus of the council. It's the consensus. It means that everyone feels or has an opportunity to address its merit and find out whether or not it deserves to be on the agenda. And what you did tonight is completely what you consistently have done, is override the process, utilize your authority to partner with the mayor. It's clear. Everyone knows that you've partnered with the mayor to get various things through that he's looking to get through. And now you've taken part in a charade because you yourself have participated in discussions with various council members in the lack of the confidence that we all share in this administration and the job that they've done. Now all of a sudden, there was a thorough list that was created. And instead of honoring the process and the work that the other council members have done, you missed the meeting intentionally, just deduct the discussion, and then you take it off without even being part of that discussion or having any idea what was talked about, what were the concerns, how serious is it, and what was the community's feedback. Because once again, us as council members, we represent the community's best interest. And we have community meetings community members who are equally concerned, and yet their concerns were completely overlooked by you overstretching your authority as council president. So I'll be honest with you, I have great concerns about that. I think that you did, not only did you do the council yourself as the council president a disservice, you did the council a disservice, and more importantly, you did the community a huge disservice this evening. Furthermore, at last week's meeting, there was a number of community members that came forward in the public portion and expressed their concerns, and not one of their concerns were answered to by this administration, which has also been a habitual occurrence. So, Council President, I'm very concerned about where we're going, and I would like to know, you know, what is your position, and why would you make such a decision without even being part of the council discussion?
Councilman Jackson, I have been quoted in every newspaper. I have never said that the content didn't hold any water. I was quoted. What I'm saying is, what does this do for the city of Paterson? That's the question that I have. All I'm gonna say is this: listen, things get on the agenda at the discretion of the president, right? I requested a legal opinion from Corporation Counsel. I was given a legal opinion stating that basically on the Friday before the meeting, the council president could exercise his authority to remove an item. Again, I don't see the urgency of this item, to be honest. It just sends a message, but it's funny. I like to do my research also, and I went back to the other non-confident votes, and I'm like, okay. Now this doesn't say that the contents of that ordinance doesn't hold water. At one time I wanted this myself because I was so desperate to get this administration to start doing the right thing. I saw this as a way to get things done. But after looking and doing my research like I normally do, I decided to pull this item. And again, I was given a legal opinion that I could do so, and I did. And that's it. And I leave it at that. So we're in the middle of a roll call. Hold on a minute. So we have Councilman Kalik, Councilwoman Mins.
I was first.
Let me go for council.
He usually makes it quick, his comments.
Right, it's gonna be a less than minute, but it's gonna be very important.
Yeah.
My council colleagues, only thing I have is my words. Okay? You guys know that. For weeks leading up to this no confidence resolution, it was spearheaded by our council president.
Yeah, I stated that.
He called me personally.
Okay.
He put one of those pointers.
Yeah.
They put 10 pointers. And the pointer, he's the one who gave me some of the pointers.
No, some. I gave you 2 pointers. One of them is the sword that we're entertaining today.
Right. That's right. So
Just one. Just one.
Let me finish. Like I said, only thing I have is my word. Okay? You was spearheaded by you. Basically, you personally called me. All of a sudden, middle of the night, it's not on the agenda. Come on, what's going on, Council President? It's fine. I mean, you have the right to take it off.
So thank you for adding that. And once again,
Councilman Abdulaziz, I'm speaking.
So this is part of being. Councilman.
I know, but I could see it on the screen. Or you.
The guys, there's no need for this. Listen, I'm here. Do what you need to do. But all I gotta say is the following. This is part of being a councilman.
You muted me, Councilman.
I muted both. I muted both, Councilman. It wasn't just you.
No, all I'm saying is.
I thought you were finished, Councilman.
I could see him on the screen. He making faces, making hand gestures. That's disrespectful, man. Turn your video off. I'm speaking. Let me speak.
So So to answer that question, listen, it's part of it's part of what Councilman does.
Tell me if I'm not, telling the truth.
But Councilman, I already said that what you stated, that conversation took place, and I understand my reasoning. It wasn't politically driven. It wasn't to go after anyone. It was to try and get this administration to react and smell the coffee, right? They need to make some changes. It needs to be done. And I'm a person, I don't hide behind. I told them straight out. I told the mayor, you need to do what you need to do, but some changes need to be made in this administration. Now, you don't have to like it. I make my decisions and I stick by them. Now, I even forgot what I was going to tell you. I leave it at that. That's part of being a council person. You do research. 1 minute you're here, the next minute you're doing research, you might change your mind. You might pick other council colleagues' brains, and you come to a conclusion. Councilman, you didn't request the, wait, let's not do that today because you didn't ask for the floor, please. And we're not going to prolong this discussion. We're not going to go back. If you got in the floor, like Councilwoman haven't spoken yet. Councilwoman Mims, you have the floor. Whoever got the chance to speak, we're not going to go back on this. You want to get your chance, whoever wants to speak. Councilwoman Mims.
So there's a lot of great conversation that went on, not just tonight, but last week, right? And here are a few of my concerns, and I'm just gonna put it on record. I wasn't gonna say anything, but I just have to duly note this. Number one, my first concern, if this was a conversation that was had or discussion regarding these items, why present it to the council at all? It should have never came to the council. This should have never been on the agenda for a workshop, knowing that you were trying to get the mayor to do what you tell him to do, right? If that was the case, don't put it on the agenda. Don't let us have a workshop. Don't have me lead the meeting and then arbitrarily take it off. Now, Council President, let me finish. But this is a real concern, and there's two. The concern I have is that this was discussed for about 1 hour and 40 minutes in last week's workshop, as I was the acting president, council president was not present. It was decided to go on non-consent. Friday, when I got the agenda, I noticed the item was missing. So I sent an email to Corporation Counsel and copied all of my council colleagues and the administration as to why it was removed and who removed it. I got no response. The response I got was from the newspaper telling me who removed it. No response from anyone that was copied, right? Then I finally get a response from our second Corporation Counsel, and what was responded was not even the law that applied to the Faulkner Act, Plan D. What was sent to us as a legal opinion, which I have a serious issue with, a legal opinion was the federal plain law. It is a written act. It has nothing to do with the Faulkner Act, Plan D for Paterson. It has nothing to do with it. So what I did was I researched, I made some calls, and I got the real legal opinion, not what was sent. I got the factual legal opinion. And let me say this to the public, because I'm talking to the community. I sent that legal opinion and I sent it to all of my council colleagues and to this administration. And I want you to know, public, to this moment tonight, there has not been one response to say, you know what, we made an error, and the legal opinion that was provided to this council. It has not been stated at all. We had an item that was placed on the agenda, and I have to say, Councilwoman Dowd, you're correct. You are not in our committee. I did not talk to you, so you know I did not say this. I saw an item last week to have a discussion. No council members had the information, so I asked that group, amazing group, I said to them, can we wait? This needs to go through the process and the channels. So tonight in committee, there were many questions. And then I find out, right, which I don't have in front of me, which I'm going to wait to see. I need to see the resolution, right? Because the council voted on it, but the council president said he voted no, he was totally against it. And then it was repealed, right? And there was a big issue. So my thing is, I was not elected to come here to fight with the mayor and play ping pong with items on the agenda, off the agenda, so that the mayor could do his job. That is not why we're here. That is not our role. The public elected us to do a job. And when the mayor is not doing what he needs to do, then we have to make sure we have to vote in response to that. But I have to go back to my first statement. If this was a discussion that was had, which Councilman Khalid has said it, and I've heard it more times than one, why put it on the agenda at all? As your purview, it did not have to be on the agenda. We would not be at this point currently. It should never have come to the agenda. We should have never had a discussion. And Councilman Abdelaziz, I see you, I know you're frustrated because you're gonna have your private conversation and you have another item that you're trying to wiggle through on tonight. So I'm gonna put that on record. You got something else and you're trying to wiggle through that. We'll talk about that later. But we have to deal with the integrity that's being compromised of this council. The council is put in a very compromising position on tonight, and we still do not have anything that tells us the legal opinion that was sent to us was sent incorrectly. I am still waiting on that response. Council President, I copied you on it. We still don't have a response. And I want to know what is the response from our legal. What's the legal opinion?
So Councilwoman, first of all, before they give you a legal opinion, first of all, let's set the facts straight. I did not put anything on the workshop. You stated that.
So who put it on the workshop?
The 4 members that co-sponsoring.
But you allowed it as the president.
No, I don't have control. We asked for a legal opinion on the floor. Maybe
So
you were
don't
not
have
paying
control to put it on the
attention. So maybe, hold on a minute, Councilman. So Councilwoman maybe was not paying attention during the last meeting where we asked for a legal opinion of who could put something on the workshop agenda. That was put on, any council person could put something on a workshop agenda. That was stated by a corporation council.
But you removed it.
Hold on a minute.
Council President, take responsibility.
Don't misinform me, you didn't ask for the floor. You already finished. So don't misinform the public. That was put by any council member could put something on the agenda, on the workshop agenda. I didn't put anything on the workshop agenda. So let's not misinform the public, please. Corporation Counsel, I believe that you were the one who gave the legal opinion pertaining who has the authority to put something on the workshop agenda. And you told this council that any item could be put on the workshop agenda by anyone. Is that correct?
That is correct, as the workshop is an agenda-setting meeting.
Correct.
But you said it yourself 2 weeks ago in the council meeting,
Councilwoman, you're normally in your best, listen, you're not even asking for the floor, Councilwoman. We said that we were not gonna give the floor, once we discuss it once, we're just gonna go to roll call. You have 2 minutes at roll
Tell
call.
the truth, Council President, tell the truth, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm telling the truth. Hold on, guys. Okay, you wanna handle city business today? Or you wanna, entertain this political, theater that we have here? I'm trying to answer all your questions.
I
Hold
think
on a
it's
minute.
political for you. How are you blaming us?
Here we go. I didn't want to do this. So, council members, this is what we have. Be happy with me or not. I stood here before you, taking responsibility. I was questioned why, I was not here. People can tell me, I'm entitled to feel a certain way and don't be at the meeting. I got my shot that day. I don't have to explain to anyone, but let me just entertain that discussion. I have my shot that day and I stayed home. That was it. So we leave it at that. We're going to continue with this meeting. We're going to handle city business. You have 2 minutes. Let's make sure we enforce it, Madam Clerk. 2 minutes. Any councilman, any council member that doesn't want to adhere to the 2 minutes, and we ask them to wrap it up and vote, I guess they're going to go without voting. It is in the statute. It is in the city code. They have 2 minutes between votes. But I just want to set the record straight. I did not add any item to the workshop agenda. And it's funny that council members complain about items being added last minute. The fire chief, I think Councilwoman Cotton, they asked me to put something on the agenda because the chief asked her to put it and it was time sensitive. And it happens all the time. So if any one of you feel uncomfortable voting on something that's on the agenda, request for it to be moved. Don't complain now. You probably voted yes on most of those things that I added last minute, like you stated. So do the responsible thing and do your homework. If you don't feel comfortable voting on something that wasn't discussed, then remove it. You can always ask to be removed on the floor. And that's all I'm gonna say. I believe you already spoke on this matter. You have 2 minutes. Anyone that have already spoken, you have 2 minutes during your vote. Council Mendes, I don't think you spoke yet. Let me unmute you. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Yeah.
No, I have not, and I will be brief. I think that I'm gonna stay into my 2 minutes at the end, but this is extremely wrong based on what I see. But what I would like to know, what was the legal reason to remove this item from the agenda? Because for me, it was very concerning that I find out for a reporter that called me. But I need to know before we get into roll call, can we specify and inform the public what was the reason, the legal reason for taking this item out of the agenda? We spent over an hour and a half having a discussion at the last workshop, and it's very concerning to me. That's all I'm gonna say. And as a respect for the public, we just need to know what was the main reason by taking this item out of the agenda. Thank you.
So Council Mendes asked for a legal reason. So Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President. So, my office was asked to render a legal opinion as to whether or not it was within the Council President's authority to remove an item from the agenda after the agenda was indeed written, or as the agenda was being prepared. Pursuant to our code, the agenda is drafted by the clerk and approved by the Council President on the Friday prior to a meeting. That is what our code says very clearly. It is plain language. Additionally, that legal opinion that was rendered says very clearly, and again, it was sent to the full council. The legal opinion says that regarding the federal interpretation of the word shall, because we have nothing else, there's no other legal case law for us to kind of look to except to what the word shall mean, because there was a question as to whether or not anything that was proffered by a council member could or would be allowed on the agenda. Based on the legal interpretation of the word shall does not necessarily mean a legal duty. That is why the Council President has the authority to remove an item from an agenda on Friday, an item which he approves.
Thank you. We're gonna go now. Councilwoman Khan, you haven't spoken yet. Anyone that has a comment, please make it during roll call.
Okay, thank you, Council President. I just want to say that there's 2 council people that's sitting here now that were here in 2014 when Councilman Tavares was Council President. And as you all know, I think they might have tried to no confidence on him, but there were many days that I walked into this city hall and I'm saying 5 minutes or 10 minutes before a meeting, I'm told that I got to be the council president for the night. In my 8 years of sitting here, and I know that council members can put stuff on workshop, they're allowed to do that, but in my 8 years of being here, I have never seen a council president remove an item on a regular meeting, that has been discussed at a workshop. And that's, it should have never gotten to the workshop, but I'm saying with Councilman Davila, Councilman Mendez, you've been here with me in 2014 when Councilman Tavares was council president. You know he was out many times. He missed many meetings. So, but you never saw anyone, and if anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, if there's something that was placed on a workshop agenda to the regular meeting, please tell me, because I don't remember seeing any. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Could we do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, just for all the council members' information, I'm voting this item, it is item number 25 on the agenda. To vote this item onto the agenda tonight, I need unanimous vote. If someone vote no, then the voting stops and the item will not be voted on the agenda. Roll call to vote item number 25 on the regular meeting agenda of February 23, 2021. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Hold on a minute, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President, and I'm going to be very brief. First and foremost, I want to apologize to the residents of the city of Paterson. We spent about 45 minutes discussing this when we have some very important issues on there. Council President, I would like to say to the public, we have an item, a law in our code that specifically speaks to the agenda of the city council. Section 5-20, Rule 5, Agenda and Publication. Number 2, underneath that, it literally states when the agenda shall be set. This is the Paterson E-Code. This is not federal, this is not state. Section 2, on the Rule 5 of 5-20, on the Friday preceding each regular meeting of the council, the clerk shall prepare, and this is the key word, with the approval of the president, the agenda for the ensuing meeting. I'm not saying what's right, I'm not saying what's wrong. You may agree, you may disagree with it. It specifically tells you the date that the agenda shall get set, and specifically says in there with the approval. Workshop sessions have nothing published on the agenda under this code. It doesn't say nothing. Nothing about workshop sessions. Anyone can bring it in there. So, Council President, this is why this is when we vote for a Council President, this is the authority we give it. It's in our Paterson Code. It's in the Paterson Code, and to save the taxpayers and the residents any more time deliberating something that's not going to benefit anything, my vote is no. Let's get to business, as Councilman Velez said. Thank you.
Council President.
In the middle of roll call, when it gets to you, you can pass any comments. Are we going to continue, or you already failed? You already failed.
Yes, that's it. We go to the agenda, Council President.
Yeah, we'll go to the agenda.
Can I finish, please?
Sure, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, this item, once we have a no vote, it will not be voted onto the agenda. I have to have unanimous, so the vote stops there.
So Council President.
Hold on a minute.
I should be able to ask.
I haven't given you the floor yet. I need to make a statement regarding the business that we have to take here tonight, so just be patient, please. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I know initially, I didn't know this conversation was gonna take 45 minutes on an item that's not on the agenda, but I understand that it needed to be, discussed and clarified. I initially said that we were gonna do, after the bills list, that we were gonna do item 1
Yes.
first. I think we're gonna go, since we usually do 8 o'clock on the public hearing, I wanna do the public hearing first instead, and then, we go to, item 1, I guess. I know there's 2 separate public hearings.
Oh, you mean the public portion?
I apologize. The public portion, we're gonna do at 8 o'clock.
8, okay.
So hopefully after the payment of bills, if we're successful voting on those. But as soon as we finish, we do the public hearing. Public portion.
Okay.
So we can continue now.
Okay.
So, Councilwoman David. You should be able to unmute yourself. Listen.
So.
Yeah.
Council President, it's really alarming to me that if you don't like someone addressing you and asking you a question, how can we get clarification if you mute us and we can't ask the clerk or through the corporation council to ask something to the clerk? It is unfair what you're doing. We all were elected by the people of Paterson. You, I, and Councilwoman Mims were elected at large by everyone. It bothers me that I'm trying to ask a question. How is it, and Councilwoman Cotton is the perfect person to answer this. How is it that in our E-Code, right, 2/3 of the council can override the council president? How is it that I'm being told that an item that was discussed and that did make it to that the council agreed to go to the workshop, understanding already, I don't need to shake his head because you have a habit of doing that to throw people off. All I'm going to say is this: 2/3 of a vote. Councilwoman Cotton, did the council vote to put an item on the agenda, on a regular, that you took off, that you did not allow, were you not overridden by the council, the 2/3 of the council? I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it,
And that was in,
Council President, I want to address real quick, I'm sorry, because I need Madam Clerk to tell me how is it that Corporation Council says, no, that 2/3 of the majority of the council can override the president, and now we're being told, no, you can't.
So before you get your answer from Madam Clerk, real quick, you had a question for me. It is in our E-code that you're supposed to ask for the floor. Now, the only time that
I was raising my finger.
Hold on a minute, Councilwoman, before you raise your finger, there was an instance during this meeting, we're supposed to keep the decorum. That's why in finance today, I mentioned that we're gonna go to the council chambers. I was actually gonna schedule this meeting for the council chambers, but I thought I was gonna travel out of the country and I didn't wanna make it seem that I'm not trying to face the council or the public. So I left it with this format in case I travel, I could do it from abroad. But I did state in finance that we're gonna have this meeting because I think it is easier to maintain the decorum. In this type of meeting, you see what happens. There's a council member, let's say, that goes like this. It's offensive to some people, and it's just the whole meeting goes the other way. So the only times that I use that feature, that's available. If you could recall, when it was WebEx, he didn't have that feature. So anyone could speak without asking for the floor. I don't want to use that feature because it's very difficult.
How do we ask for the floor if we're muted?
You raise, okay, but you raise your hand. There's also a feature where a little hand will go up.
This one doesn't have it, just so
Okay,
you know.
if he doesn't have it, just raise your hand and be patient. Again, I removed it. It's no longer on.
Full token, Council President.
If you listen to me, you will understand what I'm saying. I just told you right now that you no longer have this blockage. I took it off. The only time I do this is when you have 2 to 3 council members speaking one over the other. Now, if you're a resident and you're watching this, it is unfair to anyone. We can't conduct a meeting like this, and we need to keep decorum. All I'm asking you is, ask for the floor. Yes, it's gonna take some time. That's why we're going to the council chambers next week. And that's it. But I apologize, I'm not doing this to silence anyone. It's just to try to maintain the decorum. I do this often, not often, once in a while in the meetings when it gets out of hand, I do it, but then I take it off again because at the time of voting, it's difficult. I can't go and start clicking everyone. It doesn't make sense. So I just want to make it was nothing against you, Councilwoman.
So, Council President, I need Madam Clerk to answer that because I was on this council when Councilwoman Cotton was Council President and she was overridden.
but it was.
Hold on. So she took something off. Hold on. So she took something off the agenda?
It was no, it wasn't that. What happened was, in order to call a special meeting, that's what was called. A special meeting was called on that Friday, and they had to have 6 council members to call a special meeting, and that's how they overrode me.
To make, okay, but if the two-third rule applies to putting something on the agenda.
No, they called a special meeting. It was a special meeting.
Councilwoman, my point is that 2/3 of the council can override the president.
So let me ask you a question.
No.
Let me ask you a question then.
No.
So you mean to tell me that this council could do a special meeting and just vote on that item?
No, they could call a special meeting.
2/3?
No, they need 6.
6, 2/3.
Right.
So if they call a special meeting to vote on this, who calls the special meeting? It's me. I will have to call the special meeting.
No,
She was the council president, so.
I know. I'm just clarifying. To override, 6 council members get together and call a special meeting and they could vote on whatever they want.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. So.
What I was saying is, the other rule is in our E-code, 2/3, the majority of the council can override that president by putting back on the agenda. Because this was something that was discussed. It went through workshop. So, Madam Clerk, Council President, Madam Clerk, answer me, please.
But the thing that's disturbing, yes, she's gonna answer you, but it is a shame that we have to wait, spend an hour when all this research could have been done before the meeting. All these questions could have been asked before the meeting.
Hold on.
In the defense of Councilwoman Mims, she did ask for this information, and it wasn't provided, from my understanding. That's what I was told.
But Council President, I also did my research, and Council President, I'm gonna put it out here. How is it that we can have a conversation if you don't answer your phone? I called you as soon as I found out.
When I told you about research, not contacting me.
No. I did my research with the League of Municipalities and our E-code, and I also contacted you as the president. As the president, you should at least give us space and at least tell us, so we're not having these conversations like we're doing right now.
You're not even addressing me.
Why you did that?
Yeah, but you're not even addressing me. You're addressing Corporation Council, Madam Clerk.
No, but right now, because you're saying about research, and I'm saying, I did my own research as
So,
well.
Madam Clerk, can you please answer Councilman Davila? And I guess we're not doing the bills list yet. I guess we're gonna go straight to public portion. Please answer our question, then we're gonna go to public portion.
If the clerk would give instructions yesterday, the day before the meeting, to add an item, I would have the 2/3 council members to override the president. It would have to be done the day before the meeting. The day of the meeting, which is today, there's totally different information there, and I'm listening. The day of the meeting, to add something to agenda would have to be voted unanimously by the entire council. If I was told yesterday to add this item, I could have 6 council members override the president. Then I would do an addendum and send this agenda, addendum out to the public and post it on the website as like a regular agenda. But the day of the meeting now, for me to add something on the agenda, it needs the unanimous vote of the entire council or whoever is present to add this item to the regular meeting agenda.
Thank you very much.
That's different.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'm going to.
No, you are welcome.
So, Madam Clerk, could you make the announcement? It's 2 minutes to 8. Well, actually, it's 1 minute to 8.
Yes, sir.
Could you make the announcement to go into the public portion? Please.
We do have people waiting, I think.
Yes.
Public portion is now open. Anyone who wishes to participate may dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. 973-321-1579 is a phone number. And enter code 8326. Press star 3 to be added to the public portion list. I think we have some speakers, Mr. President. Just give me 1 second. Let's see. Okay, hold on.
And about 8, 9, 10 messages.
Okay, so the live one came in first? Okay, put you in first. Sorry, yeah, since they were first, yes. How many were there? 10? How many? 10?
With about 10
voices. Okay, so we have 3 left. Okay.
3
Sure, go ahead. No, go ahead, we're ready. Mr. President, we have 3 speakers, 3 people would like to speak, and we have about 10 people on the queue who left messages.
Okay, so also, Madam Clerk, not to silence the public, but the same way that we're in the chambers, we have a list. We have a list for people to sign.
Yes.
I don't want to keep the list open for the entire time these people are speaking. Let's give them maybe it's 8 o'clock. Let's give anybody to call in until 8:05. Let's say anyone that haven't called in by 8:05, we should close the list at that moment.
Okay, but actually what we were doing, once the public portion was open, we cut it off. But you want us to give us 5 minutes?
Yeah, because you just announced it. Give them 5 minutes, because you just announced it. And we never start on time.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that people have an opportunity, maybe council members or whoever could, reaches out to people to call in. That way they have time to speak. All right? Thank you.
So, yes, sir. The public portion is now open. May I have the first speaker, please? The name and address.
Before you call the first speaker, can you please re-announce the phone number?
It's 97.
Yes,
Maybe after the speaker.
Go
Extend the time. Yeah, extend the time. Instead of 5 minutes, give it a little bit longer.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
You may begin, sir.
Yes, good evening, Paterson City Council. Wow, I've had to change my remarks several times because of all of what's going on tonight. But my name is Atif Coleman. I reside at 49 Church Street, Paterson, New Jersey. And I am just dumbfounded by the performance you guys have put on from yesterday's meeting until tonight. I'm sorry, last week's meeting until tonight's meeting. I just can't believe we're complaining about an agenda. An agenda. You know, what goes on and who puts on and who puts off. But I don't want to spend too much time on that like you guys did. But it's just, you know, it's like the lights are on, but no one's home at Paterson. And, you know, it's a city that has become what it has allowed. And it's really sad to see that the leadership itself is dysfunction. It's the city of the board of dysfunction. But at any rate, I just want to say regarding the censorship, you know, Mayor Say is now 3 years into his mayoralty. Yet I think it's something to look at in regards to the censorship, but I'm not sure if it's the right thing to do at this time. You know, this meeting, like I said, and last week's really got ugly, especially last week. I saw a lot of mudslinging, especially towards city council members and the mayor, and it really left me unsatisfied. And but I was still hopeful that there will be change. You know, I just want to remind you guys that you all, the special counsel as legislators, have an obligation as a body to the residents to make sure that, you know, we are, as residents, are being told the truth and getting the services that we need. And I got to tell you, that's not really happening here. I'm not really satisfied with the services that is going on here at Paterson, especially when it comes to quality of life. And I think that all of this mudslinging and calling names and fighting is demarking, getting in the way of how we do business or how we should be doing business. And we're sitting here getting victimized, the general public. I have to tell you, when I walk out to Market Street, it's depressing. Between the garbage piling up, the
May I have the next speaker, please?
Council President, please make an announcement that the system will disconnect the individual if they go over 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm trying to put in the next.
Am I allowed to speak yet?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You may state your name and address for the record, and you have the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Dr. Paterson. I've sat here and listened to this for about an hour, and I am shocked. And let me start by saying this. I said last week this was a political move, and you proved it this week. What you guys have done has shown the city of Paterson and whoever else is watching this that you do not have it together. It is a shame what you're doing. You want us to respect council members, but you have no respect for yourselves, and you damn sure have no respect for us. How dare you spend an hour on an item that's not on the agenda for a political reason, to make political points? You do this quite often. How many times have you heard people call in and tell you that your actions are horrible, that you should not be doing what you're doing? But instead of you listening to us, you do the same thing every Tuesday. You're like a bunch of children. And I've watched throughout the year how you have purposely, especially you, Councilwoman Richard Davila, with your little gang of 3 or 4, you have attempted to destroy the presidency of your new president. You've done everything to make sure that that presidency did not go smoothly. It is a shame. I'm ashamed of you, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Matter of fact, I don't even want to talk to you people anymore.
May I have the next speaker, please?
evening, Council.
Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. My name is Karina Monero. I reside at 970 East 25th Street in Paterson. I'd like to address the council because this has been quite an hour. I would like to say one thing. I don't piggyback on Mr. Rucker's opinion. I believe that everyone deserves a fair chance at saying and speaking their minds, whether they agree with them or not. I will say, however, this is my part of, and my opinion. I think that you guys were not forced into this position. This was something that you were all ran for and elected to do. This is something that you wanted. And if this is something that you wanted, then you have to understand that you have people that you work with and that you should show professional courtesy to. I don't believe that the way that President Flavio just did this and just announced that he was taking something off of the agenda without consulting with the rest of his team shows the decorum or the professionalism that should be given to the people and to his fellow council. Anything else at this point is just, you guys really you represent us, and this is not the type of representation that should be given. Thank you.
Next caller, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, yes, Madam President. IT just informed me there were 3 more live speakers, so I told him to put through that would be the 4th person. Okay. May I have the next speaker, please? Thank you. Person. Please state your name and address for the record.
Clerk, is someone on the line?
No, I'm looking at the public input and there's nothing there yet. Yes, okay, that person is not coming through. Go to the next person. No, we are unable to connect the next person, so they're gonna connect the next one online.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, Council President. Okay, yes, go ahead. Good evening. You may begin.
Hello?
Good evening.
Yes?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear.
With God's name, good evening. This is Wahida Muhammad, Freedom Village.
Good evening, Ms. Muhammad.
I'm just so, I don't even know right now what I am except just so disappointed that we cannot, just for once, come together and do a professional meeting, that we're all just bickering about nothing. I mean, I understand that, people want to say whether or not the mayor is doing this or that or not doing whatever, but at this point, we all are looking really, really bad. It's like we cannot agree to disagree about nothing. Come on, we tell our children, you can disagree respectfully without getting all upset about nothing. So our children are looking at us. And I know that there's enough blame to go around. Yes, the mayor has not done everything. But at this point, this city is in too much of a shambles to be bickering over that right now. Go ahead and take care of the business of this city, because we are all hurting and it's not getting any better. And I can see why our police department, some of them that are out there doing what they want to do, because they know you are so busy fighting over nothing that we're not really looking at the real problem. So let's get it together, people. I don't want this night to continue like this. You have to go ahead and do business. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker?
Yes, next speaker, ma'am.
Yes, Madam President. I'm speaking to IT, so. Put through the other speaker, please. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is David Sue. You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
David Sue, 34 Van Houten Street, Paterson. I wanted to speak to the matter of the no confidence measure or the censorship. I think it's important that this vote be allowed to be discussed. I think that by stopping the matter from going forward, it interrupts the ability of the council members as elected representatives to interact with the administration. There are legitimate issues that have been brought forward. I, as a resident, would like to see those issues addressed. The quote from Mayor Saya in the newspaper saying things are either politically motivated or that the people making the motions are facing criminal charges from the Attorney General, and I'm reading the quote, it doesn't add to the conversation. It's just a blame shifting. It's what they call Darvo. It's just reversing and attacking the accusers. We really would do better to just say, here's a list of concerns, hit them one by one, do the best you can to address them, and then move forward to the next step in the process of operating this government. The motion, in my opinion, comes forward because that process is frustrating. It is not functioning correctly. We're either seeing a mayor that doesn't know what to do and does not know how to respond to criticism. If you can't respond to severe criticism, even very harsh criticism, perhaps your reach to hold an office is beyond your grasp. So, Council President, I strongly disagree with you taking this matter off the agenda. The amount of consternation and frustration we've seen from a membership is significant, and I don't believe you would do it if you knew there was a significant majority of council members that wanted it to go forward. So I think it should be put back on. I understand that a late item being placed on the agenda requires a unanimous vote because of sunshine laws, but this can go on through the regular process, and if the president doesn't want it, I believe a simple majority or a full majority or super majority of membership can put it back on. It wouldn't make any sense for it to be unanimous, because it would be easier to just remove the council president from their position than it would be to put an item on the agenda. It just doesn't make.
Recording? Okay. Madam President?
Yes.
These are recorded messages that he's going to play them back to back.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Samantha. I'm a concerned citizen that is requesting that the City Council of Paterson disband plainclothes police officers, implement a civilian complaint review board, and review the way in which missing person cases are handled in the city. In light of recent assaults by Paterson police on 3 young people in the city and the mishandling of Myra Barner Curry's missing person case, I urge the City Council to review its lack of police efforts in keeping its citizens safe. Thank you for your time.
Members of the council, this is the director, Jerry Spezial. If you have any questions or need to address anything, I am here for you.
Thanks, Director.
I'm Daniela. I'm a concerned citizen that's requesting that the City Council of Paterson disband plainclothes police officers, implement a civilian complaint review board, and review the way missing persons cases are handled in the city. In light of recent assaults by Paterson police on 3 young people in the city and the mishandling of the Myra Barnes Curry missing persons case, I urge the City Council to review its lack of police efforts in keeping the citizens safe. Thank you very much.
Hi,
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Van Ginniken, and I know many of you know me, and I called last week. And I'm just really grateful that you offer the opportunity for people to leave these recorded messages. I think that's really fantastic, so thank you. I'm calling just to reiterate how sad I was to see my student, Osama Al-Saidi, in the videos that circulated online. I just hope that, that we're making efforts to try to get to the bottom of that, because it's just really heartbreaking, and I just like to think that we're better than that. And then I'm calling also because, as if that weren't enough, we now have a missing girl. Miss Naira Curry has been missing, and I just can't help but think about how her family must feel and how scared I would be if my child was missing. I would want every resource made available to help find my daughter. And I hope that we're going to do the same for her family, and that we can all collectively put our energies into wishing a safe and good return for her, because this is just real scary. And it's certainly not the first time we've had someone go missing here. And I hope maybe we can have a system in place that will protect our young people, and a way of getting the information out when someone goes missing that is, maybe a little bit more streamlined. But I'm also sad about another thing that I saw online, which was to hear that Councilman Jackson had to endure violence, and his son had to endure that too. It must be very traumatic, and I don't like thinking that we could lose one of our leaders in such a way. And I just really hope that we can put some of our differences aside and get to the bottom of that, because nobody sitting on that dais should face something like that. Nobody in the city of Paterson should face something like that, and certainly not young people who are, just trying to work out or prepare for college. It's just incredibly heartbreaking. I don't want to leave on a bad note, though. I would like to focus on a few things that are positive, because I do love this city. I live in the 3rd ward, and while I don't personally know Councilman Mendez very well, I never got a chance to say how nice it was to have the little holiday cheer that he spread. I'm a cancer patient, and I don't get to go out, and seeing that from my window, it made me cry. I was really happy to see it, and I appreciate that gesture. And Councilwoman Davila, you call me when I'm sick, and I think that's really special, because I'm just a regular person, and it's beautiful of you to think about your constituents when they're not well. And that goes for the chief of staff, for our mayor as well. Della has checked in on me, and despite me not always agreeing with the administration, Andre has called to see if I was okay, and that means a lot to me. So I know that we can do well. We can put things aside and be considerate toward one another. I'd also like to say that I happen to like the mayor's sewer idea. I know the implementation ran amok and is a bit foul, but Hi, my name is Shanae Poindexter. I'm a former resident of Paterson, and my mom, Mamie Andrews, still lives there. I'm just calling in concern of what we're seeing in the police department in Paterson, not just Paterson, but everywhere, but just seeing the plainclothes cops do what they did in these last recent weeks to our young people in Paterson has been very discouraging, and the fact that they were able to just to really get away with something like that. I'm hoping that they won't be able to get away with it, that these cops will be fired. But to see them, beat up our young people walking in the streets is very discouraging. And this is why, we say to defund the police, because there is, so much of the funds in our cities going to the police when we need our funds to be going to proactive programs for our young people and for our community, and also programs helping out those that are coming out of prison, helping them get on their feet and with basic needs, instead of us pouring all of our funds into cops who are just really making the issues in our cities worse and more traumatizing instead of helping to solve the issues. So this is why we're saying that funds need to be allocated to things that are more important. Cops are important, but they're not really, if they're not really doing their jobs properly, then we need to allocate our funds to something that will help our communities instead of helping to traumatize them and make them better places to live in. I don't understand why we have plainclothes cops. I don't see the need for it. and these cops, that committed these acts need to be fired. It's so sad to see how other people have been beat up. I don't know what they look like afterwards, and to know that it happened, by the hands of cops, people that they should have been able to trust. That is very sad and discouraging to see, and also to see the young woman who was missing from Paterson, and to see the delay, in the reaction of the police department, and to see that news coverage, there wasn't any news coverage until 10 days later, and, just to have the family waiting, to see any action being taken was very discouraging as well. So these are just concerns from, a former Paterson resident, and I'm sure from other Paterson residents as well, that, the police department, the investigation department just needs to do a better job at doing their job and making our city a safer place to live in. And I always called in to ask that our council members please consider reallocating funds to, instead of the police department, to more proactive,
This is Zelly Thomas. I'm an educator in Paterson and organizer for Black Lives Matter Paterson. We're seeking the public assistance in locating a missing woman. Naira Barner Curry has been missing since February the 11th. Many in Paterson have not heard of her name because there hasn't been much news coverage. So much precious time was lost from finding our precious life. It was not until BLM Paterson reached out to the news media that the story was finally covered. Law enforcement nor local officials informed the public. According to the FBI, 40% of victims of sex trafficking are African Americans, with that number being significantly larger in the major metropolitan areas. We need to find Naira and find out why there's a lack of urgency in finding missing young Black women. We called last week in regards to the recent police brutality. If questions and comments are never answered or responded to, how can the public develop trust? Internal affairs and administration has not been provided the accountability, transparency, and trust that the community yearns for and deserves. We can no longer stall on fighting for an independent civilian complaint review board. Newark has one. Now Jersey City is passing legislation. Why not the third largest city, Paterson? Newark also mandates plainclothes officers not doing undercover work to wear body cameras. NYPD has disbanded some plainclothes units. We are not asking for something new here. We're asking for something in the public's interest to be done. Respond to my comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emma Treat. I'm a concerned citizen calling about the disappearance of Neil Barner Curry 10 days ago. There was no news coverage. I'm only hearing about this on Twitter, as well as 3 other youth members of Paterson, New Jersey, who were assaulted by police officers within weeks of each other. So I'm calling to request to disband plainclothes cops, implement civilian complaint reviews boards, and review how missing person cases are handled. Thanks very much. Bye.
Good evening. This is Clavina Curry calling in regards of my missing daughter, Naira Monet Barner Curry. I would like to say this message to you guys at the council meeting is that I feel as though if we didn't go on the news yesterday, the Paterson police it was prolonging it, and I feel some type of way because if it was y'all kids or whatever, y'all would have been kicking down doors. That's how I feel as a parent. And you have more people talking about it. It's 2 weeks now, and nothing is being done according to my child being missing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Joe, and I'm calling to ask that, in fact, implore that plainclothes cops be disbanded that there be the implementation of the Civilian Complaint Review Board, and that these reviews handle how missing person cases are handled.
Hello, my name is David Letwin. I'm a resident of South Orange and I'm New Jersey, and I just wanted to leave a message tonight to the Paterson City Council. I'm calling to express my concern about the lack of coverage of the disappearance of Nadia Varner Curry and the recent footage of police brutality taking place in Paterson. I'm wondering, why did it take 10 days before Ms. Curry's story was on the news? We need to review how missing person cases are handled in Paterson. And also, plainclothes cops are not required to carry of the body cameras. And it wasn't until a video went viral where the officers were investigated in the first place. And if they are investigated, they should be investigated. And if they are found guilty of abuse, they should be fired and prosecuted. And I'm also calling to reiterate the Paterson Black Lives Matter demand to implement a Civilian Complaint Review Board in Paterson. Thank you very much.
Good evening. This is Robin Spencer again, native and resident of the city of Paterson. I am calling to readdress the follow-up and transparency that is needed in regards to the officer who abused their power and whether or not they are still working at this point. Please, we are asking for transparency. Also, I am calling to complain about the length of time it took for residents to learn of the missing young lady. As you know, the longer they are missing, the higher the risk that they will live. As leaders of this community, it is important that you use your influential power to hold officers and different entities accountable, as well as, release information to the public. Businesses should have been exposing this information as well. Is there any kind of legislation that makes them accountable? If they are doing business in our city, then they need to act as a community member of the city. And we just need better public relations when it comes to our police. We cannot build a community just by passing out food and giving clothing. Building the community goes beyond that. It comes with education, it comes with alliances, and we cannot build an alliance if we are disrespected as residents. So I ask you, Council, to use your power, to use your influence to make these entities, the police, accountable with their public relations when they learn of such circumstances. It is out of respect as well as their duty if we are trying to build community with the police and build community within our city. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Hi, this is TJ Moore of Paterson. So I just want to say about last week, I wasn't able to speak on the meeting, but I will speak. I am sick and tired of the Paterson police being criminalized and disrespected for the job that they do. When all these people out here are literally killing each other, stealing from each other and everything, but the police are always the problem. That amuses me. So I just want to know, I am sick and tired of it, actually. I don't want to know anything. I'm tired of it. You council need to stand up for them. These men put their life on the line for people every day. This is really, really ridiculous. Sickly. It really is. Blue lives matter, and this has to stop. Stand up for the fucking law enforcement.
Hi, my name's Tanya, and I'm calling as a concerned citizen. I learned of Naira Bonner Curry's missing person report, that she's been missing since February 11th, and I was really concerned about the fact that I did not receive any notification about this until I saw it on national news, and wanted to know what the community is doing to search for this young woman. And also, I still have continued concern about law enforcement in Paterson, the fact that we still have elected officials, law enforcement that are continuing to batter children, and want to know when we are going to implement a civilian complaint review board, and also to review how missing person cases are handled. So thank you, and I'd like to hear some more information about how our city is going to address it.
Mr. President, there are no more speakers. May I entertain a motion to close the public portion of the regular meeting of February 23rd, 2021?
So moved.
I have Councilman Abdulaziz for a motion. Who was the second?
Councilwoman Davila.
Councilman Davila.
Council President,
That's Director.
yes, if I may respectfully have a moment, I will be not more than a minute or two.
Absolutely, Director.
You know, I spoke with you, Council Vice President Mims, with regard to Miss Curry, who went missing. She went missing on the 11th. A report was made on the 18th. The 19th, the detectives interviewed the family, tracked her down to New York City. Communications were made with her back and forth. She is an adult. We have New York City Police Department, New York City Transit Department, New Jersey State Police, Paterson Police Department, missing persons units from all over both states that are working on this case, even though we know that we have some sort of communication that appears to be with her. She is an adult, but we have not removed her out of the system. We are considering her in danger until we lay eyes on her, and that investigation has gone full steam from one day, within 24 hours from when we were notified. And the media was given all of the information that I provided to. As for the police officers, our plainclothes officers like Captain Pat Murray in the street crime, who have taken 32 guns off the street this month alone. We talk about the situation that happened with Councilman Jackson. God forbid. So I just want you to know the complaints against a unit like that are 0 to none. Those officers that were out there, if we have unmarked units, what we do is we put them with a vest with their name on it, with a badge on it, with everything that identifies them, and they're just in an unmarked vehicle. So they're not plainclothes police officers like Captain Murray and his professionals who get 0 complaints. So I just wanted to point that out. I also wanted you to know that as soon as something becomes criminal, my policy and the policy of the prosecutor and the attorney general, if there's an excessive force complaint made in this city, it is immediately turned over to the prosecutor and to the attorney general. We do not handle in internal affairs at the Paterson Police Department anything that's of a criminal nature. We handle demeanor complaints. We have a new system we're looking at with the IA Pro. We're looking to expand upon that and connect it to the use of force portal with the Attorney General's office. But I wanted to at least make you all aware of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director, for clarity. As most know or don't know, as council members, I have to say last week at the council meeting, all council members chimed in. A lot of us are parents, right? And our heart goes out, and a lot of the council members did give up their heart's compassion. As soon as I saw the original flyer, I don't like to go into this, but most people know that I am a pastor in addition to being a councilwoman. And so as a pastor, I know the family. So when I hear people say, we don't say nothing, we don't whatever, a lot of stuff is not meant to be broadcasted, but what did happen, director stated it, it was given to the police director, and they're doing what they need to do. We are continually praying for this family, and director, thank you. I'll reach out to the family on tomorrow, but I do want to just speak on behalf of this council because last week, thank you, director, they did speak. Madam Clerk, there's actually one more.
Wait 1 second, Councilwoman.
One second, Councilwoman. There's one more speaker that's in the queue.
I wanted, Director Spezialy to stay on for a second.
Director, are you still on?
Sure, yes, I'm still on. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Well, Councilwoman Mims, I'm sorry, but there is I think if I'm not mistaken, there's been a properly moved and seconded to close public portion.
I took a bathroom break, so I really apologize.
So Madam Clerk, with all due respect, if we have a first and a second, could we do a roll call?
Go ahead, Gary.
Yes, Mr. President. You have a motion on the floor by Councilman Abdelaziz, seconded by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting, February 23rd, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Collins?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila? Councilman Davila? I couldn't hear you. She may have to unmute. Okay.
You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
You're not hearing. Just raise your finger for now, Councilwoman. Still can't hear you.
You might have to log out and come back in. Maybe, I don't know.
You could just raise her finger for it, so that I know her vote.
Thumbs up for yes, thumbs down for no.
Yes or no? Councilwoman Davila, yes or no?
I think she wants to speak.
Yeah, I think she wants to address maybe the public.
Can I just go on to the next person and then see if maybe she have to log out first? I'll have one of the IT person to reach out to her. Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Can you hear me, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear. We're closing the public portion.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
So first, let me say this. I'm happy that I had an opportunity to cool down somewhat and have a clearer head. But let me tell you on my perception of what's taking place here. See, it's very easy for many of us to easily coax over the conditions of certain people and watch as the public is completely taken advantage of. But literally, if I would have arrived a second and a half later as my son was stepping into the vehicle, right in the exact place where he was standing, an open gunfight took place where over 20 plus rounds were unloaded in the street. So, needless to say, I don't think I should have to explain I was a bit shaken up, and I'm pissed off about it because not just because of all of the BS that goes on within this city and how it's just viewed as acceptable. Even at last week's meeting, you had over a dozen callers call and talk directly about a young man brutally being beaten. And I made effort to point out the fact that in the past, because there is something called customs of the council and past practices, it's not just the council, but it also stood up in a court of law as it did when this current chief tried to take two union reps to court, and and the city lost the case because the judge acknowledged that there is something called customs and past practices. So in the past, the BA would address all of the community's concerns, whether it was something as simple as garbage not being picked up, which we've heard Mr. Price call on numerous occasions and complain about the services that's not being rendered. But here you have a dozen or so callers call about a person being brutally beaten, and not one person from this administration, not one person from this council had an answer for these people. Not one answer. And then I have to go outside and nearly have my son's face shot off. And while you guys, it's particularly you, council president, play this game back and forth. Well, let me explain something to you, sir. I'm not here to play a game. I'm not here to play games. I'm here to make sure that the public gets what it deserves. And tonight is another example of how the public has been shortchanged for political reasoning. How various members of this council, family members can get jobs and all of a sudden their positions change. How the council president can so easily be coerced because he works for the county and he gets phone calls from representatives of one Paterson or wherever else, and he automatically changes his position, while the public's best interest is being ignored. While young men like my son, a 19-year-old person, has to now have in the back of his head that anywhere he travels, he can't even go to the gym in a city like Paterson without being shot at. But this council refuses to take things like that, issues, serious. So, as being responsible, yes, I wrote the legislation for the Community Review Board. It was tabled by Corporation Council stating that there was a law that was being reviewed on the state level, and it never was brought back to the table. And I'm gonna say this in closing. I don't want to labor this long because it's obvious that people here don't give a damn about other people in the community, let alone would they care anything about my son. But let me say this, there's a lot of people that's extremely lucky that circumstances didn't turn out differently. I can just say that. But with that being said, I'm going to bring forward a motion because there was valid reasoning behind what we attempted to do here. It was not a political stance. The public's interests are not being met. There are various members of this community that are paying higher taxes because of all the failures. I'm finishing. And this childish demeanor of this council president needs to come to an end. I'm going to sponsor and bring forward a resolution for a vote of no confidence on this council president. And I'm going to encourage my council colleagues to also move to remove him because he obviously does not have the wherewithal to run city business without acting like a child. So I'm hoping that we have an opportunity to address that because this guy is an absolute joke and a travesty to the community.
Councilman, with all due respect, and I let you continue.
My vote is yes. My vote is yes.
Council members, remember, you have 2 minutes. Next time you vote on another item, if you want to continue.
President, you can't pick and choose who has 2 minutes and who does not.
I said it at the beginning, it's stated on the law. See, this is the problem we're having. Oh, man. Talking about being childish. Madam Clerk, could you please, after the roll call, in the middle roll call, Madam Clerk, after the roll call, could you please state what the rules are for this council, please?
Council President, can you hear me?
I could hear you, but we're in the middle of roll call. You're gonna get to speak right now. Who's voting next?
Okay, Councilman Davila, we can hear you now. Would you like to vote for the closing of the public portion?
Yes.
Good, I can hear you. Thank you.
You voted yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I think that this is a request before my vote to the VA and the administration. I think it's important that the speaker, you know, in the public portion, I hear a lot of concern about the lack of services, crime in the city, and all the concern. I think, and I believe that it's important that they get an answer from the administration on this meeting. You know, I was very pleased to hear the director addressing the situation of the police department, because during the committee, that was my concern. The administration never came up from, and even though the mayor loved to do a press conference, I never hear from the administration addressing the public and the concern. But I think that the administration should answer back, and not at the end of the meeting, during the roll call, during the public portion, they have to address those concerns of the public. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims? Okay. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Real quick, Madam Clerk. You know, I am sure that we all care about.
Real quick, I'm sorry.
Oh, Councilwoman Mims, you haven't voted yet?
Yeah, I haven't voted, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. I'm taking care of something. But
Thank you. I got it.
So what I'm about to say is, listen, I just hope that a lot of my colleagues put the same time and effort that they put to criticize all the time. I do my share of criticizing also, but I always try to bring some solutions to the table. And I'll leave it at that for now. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public portion of the regular meeting, February 23rd, 2021 is hereby closed.
Madam Clerk, we're gonna do the bills list, and right after the bills list,
Yes, sir.
we're gonna take care of item number 1.
Okay. Next item on the agenda of payments of bills. Councilman Mims?
yes, I'd like to make a motion on the payment of bills in the amount of $15,866,987.46. In this payment of bills, $9,082,541.16 is payable to the Board of Ed, and there are no waste management payments in this bills list.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from, I think it was Velez and Councilman Mendez.
Discussion? No.
Sure.
The second Councilman Velez, I want to ask for
Okay,
discussion.
discussion. So it was a second by Councilman Velez. Discussion. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I have the right bill list. I got the total of, how much is the total?
We're doing it.
Make sure that I'm not.
Go ahead, Councilman Mendez.
$15,866,987.46.
Got it, okay.
So we're in the middle of discussion. Did you finish, Councilman? Not yet, right?
15 million, you say 16 million, right?
15. 1-5.
1-5.
1-5.
Got it, okay. I took the wrong one, okay, all right.
So I have a few questions. You want to go first, Councilwoman Davila?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Council President, I have a question. I saw an email that you sent concerning requesting information on overtime, but I didn't see any response to it, so.
That was gonna be some of my comments. Did you finish or not?
No, go ahead, then you proceed.
So Madam DA, I'm sure there's some overtime in this payroll, right? This is as of the 5th, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, so I have a few questions for the administration. So I requested some information that was shared with the whole council. And I just want to ask you a simple question. Madam DA, have you ever authorized, you or your staff, authorized any timesheet that has the content of having 24 hours straight of work?
If you're related to the snow in particular, we have the way that it goes is from the 12 o'clock to 8 a.m. the next day and so on.
No,
Yes.
yeah, just answer my question. So
Yes.
24 hours. Let me ask you a second question. Have you ever approved a timesheet that have 48 hours straight for any given employee no lunch, no break, break maybe, but no lunch, no sleep, 48 hours straight? Have you approved any overtime payment or timesheet that contains 48 hours of straight time, no stop?
When there are 48 hours of snowstorms, yes, that is what it is
Let
approved.
me ask you one more question. Do you ever approve any overtime, any timesheet containing 56 hour straight overtime or extra time, however you want to call it, without any sleep, just straight time? So the timesheet reads, and you guys provided this, the timesheet reads, the snowstorm started on I believe it was on the 31st. So if I could recall.
No prep, yes.
Yes, but hold on. If I could recall, and I just want to ask this question, if you don't mind. The actual timesheet reads, took a picture of it, hold on. So 131, which is, I don't know if that was the Sunday when the snow started.
That was the Sunday night. Yeah.
So you guys approve a timesheet. I just want to put it on the record because we might have to have a lengthier discussion at a separate meeting about this. So 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. on the 31st. Then that person went on the 1st of the month, which is the next day, 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. That means that person started on 5 p.m. the day before, worked 7 hours, then worked 24 hours. Then on February 2nd, 12 a.m. to 12 a.m., that's another 24 hours. Then on 2/3, about 12 a.m. to 4:30. I think that's about 48, 50, oof, it's more than what I expected. I'm sorry, I thought I said 56 hours. It's actually more than 56 hours straight. So 24, 24, 48, plus 7, 55, plus 15, that's 70 hours straight with no sleep. That's what it reflects here. The timesheet reads 12 a.m. to 12 a.m.
So, Council President, if you can let the director, and I know he also has his general supervisor here, who can talk about how this works in connection to the contract, because this is something that's part of the CBA and related to our DPW, and the idea of, not having the ability to send people home, with the idea of having them return.
That's why, if the council will entertain, we gotta have a meeting to call all these departments head in, because it is, in my point of view, maybe I'm wrong, that's why I wanna give you the benefit of the doubt, I just don't see how I could do that, but.
Well, I think they can explain a little bit.
They could, but 70 hours straight, right? We could, that's why some towns have third-party companies, that we hire, and even after the snowstorm, it doesn't cost the city anything to bring a company in and have them on standby. I don't think it's, and again, I want to hear how someone could work 70 hours straight, or why are we paying someone 70 hours straight? I just want to hear the rationale.
Council President, it does cost us, it costs us, for standby, it will cost us, there's a different price for standby. It differs from actually going into work, but, the guys came in at 5 p.m. on Sunday. The storm started about, around that time, and it was a 3-day storm. It started Sunday, it went through Monday, and it went through Tuesday.
Understood, but the question, and that's why I want a separate meeting. We're on bills list right now, I don't want to discuss this too much, but I don't understand why, if we have 3 or 2, and we have supervisors, and we have deputy directors, why they need to be on standby? Why can't they go home, get the sleep in, and why should the taxpayer be paying them? We could arrange a schedule for them to not be on standby.
We were talking, about vendors on standby.
No, we're talking about employees. This overtime is for employees.
If you put an employee on standby, they're charged a standby fee also.
Correct, no, so the question is, forget the vendor. The question is, we have timesheets here that have employees working 70 hours straight, non-stop. What's the rationale behind that?
We had a historical storm, it was all hands on deck. Every driver that we had was fighting the storm, and every truck that we had.
Well, I hope it's not the drivers working 70 hours, but
they took breaks, they definitely did take breaks.
I saw, hear me out, I see your supervisors here, working 70 hours straight.
It was all hands on deck, Council President.
Yeah, but can someone go 70 hours without sleep?
Well, if a truck comes in, they get breaks, half hour here, 45 minutes there. They get their union breaks, but and Mike Jackson is on. He could speak to the union part of it.
No,
But we can't send an employee home with the intention of bringing them back.
Why not?
Because it's in the CBA.
They go home all the time.
It's in the union contract.
That's why we need to have a conversation later on then. If something is wrong here, I just don't see how the taxpayers are gonna be okay with this. 70 hours straight we're paying these people. It just doesn't make sense. They have regular shifts. You could send people home that don't have to be standby.
Well,
If the hours hold on a minute. If the hours are from 8:30 to 4:30, why do they have to have 12-hour shifts?
Council,
I mean, 24-hour shifts, sorry. 24-hour shifts, back to back to back.
Council President, it's because it was a snowstorm that it's not like saying that it wasn't snowing, actually snowing during these hours. These supervisors, the deputy directors were working in their capacity of overseeing, the drivers who were out there and so on. And I think I know our supervisor wanted to jump in too, if you can let him speak as well to this.
I understand, but you understand what I'm saying, Madam DA.
Of course.
We're paying with taxpayers' money 70 hours straight.
But we also heard the taxpayers calling.
Madam DA, just hear me out for a minute. Public perception is important also, right?
Oh, of course.
The question I have for you is, if other municipalities have a company on standby, I know you guys called a company to come in and work for a little bit. I don't know where, they were working, but they did come work for a little bit. Why can't we have a company on standby now? That way we don't have to do 70-hour overtime straight for people. Because the supervisors take turn.
Council President.
This was a historic storm, Council President. This doesn't happen all the time. The last time it happened was in '96.
Mr. Rodriguez, nobody's undermining the what took place with the storm.
Okay,
the question that I have is it humanly possible for someone to work 70 hours straight without sleep, without taking a lunch break?
I just told you the guys did take breaks. They took a half hour here when their trucks got fixed or they had to come in for gas or change a rubber.
So
At
no
that time,
sleep?
they take a break.
So no sleep for 70 hours?
For the guys, half hour.
Half hour sleep and going back out?
Yeah.
All right, that's enough. Madam Clerk, I think we're gonna have to,
President.
Councilman Jackson, hold on a minute, I'll give you the floor right now. I'm gonna leave that right there. It is related, my comments and questions are related to the bills list. So, Councilman Jackson.
First of all, I think that there is a level of oversight that's necessary, but public perception is you're totally correct, and to lead on to make a reference that you have gentlemen in this department taking advantage of the milk, the clock. One, we know that all of the entire city was crying for their snow to be removed. We did have a third-party company come in, which I was unaware of because that wasn't something that we approved of. And that third-party company spent a great deal of time in the 6th Ward during the heat, the deepest part of the storm, and then later on exclusively in the downtown area, which is the 1st Ward, but rightfully so, the residents were still jammed in all over the place. And the director and the members of DPW, those guys worked relentlessly and, answered to all of our calls. I know I drove all of those guys crazy, and I know you did as well. So we're asking these guys to work, but then we want to complain when it comes time to pay them. But more importantly, it would cost the city a lot more money to hire a third-party company than it would to have these guys work this extended hours, because we don't pay them a fair pay schedule to begin with. So we have to be careful on the perception in which we're putting out to the public, as if there's an intent to take advantage of the circumstances during a 3-day snowstorm. Do we want the guys to work or do we not want the guys to work? We already know that it was a poor job allowing various departments to do the necessary hiring. We had a great deal of new employees starting the recycle truck. Those guys aren't running plows or running salt trucks. So, you know, it's just amazing to me the things that you just went on exclusively. You spoke well beyond and the allotted 2 minutes. You put a series of questions together that specifically targets once again the DPW department. And as you choose not to let up on this department, which is clear, the worst department relative to treatment. When you talk about the rate of pay that we offer to these employees, when you talk about the number of employees, I had a DPW employee call me yesterday, said, listen, I got 20 years in, man. If I just leave now and go someplace else, would I lose a pension? Like, people are interested in just leaving because they're tired of all the political promises. They get there and then somebody's friend, you know, because you're friends with a political person or the mayor, you can get a job. And then the council president wants to specifically outline, but what I've been talking about is, you know, the poor services that's been provided by this garbage company. We can dismantle that contract and put the money into DPW so they'll have the manpower, the staff and equipment, and be able to work and have enough sufficient employees on staff so that individuals are not asked to work these extended hours. It's a bit unfair the perception that you're putting on these gentlemen who put themselves on the line and work. You just got a chance to go on and on, but now that I'm talking about you,
Councilman, I let you speak. Listen, you're not even questioning the bills list. I try to do my job. You said you wanted. Can you wrap it up, please, if you don't mind?
Of course, but it's about the same item that you were addressing.
Sure, but no, actually, you know what I'm gonna do after the meeting? I'm gonna watch, because a lot of the statements that you made are basically reckless statements. I never said anything. All I'm asking is about a timesheet. Didn't never mention about work. All I'm asking is okay, but we're talking about, you guys are killing me about a non-confidence vote for holding this administration accountable. I'm doing exactly that, administration accountable, right? Any member of the public in the entire city would have that question. If they see a timesheet that have 70 hours straight of someone working, the first question they're going to say is, did they sleep? Did they go home at all? I'm just trying to do my due diligence. This is the problem. I am not selective when I'm asking questions. I'm just asking questions. I've worked in government for a long time, and I'm just asking questions, right? I even ask, you know, I happen to run into some lawyers from time to time, and I'd be like, yo, this and this, you think this is, you know, they question the legality of someone working 70 hours straight with no sleep.
That is contractual.
Okay, no. So we need to listen. Hold on a minute. Listen, hold on a minute. I understand how we all feel about certain departments. Listen, when I make my decisions, you know, we could all shake our heads. The difference between many of us is that a lot of us think about goals, right? I'm not thinking about goals. I'm thinking about the residents of Paterson. The public percent 70 hours working straight. I understand some council members, you know, feel a certain way. This is not about DPW. This is about city government. Administration approving a timesheet that have 70 hours straight. If you guys want to bring the heat for me asking a question that anyone from the public will ask, let it be it. I didn't get elected to play politics. That's all I'm gonna say. So the last thing, real quick, and then you guys could take this. Last question, Mr. Rodriguez. Did anyone go home during this 70 hours of work?
I probably was the only person that went home. So
your deputies didn't go home?
No.
Your supervisors didn't go home during the 70 hours?
No.
That's it. So who's gonna speak next?
I was next.
Mr. Rivera, you let my supervisor talk, please.
Let me get the council members first.
Council President, you're asking the floor. So.
Yeah, you're right, Councilmember Les. I just don't see you. That's why I didn't remember. Councilmember Les and Councilwoman Mims.
So, you know, we have to be careful.
Councilmember Les.
I was before him.
Okay,
all right, ladies first.
Go ahead, Councilwoman. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Council President, you know, when it comes to dialogue, and, you know, I didn't want to say this, but I have to. When you make your commentary, just be careful. You're taking jabs at people because you're saying people like this department. Has nothing to do with that. It's not about politics and counting votes. We're all here, you presented something before the council and we're making commentary. It's not about making votes, it's not about any of that. Like, we're talking about decorum, professionalism, and we're taking jabs at people, and then this one's taking jabs, like, it's gonna keep going on. So I'm just asking Council President in respect. Let's just do that. So.
Duly noted. We just can't be selective when holding holding people accountable.
Council, you're still doing it. Just, right, it's what you're doing, right? But, here's my thing. We know that it was a major storm. We know contractually, it's cheaper for us to have DPW on the clock than getting subcontractors, and everybody knows that. We don't sit in negotiations, the council does not. It is the mayor and his administrator that sits in and negotiates this contract. We're not a part of it. And this is what it has been, it currently is, and if it continues, it will be this way. But here are two things, right? So since it has been requested to look at the overtime of the work that you guys are doing because you got blasted on social media. You know what I want you guys to present for this council? I want you to present all the phone calls and text messages you got from the council. Because that is, when we talk about overtime, we gotta equate that in, how many phone calls and how many responses, to the magnitude of how many calls you get, because we don't talk about that. But I also want to talk about, when it comes to the work that's being done, the only way you know what is being done by this department is you have to be in the community. You have to be out there. That's why some people may say, and others whatever, but it's not to defend anyone. It's the fact of what's happening. You had council members, Al Abdelaziz did a video. They were right there. We saw DPW out in the community. I was out there, right? DPW shake their head. I was in the community. Councilman Alex Mendez was in the community. And some of us were physically there and some of us watched. But we saw them. So I wasn't up all night. There was one night I was up to about 2 or 3, but I went to sleep. And when I woke up, I saw there were areas they worked on. I'm not here to say because I'm not their personal GPS system. But I am gonna put this on the floor, and Madam BA, I made a request and you sent me data with the salaries of the employees. And I requested the rate of pay. I still have not gotten that information. I would like to get the rate of pay for DPW. I am gonna put it on the record tonight and someone can sponsor or co-sponsor with me. But I am putting on the record, once I get the rate of pay from the BA, that we increase the salary of the DPW workers. DPW is one of the hardest working, most underpaid departments in the city. And we have talked about that, and I'm gonna put it on the floor tonight. I am already working on the paperwork for it. I just need the rate of pay, which I've been waiting on from the Madam BA. Once I get that piece of information, I'm putting it on the floor. These men and women work very hard, and they've been working hard for a long time. I'm not taking up for them because I like them and I like them. I like all our employees. That's why I wrote the employee recognition program. But at the end of the day, I am putting it on the floor, and anyone on the council that wants to be a part, sponsor, whatever, please be my guest. But I am going to present this to this council possibly by March for DPW to get an increase in salary. So I'm putting it out tonight. I've been working on it. I was just waiting for that piece. Madam BA, please get that to me. And I want to definitely do that. But can we get that information? If you could provide that, of all the phone calls that you get from the city council members in relation to, we need you on this street. Could you go up this hill? Could you come down this hill? And I want you to present that in addition to all the information, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Abdelaziz, before you go, let the record reflect that no time I have said that they don't work hard. I'm doing my due diligence questioning a 70-hour timesheet that was submitted. Anything else? I'm just putting something on the record because
I asked you about respect.
did I mention you by name, Councilwoman?
But I just spoke.
I'm Council President. I have to speak. Councilman Abdelaziz, you have the floor. Unbelievable.
No, hold on, point over. It was.
Yeah. Councilman Velez, I don't see you. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're next then, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Velez, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm being so patient tonight. Sorry I raised my voice. I'm not trying to raise my voice with the whole situation. Um, you know, first of all, I want to say that it's a good idea of requesting a list to see the employees of DPW paid to increase that single deployment. I will look into the legality on it because you cannot single out just one department and increase it when other departments in the city are almost the same pay of DPW. You got workers in the Board of Health, you got workers in CI, you got a lot of workers around the city that are almost or lower paid, almost the same as DPW. So if we're going to do something, it should be across the board because and also we have to look at if this is contractual because there's a lot of things that we could say, but they cannot be done. So before we put something out there, and I respect Councilwoman Mintz, I will co-sponsor with you if the legality of it is in place. Okay, I will also co-sponsor with you now. Council President, you know, I don't know if you in the past have been working in construction or labor position, but I'm aware, as in my experience, being a supervisor in other companies and doing this and doing that, you know, when it snows, see, I was born in Puerto Rico, but I was raised here. I got 53 years in the United States. So, based on my experience, you know, when a snowstorm comes and the state of emergency is in place, you know, more likely a lot of this employees stays clock out and go into the quiet room of their office to just take a nap and get back to work. You know, I think that's why I used to say common sense. Instead of sending them in the middle of the storm, going back home and coming back in the middle of the storm. This is me talking, you know, just to put a little bit of common sense how this could happen. But you concentrated in DPW regarding the overtime. I just want to ask a question before my vote. Is this overtime incurs also police and fire? You know, because if it's like that across the board, all the department, especially police, fire, and DPW did overtime. Why concentrate in the lowest pay in the city that is DPW? And let me tell you something. You have to have boots on the ground and to see the frustration of these employees trying to fix a truck that got stuck in the middle of the snow. And no way to say, wow, I cannot continue with my work. I cannot do this. I want my city clean. Have you say that? You know, I've seen it before. They're out there frustrated because the plow broke or they got a flat tire or the truck or the new truck, they got four-wheelers, you know, they got 4x4, got stuck in the Parkway and City Street because it was so icy and got stuck, you know. All that stuff had to come on account when it comes up to DPW, you know, and I know they work hard. What I'm a little bit concerned is that my colleague, you know, and especially Councilman Jackson, been throwing jabs in his comments that council members, because they are friends, family members could get jobs in the city of Paterson. And you know, it's a little bit disturbing that this meetings continue, every meeting, every day that we have a meeting, and instead of coming as a united front to address the issues of the city, we, the army of the city of Paterson, the army, the 9 members of the city council, is killing each other. You know, this is the message we sending to the people.
Councilman, can you wrap it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. You know, but it's a little bit discouraged. I'm being quiet in the past meeting because, you know, I'm trying to calm down a little bit in this meeting, but because I don't want to get tight with any comments around. But, you know, let's get back to business, please. You know, look at this, only 2 items tonight. And I don't see it's right, only 2 items tonight. So Council President,
Yes.
you are the Council President, you should have a little bit more wisdom how to control this meeting, but hey, you here, I respect whatever you do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, I think, Councilwoman Cotton, then we'll just have Councilman Abdelaziz.
Didn't Al talk already?
No, he didn't speak yet.
Well, I just want to say too, as the VA said, that we was in a serious snowstorm. And I know that once they get to work, it's almost like impossible for them to go back home. And I can truly tell you guys, I have worked 72 hours straight. And what they do is they let you take a nap, but they still keep you on the books. Because sometimes it's just almost impossible for you to get back to where you live. So by us having this snowstorm like we had, then, and they probably was taking an hour break in between or something like that, but if maybe you could question if you looked at someone overtime and if you didn't see 70 hours and we didn't have a snowstorm and we didn't have some serious bad weather, then I can see, but a guy's home, he comes to work, he works 24 hours, you tell him to go home, he can't even get home. He can't even ride through the streets really good yet. So you actually cannot send him home. I personally can say that I did work 72 hours. And and they let me take a nap. Because then what happened was the next person could never get in. That was supposed to come relieve me to go home, and they could not get in for the next 2 days. So it does happen, and it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen to all my council colleagues. It does happen, especially in storms like we have, the first one that we just had. So it does happen.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. And I wasn't going to comment, but when you look at the storm, and I've always stated this, right? When we're complacent and we don't ask questions how we could do better and what we expect and what we received, right? This storm was historic, but could we have done something different with the money allocated? I can look at that. We spent $133,000 in overtime. Some people took 72 hours, which is 3 days, to clear it out. So we have the right to question, and that's going to be my question. What if we use that money to get private plows in during the storm? Maybe it wouldn't have taken us 3 days to clean it. Maybe instead of working 70 hours, people would have worked 30 hours, and the thing would have took a day and a half, because now instead of 20 plows, we would have 40 plows.
Right.
And maybe I'm wrong. I'm not the professional here, but we got to ask that. We have to ask that. Could that money be reallocated to do what other entities do? Well, we all commend Passaic County for the roads that they have when it's clear, or the state is clear. When you drive on the turnpike, I very rarely see turnpike employees plowing the turnpike. I see private entities. Passaic County uses private entities also, because our residents can't wait 3 days to plow their roads. When we talk about all hands on deck, do we put the money in to clear the road so they can go to work the next day or the day after? So to question it, to look at it, that's fine. This is positive dialogue, and that's what I would like to hear from our supervisors. They're on the ground. I don't know. But what I do know is I have a bill list of what this overtime is. And we should question, because the residents have told us, if any mandate that I've ever received on this council is that whenever we have a storm like that, they want us to do better. And we should do better. Anything what we do in government is how do we do it better. So, Council President, that's not even a question. That's just how I feel. If we look at it, could this be, sometimes when I said it's better to work smarter than harder. It's better to be efficient than work longer. Are we doing the most efficient and best snow removal? And that's up to the leadership. If they feel this is the most efficient way, that we just all hands on deck with no assistance, or reallocate stuff to bring more hands on deck to get it done in a more efficient way so our residents don't have to be called out. That's a question that has to be brought to the administration, and it's good that we reevaluate what's in front of us so moving forward we get a better understanding. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Director, Supervisor Michael Jackson.
We've
Go ahead.
we've looked at everything that you're talking about, including contractors during the storm. The problem with this storm was that it lasted for that 70 hours. It didn't matter how many trucks you had on the ground, they still would have been working that 70 hours. Instead of paying the driver from DPW $21 an hour, you'd have been paying the contractor $175 an hour. It's not economical at all for the city. So,
Director.
hold on, I gotta say that.
Director, but this is what we're saying though. We need to look for ways to do things a little differently, right? And again, this is the bills list right now. We don't have to go back and forth. This is not the meeting for that. But all we're saying is, look to see how other towns also do it. Just like Councilman Abdelaziz stated, it doesn't hurt to have a company on standby. It doesn't cost the city anything to have a company on standby. Now, if a storm like this, okay.
It does.
Okay, how much would it cost to have a company on standby?
If the companies that assisted us, standby rate was, the one when they finally, came in, they were $175 an hour. Their standby price, I think, was $125.
So just so you know, I certify, and I'm gonna look this tomorrow. I do certify the funds for the county. And we do have, and we normally do contracts for an amount not to exceed.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're gonna charge you if it doesn't snow in the year. I don't think legally you could pay a company if it doesn't state it in the contract. I don't think you could pay a company. But all I'm saying is this, listen. I don't care how we put it. Didn't pass judgment, right now I haven't said anything about DPW's performance. All I'm saying is, I'm voting on a bills list right now. I realize that there are some timesheets approved by the administration that have people working 70 hours straight. Now, members of the public are going to ask themselves, how is that humanly possible? Are we putting the lives of our employees at risk?
No.
Listen, it doesn't matter who. I'm going to ask the question. It doesn't matter regardless of the department. That is my job. You stated your case. My colleague stated theirs, and now we're ready to vote on the bills list. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could we vote? It was moved by, who moved it?
Councilman Mims?
Councilwoman Mims, and it was seconded by
Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez. Can we have a vote? A roll call?
Yes, we're and the payment of bills, regular payment of bills in the amount of $15,866,987.46. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman? Okay. Councilwoman Khan?
Something hot.
Try to unmute, Councilwoman. I think you're still muted.
I'm saying to the councilman in the sixth ward, where are you? Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you hear me, Madam Clerk?
Sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's simply amazing how, a few weeks ago, I was on a rant with regard to several employees in the VA's office making in excess of close to $10,000 per pay period. It was an excessive amount of overtime, and there was no question. The council president allowed for the item to just go unanswered, so did not hold the administration to be here. He went to the fire with answering of how and why was that possible. And then he comes on here tonight stating some claims and making accusations, and which he could have done in finance. He's a finance chair. He could have asked those same questions in finance. Did not have to do it in a public forum this way, but he chose to do so because he says it's not political, but it's completely politically driven to talk about the dysfunction or try to point out the dysfunction. And we understand they have challenges, but they have yet to have been able to hire to its full capacity. They're down in all areas. not only down in employees and staff, but they've also had equipment that's been down, and some of the 100-year-old equipment has been breaking down. Then the assistant director comes and tries to very, sophisticated, eloquently answer the questions and the concerns the council president has, and now he doesn't want the answer. I'm not trying to accuse anybody. Well, yes, you did. You made a direct accusation of that people were taking advantage of the time clock and worked 72 hours. It's done all the time. If doctors go to the hospital, they work 3/48. They have a room in the back to go take a nap, and it's part of when you have emergency services that's being rendered, and these gentlemen have put themselves in the line in spite of the very low pay that they receive to do so. And, it's just embarrassing. The fake out and the political posturing that's done, at other people's expense, is terrible. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have director administration in place to check those hours. I know they have done their due diligence on these overtime hours. If they approve it, I'm okay with it. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez? Councilman Mendez? Councilman Means?
Just a quick question. I noticed that the councilman of the 6th Ward is not present, and this is not a first occurrence, and I know sometimes we take a break, but, there needs to be something placed on the record that if it goes beyond, because people want to wait to vote later to prove points, that they're not allowed to speak. I'm just gonna put that on the record, because I understand that we have to take breaks, but this is being done more commonly than often, so that it could be personal jabs or conversations made that can't be replied to. So as we're coming to the end, I am next to the last vote, right before the council president, and I think there should be some consideration for the I'm also, Council President, before I vote, I'm also making a request that as most of us are on camera, I'm not sure why every council member is not on the camera, so they can be present. I know we're not in the chambers, but I think every council member's face should be present on the screen. I know if we have to take a break, that's fine, but we definitely need to be present in the council meeting. I just want to put that on record. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm here.
Councilman Velez?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself, but I didn't find the button, but now I did. This is for the payment of bills, correct?
Yes, sir, the regular payment.
All right, let's vote yes. Come on, let's get moving.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So we've been doing this the whole year. There's many council members. You didn't vote, Councilwoman Davila? Oh, Madam Clerk, Councilwoman Davila didn't vote.
Yes, because Councilman Abdelaziz wasn't there, Councilman Davila was not there, Councilman Mendez, and I called. So those three council people. So Councilman Abdelaziz is here now. Councilman, we are voting on the payment of bills.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to apologize for going to use the bathroom. I heard my name as I was coming back. We got to understand that there's a Paterson code on what we can and can't do. I represent the 6th Ward residents, and they could tell me, or they could call me if they have any issues with my presence at the council. I would suggest everyone read the Paterson code when it comes to absences for council members. There is when you get called out specifically, I just use the bathroom. My vote is going to be yes. There is no discussion or understanding of my vote. It's going to be yes. But to be called out for my reasons, I've never called out anybody. At one moment, you get a council person that tells you to turn off your screen. Then you get another council person that turn on your screen. Listen, everyone worry about themselves. Worry about yourselves. Worry about your constituents. That's why people look at this meeting and call it a circus, because we're worried about each other. Worry about yourselves. Please, enough of them calling me here. I got one council person telling me my screen's on. Another council person telling me turn off my screen. Worry about yourselves. I answer to the 6th Ward residents. And my vote is yes. There's no politics to that. I get up to go do what I gotta do. I don't need to explain to anybody. I'm a grown man. All right? I get up when I want to get up. If my residents have an issue, they call to tell me. Sorry, Council President, but I can't, I shouldn't have to justify why I gotta go use the bathroom. Thank you.
What is your vote?
I said yes. My vote is yes. There's no politics or anything. My vote is yes. I was using the bathroom.
Yeah, he voted yes.
If this is like elementary school, you want to put a sign out sheet, I'll sign in and sign in to the time.
Yeah, do that.
Next person, Councilwoman Davila?
Wow. As you all know, I'm experiencing some issues with my tablet. Ryan had to assist me in putting me back in, so I'm experiencing issues with mute with the video. So this is not for anyone. This is just for the community that sees out there when you hear certain council members, you know, trying to justify why they're on or off or whatever the case is. I'm just letting everyone know that I am experiencing some technical issues, which I have technical help, you know, calling and assisting me. There was extensive conversation, and I would have to actually agree that Council President did bring up, I saw the emails, and, you know, I thought that was a discussion that was had in finance, you know, but I guess not. I guess you wanted to have it here. I can see where someone will ask, you know, because we've had issues. We've had, you know, we've addressed the BA and her office with, you know, overtime and the amount of hours being worked between, you know, work hours and then home hours when you're working remote. So, you know, we have been questioning this for a while. This is what we're here. We're supposed to question. But in any place or any case for that matter, when we are questioning, the administration, it is not an attack on the hard work that we know that our DPW workers do. Do we have some that may probably need to be removed? I would say yes. Okay, I think there's, in every area that you work, there's always going to be someone who does more than others. But again, it always seems that when we start questioning certain things, it's an attack on our employees of that department. And I know that the majority of them work very hard. Before I give my vote, I do want to address and say something to Councilwoman Mims. You indicated that you wanted the director and the supervisors to compile a list of text messages from all the council, right? So, let it be known that I would like to see that list by name, phone calls, and issues addressed. You know why? Because I'm always fighting with them because I feel like they do not get my stuff done. No, just kidding. But on a serious note, I do know that we all do reach out. But I would have to say when I looked at that overtime, it was concerning to me because I worked all day today and literally left work at 6:40 and came here and, you know, I'm exhausted. And, you know, to see our men out there working, you know, all those hours, and if you're the ones driving those trucks, you know, I mean, it can be dangerous. So, you know, we need to ask the questions. We ask the questions. And, you know, with that said, I am going to support this bills this week. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Just quickly, Council President, Councilman Mendez is having phone problems, so I'm sending his number to Ryan. He's having a problem with logging to the meeting.
Yeah, sure, thank you. I just want to say that we've been doing this virtual meetings the whole year. And you have council members, time after time, calling in without using the tablets, right? So they don't have a camera. Time after time. Listen, if Councilman Abdelaziz, I'm not condoning that people are off the camera, not saying that by no means, but it seems like today is the meeting. Today is that meeting that everyone got to bring, you know, things up. He has been, you know, Councilman Abdelaziz has been doing this the whole year. Or from time to time, let me rephrase, from time to time. You have other council members that call in, hardly ever ever see them in the camera. We could go months without seeing some of them in the camera. Does that take away from their duties or basically their ability to perform their job? No, it doesn't take away from their ability to perform their job. So I just want to say that I bring issues that, again, to me, it seems that we have to look into because it could be a liability issue. And by no means, I said a lot of the things that some of my colleagues, I don't know where they get those things. If people play the video again, by no means, I never in this discussion, undermine what they were doing. I just want to know how, 70 hours straight, how could someone work 70 hours straight? Now, you could assume what you want to assume. Members of the public are going to have the same question. Now,
Thank you, Ryan.
You're on the phone, Councilman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ryan, just back on.
So, I'm still talking. So, what I'm about to say is the following. I lost what I was going to say, Councilman. You took me off. Councilman, you want to, Madam Clerk, I know I'm in the middle of roll call.
Is that OH, Council President?
No. It's just I have a lot of things in my mind. Sometimes I gotta jot things down. But all I gotta say, he came back. So people question how come this wasn't brought up in finance, right? You tell me what is the benefit of just having that question in finance? Sometimes we gotta be transparent in government, right? This is not politically driven, nor information. This is not politically driven. All I'm saying is I'm holding them accountable like the first day I started this position. I hold people accountable. That's what I do. And you don't have to agree with me, but I have to ask a question. Anyone from the city of Paterson, from the public, that sees someone work 70 hours straight, or a timesheet that insinuates that someone worked 70 hours straight without rest, and again, they did say that they take some little rest, but the timesheet doesn't tell that story. So my job is also to be transparent and bring it up here. So I get criticized if I try to resolve things, in finance. And now, something that I feel that needs to, come to light, I also get criticized. So that's why, let the residents hold me accountable. I respect my colleagues, but it is what it is. I gotta do what I need to do, and I'm gonna ask the questions, and you guys are not gonna stop me. So my vote is yes. No, I'm voting no on the bills list.
Your vote is no. Okay, Councilman, thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Can he go after our vote?
Yes, as long as I can announce the vote.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna say, Ryan, thank you so very much for calling me to the viewer. To apologize.
I can't hear you, Councilman. You muted yourself.
Muted again.
Yes, it looks like I have a little bit of problem with my laptop. I don't know why, but Ryan, thank you so very much for getting back to me. I will stop by your office tomorrow to see if I can fix this. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Payment of bills in the amount of $15,886,987.46 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, there was a COVID payment that was removed from last meeting.
Right.
I would make a motion in the amount of $379,474.70.
The motion by Councilman Mings. Is there a second?
Second for discussion, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez.
So moved by Councilwoman Mendez, second by Councilman Mendez. Discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Council President. At the last meeting, we have a conversation about this payment of bill for COVID, and we request a list of a very specific number of testing that the lab is charging the city, and the amount of testing that they're charging the state. So, and just for the viewer, just to inform them, if you have no insurance, when you go to those labs, to the service that we're providing, they charge the federal government. And the people that have insurance, the lab is responsible to charge the insurance. So we need to have the list in order for us to be able to look at it, how much are we paying for and what are we paying for. And in the last couple of payment of bill that we include COVID, I have not seen that. And I still haven't seen that on detail, the list of, patients. What are we paying for?
Council President, yes. I think our CFO actually had sent around just a clarification about these bills in particular. The question was really about if all of these were from before we switched. Because we actually the council had approved a contract with LabCorp to cover the cost of insurance, that they weren't going to be billing the federal government directly, that we were covering, I'm sorry to clarify, the non-insured. That they were charging those with insurance, the city was paying for the uninsured. That switched as of January 5th. That happens, you may recall, it happens in real time, that Dr. Paul had been in conversation with LabCorp and confirmed for that day. So all of these bills are prior to January 5th.
And just in closing my comment, Council President, all I see is invoices, and I don't see in detail. I don't have the information that I requested in the beginning. And it's very simple. I mean, the lab, they have the number of patients that they've been treating, and they have the category who they've been sending the bill to with the government and city entity and insurance. So I was expecting to get that specific list to have a clear idea. I still don't have that, but I'm not gonna delay the meeting because I know that we have all the items on the agenda. Thank you.
Council President?
Councilwoman Dunn.
Okay, my understanding with this, COVID payment was that, the 3 days that were on here, January 21st, January 13th, to January 13th, is dated after the 5th. The question was it done before those dates? And that was those 3 items. But what happened? Why are they dated the 13th and the 21st?
That's the encumbrance date on Edmunds. So when they make a switch, when the user makes a switch, it might pick that date.
What do you mean make a switch, like when they put it in the computer?
Yes, when they put it in the computer. So every bill is before the second.
Okay, all right. Okay, I see it now. Thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
It's not Javier, what is it?
So, roll call, no one else, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment of bills of COVID-19, and this was for the February 16th meeting. There's a motion by Councilman Min, second by Councilman Mendes. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes, 9:43 p.m.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Khan?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's not Councilman.
That was me, Madam Clerk.
Oh, that was you? I'm sorry. Sorry, thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Mendes?
No, Madam Clerk.
Okay, no, for you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
9:44, 32nd, my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
No,
Did you say yes, Mr. President?
I said no.
No. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. Payments of bills in the amount of $379,474.70 hereby adopted.
The next payment of bills is for tonight, COVID payment 223 in the amount of $16,219.97.
Moved by Councilwoman Min, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton, roll call. There's no discussion, roll call, Madam Clerk.
There's all proper payments of bills for COVID-19 for payroll the meeting of February 23rd, 2021. The amount of $16,219.97. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I requested this information once before, and as usual, the VA neglected to get the information that I asked for. Relative to the size of our community and the amount of services that are necessary that's failing to be rendered, I'll go back to what we talked about early on through COVID, with there being $84 million designated, or $80+ million designated to State County, of which, just based on percentages and the size of our community, where it was told to us then that it was over close to $38 million, $40 million, something in that range, and we still have yet to expend. From what I understand, the last expenditure was about 12-13 million. I don't know what that number looks like now. So, Madam BA, once again, I'm requesting a report of what what was designated to belong to the city of Paterson, and why have we gotten such a small percentage relative to our size. And you can see clearly that when it comes to testing, that the county has more or less stepped away from doing testing locally in Paterson, and have put their focus on all the other cities and municipalities around us, while we still have residents that have not been able to get tested, and we still have a great deal of residents that are complaining that they don't have access to, or easy access to the vaccination process. So I'm looking forward to it. I guess, it's just another one of those things that are going on deaf ears, because Council President allows this thing to happen, habitually. But I'm looking for the report on where we are financially relative to the money of the $80+ million. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, just a suggestion. A lot of Pattersonians right now looking to get vaccinated. They could not get any appointment from health department, or they go to the state website. They've been waiting for weeks to get an appointment. So this is a suggestion out there that I think we should have a walk-in every day or a couple of days a week for Paterson residents only. For example, if we get 800 vaccination this week, we should give out to outsiders 400. The rest of 400 we should keep it for Pattersonian. Since the place is in Paterson, our Paterson Health Department is administrating this vaccination site, I think we should have the right to do so. Same thing, Wayne doing the same thing as well. So Council Vice President, I request you to look into that, please. And for the bill list, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just gonna piggyback on Councilman Khalid's comment about the vaccination center and the schedule. I think there's been a lot of, misinformation about the schedule. I know the city has a flyer that is Wednesday and Thursday, and walk in from 2 to 3 for Paterson only. But sometimes we run out of the first shot of the vaccine, and we're not informing the public. And the reason why I know this is because I'm getting all those calls when people arrive there. I think that, and this is to the VA, since you represent the administration, there's gotta be a more effective information. And not only for me, because I call the director, I call everybody when I need information, because my call center, they're asking me, and I'm gonna call whoever could get the information for me to be the bridge. But if you could definitely be more effective on the day. I know sometimes we're running out of the first shot, but nobody knows, and you got seniors waiting there, expecting that they're gonna get the first shot of the vaccine. So if we could work on that and just share that information with all the council members, that would definitely help us, because I'm very sure that it's not only me that get those calls about senior and resident of the community that wants to get the vaccine. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mitch?
So, 2 things before I vote. So first, thank you, Madam BA. I just got your email. Thank you for that. Secondly, Council President, I don't know, I've gotten like different texts as it relates to, the public portion, there were many questions that were posed to the administration, so I'm not sure if we can allow time for that at some point towards the end, that, they can respond to the public. Last week in the meeting, I made a request as it relates to, the concern with, the young man, with the, video that has been circulating with the police, as well as, the young lady who is missing, that there will be some level of some conversation or at least something from the mayor. Last week I made that request, so I just want to put it back on the record, to the mayor. If you're watching, please, say something to the public in relations to these. I know with the investigations, you can't go into detail, but at least, please say something to the public. Madam BA, if he's not watching, can you just relate that message? And these are some of the concerns, and people are texting and calling. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, is like, get used to, be, in mute, but, I find the button again. This is for the COVID payment, service rendered, or is, it's for that, the supplies and all that stuff that they have purchased with this COVID money. So, in one way or the other, this COVID tests has saved lives. So I think we have a responsibility to pay them. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So thank you for pointing out, Councilwoman Mims. Some people reached out to me. I went to the men's room, and when I came back, you were speaking. So I didn't notice that. So it was an oversight on my part. After my vote, Madam BA, I hope you took notes of some of the concerns of the public. And I would appreciate if you could basically address those concerns. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Payment of bills for COVID-19 for the pay period of February 23rd, 2021, in the amount of $16,219.97 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. So, Madam BA, you have the floor. Just, address some of the questions from the public portion.
Sure, thank you, Council President. I think the biggest thing that I can address at this point is, to emphasize to the public that we understand the concerns about policing in the city and the relationship between the community and our police department. And I was glad that the director was able to join us today to address a couple of those specific issues. And like to emphasize that whenever there is a case of misconduct at this level, that goes directly to both the prosecutor's office and the attorney general's office, because both of those entities take this very seriously. And I think it's the idea about accountability and transparency, not just self-policing, not just, having our own team, which is wonderful, but not just having them be the only ones involved. The one thing I can add some additional information to is about the Civilian Complaint Review Board. It's one thing that wasn't addressed by our director, but we do understand that there was some questions about the creation of that and why it's been stalled. It's something that the mayor has been following closely because he wants to establish something similar here in Paterson. But we are, I forwarded an email that was shared from the city of Newark and where the state of their court case is. They're currently petitioning the Supreme Court on the topic, so that the Civilian Review Board in Newark would have the broadest possible powers. And so most cities around the state are really, waiting to see how this turns out, because anything that we would start, while this is still in flux, then ours would be in flux as well. So we're watching it closely. The email, as you saw, that this was, the petition was, that the filing was on January 19th. So we'll keep you informed, as we are as well.
Thank you, Madam BA. Councilwoman, do you want the floor? I thought you raised your hand before.
No, I don't think I can announce it yet, but I just got some news, but I don't think I can announce it.
Okay, that's fine. So, Madam Clerk, we're gonna do, Item 1, so could you announce the number for the public hearing?
Council President, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was trying to unmute. Madam Clerk stepped away. She's coming back now. No, I left it on. Sorry. Okay, Council President, are we taking?
Councilman Mendes, I need you to, go ahead.
Are we taking item number 1 now?
Yes.
Okay. Next item is item number 1 for second reading, and this item requires a public hearing. An ordinance amending the Paterson Code, Chapter 407, repealing the current sewer rate framework, repealing the creation of a self-sufficient sewer utility, and returning to the prior framework of funding sewer expenses through a mix of sewer fees and property taxes. Sponsored by Council President Rivera and Council Vice President Dr. Finance Ordinance 21006.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. We have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendes. Discussion?
Mr. President, before we go to discussion, may I just, for the record, repeat the number for the public, which if anyone wishes to speak on this item?
Sure.
Does it require a public hearing, so we can give them enough time? Anyone who wishes to speak on item number 1 that I just read for second reading, may dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326 973-321-1579. Enter code 836, and you press star 3 so that you could be added to the list to speak on item number 1, a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion, Council President.
President.
Councilwoman Davila.
So, Council President, so this item, I have a memo here dated February 19th, addressed to the mayor and DCA, the director of DCA, thanking him for his letter. Okay? That was the first thing that jumped out of this entire memo was thank you for your letter. In other words, as always to the community, and also, I also have a statement, I screenshot it, I made it nice and big, on a statement that the BA made in regards to this letter and the fact that, maybe this, will shake us up, put us in a corner, so we rescind this or just, vote it down. And so, it's once again disturbing, as always. The mayor reached out to DCA, so DCA can send this letter to us. And so I just wanted to discuss the letter because it's almost, it's what I consider a threatening letter because it's saying that, we could, ultimately lose and would have to pay back the $2 million, and possibly our future transitional money could be affected. Now, to everyone out there, this year is 2021. November is right around the corner. I doubt very much that the state of New Jersey would do this to the city of Paterson. Just wanted to put that on record. And if this letter can be addressed, Council President, I would appreciate it.
Council President.
Hold on a minute. Addressed by who, Councilwoman? You want me to, by me?
The BA.
Madam Mayor.
The mayor's not here, but the mayor wrote the letter to DCA.
Sure, Council President and Councilwoman Davila, I'm happy to address the fact that as part of our responsibility as a TA community, we have to keep the local government services team, including our fiscal monitors, as well as the director, informed of the happenings of the city. So this letter was just informing them in simple terms of the action that was taken. But in fact, if you read the next line, it says, "Thank you for your letter. The municipal technical advisors have kept me up to date on the sewer utility and the sewer rate structure issues, and I have been following the press reports regarding the city council's deliberation on the topic." So, if we really look at it in its totality, they had a lot of this information already. We felt it was our responsibility as the administration to also alert them.
Okay, Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, I was up next.
Yeah, you're right.
No.
Councilman Velez, no, I'm sorry, he did ask for the floor. Councilman Velez, then Councilman Velez. Councilman Mendez, you have your hands up also? No? Okay, so we have Councilman Velez and Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President.
No, Councilman Velez first and, sorry, Councilman Velez, then Councilman Velez.
I know my good friend from the 5th Ward, we almost have the same last name, Velez and Abdelaziz, but he's much taller than me, so you can't.
You got that right.
So, Council President, before we get further discussion, I would like to put a motion on the floor, as I am able to do it as a council. I would like to make a motion to amend this item. And if I get a second, I'll explain the discussion as to why. So I would like to make a motion to amend item number 1 that's up for second reading of ordinance to remove the verbiage stating repealing the creation of a self-sufficient sewer utility, and then adding and also removing and property taxes, and to include after the framework of funding sewer expenses through a mix of sewer fees that would maintain a self-sufficient sewer utility. So, if I get a second, hopefully my council colleagues, we can have a discussion if anyone wants. I would like to amend, I agree with my council colleagues that the way of repeal the current sewer rate framework that they're using by volume, but I would like to amend the ordinance to remove repealing the creation of a self-sufficient sewer utility, and then removing and property taxes so it doesn't impact our property taxes, and include the verbiage of Corporation Council after a mix of sewer fees that would maintain a self-sufficient sewer utility. I'll make that motion, Council President.
Can we ask a question without a second?
I don't think we can have discussion until I get a second.
I don't think we could jump at discussion after the motion. We're having a discussion, the one that we have in the floor, and then it's.
We need a second.
I'm just asking, I'm just asking.
Let's make a motion to amend. I just need a second, then we can have discussion. If not, it fails.
So Councilman, the thing is, we already had a motion, right? We're under the discussion, on the first motion.
Yeah, but I'm allowed to make a motion to amend that supersedes the motion. That's in Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay. So, Corporation Council.
I just need a second. If I don't get a second, then it fails. So any of my colleagues can second so we can further discuss why I would like to add the verbiage?
I second it, Councilman.
Discussion, Council President.
Discussion.
Councilman
Abdelaziz and then Councilwoman Mims.
And I'll answer. So I'm trying to bring and meet everyone in the middle of the road by this to Madam DA. I'm going to let you know the council's very clear, and they've been clear with the administration. This is where the administration has failed to listen to what the council members have said. The volume-based rating system was almost pretty much unanimous that the council members have heard, and for years there's no action taking place. Well, I also understand we have to do what's best for the taxpayers of the city of Paterson. And this letter from the state does make me a little nervous. And Councilwoman Davila stated that it says you could lose. It doesn't say, the first line says LGS will take the following action and reduce of a minimum of $2 million to our transitional aid. So what the letter doesn't state, it doesn't say you have to bill by volume. It does not state that, the letter. The letter states you need to keep a sewer utility.
Right.
So I want to remove repealing the sewer utility, keep the sewer utility there, and let's go back to a rate system like everyone wants, that's gonna keep it self-maintained, self-liquidated, and not affecting the taxpayers. That's
So
what
we-
Sure.
We have a discussion on this topic, right?
Who's next, Councilman Velez?
Yes, to close, Council President, to close,
I was next.
to close, Council President, I would like to amend that and very clearly to my council colleagues, I heard you, I'm trying to bring this together so we don't look like a dysfunctional governing body, and it's an administration. Madam BA, these council members have been bringing this to your attention. It's obvious, there's no need to come back and say volume works, that's it, it's 8-1, I have said it before, count your votes. This is what they want to do, it is responsibility of the council. If it doesn't work well and the residents are mad, you put it on the council. We're the ones changing it. Well, we need the rate system. I want to, my amendment will meet the state's directive of creating a sewer utility. And I'm just trying to find solutions so we don't put the burden on the taxpayers. That's why I want to remove taxpayers. That's why I want to remove taxpayers out of this state. It says mix of sewer fees and property taxes. So I hope I can get the support of my colleagues in making configure.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Velez, then Councilman Mix. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez?
Perdón.
Councilman Velez, you have the floor. Councilwoman Mix.
Councilman Velez,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You could pass. I pass for the next one. I pass.
Councilwoman Mix.
Okay, so, just a question, maybe Corporation Counsel. So with this amendment that is on the floor, does this item, does that mean it goes back to the first reading?
Yes, it does.
So how does that impact? So if this item, is voted on and it passes with this amendment, the residents will still continue to be billed at this 300%, 400%? Until the administration comes back with a different alternative?
Well, until such time that there is an actual ordinance, because remember, if this amendment goes, it wouldn't go through second read because it wasn't properly published with this new language. So because it wasn't published with this new language, it would then need to revert back to first read, it would go back on the next agenda as a first read.
Right. So I just wanted to duly put that on record, that with the amendment that is proposed on the floor, that this will go back to the first reading, which means that we have to do workshop regular, and then 20 days after that, right? Being in the month of March, just correct me if I'm wrong, there's only one regular and one workshop in the month of March, correct?
I'm not sure of the dates, but you're right, it would go workshop, regular once again.
This probably will not take effect until like June.
Our special meeting, we called it.
As long as special meetings within the proper time period, yes.
So,
if I may, Mr. President, it has to go back for the first reading at a regular meeting. And then I would have to announce when it's a second reading, then it goes back to a second reading, I would have to publish in the paper.
Right.
We go back to a second reading with a public hearing, and that has to be adopted again. So it's going back to what we're coming from.
So
I just wanted to get, thank you, Corporation Counsel, Madam Clerk. I just wanted to get some clarity on the record because this item was proposed, this is another item proposed to the council that now, is now being changed, amended. I don't know what's going on here on the council. Here's another item, so I just wanted to get some clarification. I'm not sure what's gonna happen, on tonight. We'll see when it comes to vote. Thank you, Council President, for giving me the floor.
So, I just want to say the following. I was looking at every possible scenario of, getting this accomplished. The problem that we have here is, we pull this from the agenda. We got to question the legality. You can't put it because if you remove just if you leave the utility, right? The utility is self-sustained. So I don't want the state and the whole city of Paterson to look at me and laugh, because all this will do is just take it off the agenda and postpone it for later on. Yes, I've gotten 1,003 calls, not from residents. So all I'm gonna say is this: I was looking for every possible scenario of not dissolving the authority and actually getting what the council wants accomplished, but it cannot be done. And if we belabor this and move it further ahead, I'd rather take action right now and look at the possibility. I could get killed by my colleagues. I still have confidence that at the end of the day, they will make the right thing if it's right for the taxpayers, right? I could say that. I'll take the heat for my actions. I'm a big boy. I take responsibility. But at the end of the day, they voted once to have a utility because they saw the benefits, right? We argue a long time. We didn't want the volume. For those that were in finance with me, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Kalik, this was a 3-month fight. We were finally basically convinced by a presentation that reassured us that, and it's on record, not the actual presentation, the questioning and the answer from the administration, that no one was going to receive, I think it was more than a 60% increase. That is recorded, I believe. So all I'm saying is, by us removing, Councilman Delacis, I could appreciate, and I've been breaking my head all day also to try to bring a solution. But ultimately, what's going to happen is, if we take that action, basically we can't even do first reading. We don't have a billing method set up right now, right? We have the old billing method, which would not make the utility sustain, right? If this administration was smart, they would have put this together a long time ago. We've been talking about this situation of the sewer utility. If they had a billing method today, I'm sure my council colleague would entertain not dissolving the authority, because we would have control of what our residents are getting billed. Right now, we don't have control. You have one person paying this, you have a person paying 4 times as much. Now, we could make a case that they use more water, which I don't want to entertain that conversation any longer. All I'm saying is, it sounds good on paper that we could leave the utility by itself. Legally, you can't. We don't have a billing method right now. So I want Corporation Council to tell me, we don't have a billing structure right now to make the utility self-sustaining. So the thought by Councilman Delacis, I could appreciate. I've been breaking my head myself to try to make this work. But let me just say the last thing. I am sure the state will do the right thing. I remember when Councilman Morris decided to reduce the levy by $5 million. It wasn't a great move. It was a great move for the taxpayers. It wasn't a good move for the city financially. But the state ended up working with us. All I'm asking the state is to have faith in the council. That the council and the administration do the due diligence and put together a billing method where we know how much each property owner will pay, that we would go ahead and hopefully entertain a conversation again to set this up. Now, this is the perfect timing to doing this. Why? Because we haven't even introduced our budget yet. If we wait for the city to introduce their budget, they're going to introduce a budget with a utility on it. And again, put the blame on me all you want. One time, the administration stated that, and Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Davila were in this meeting where, and I have the RFP from the VA where she suggested we hire a company, but that suggestion was never to analyze the billing. It was for support. I have it in front of me. Hold on a minute. You're going to need a chance. I'll let you speak right now. But you have an RFP, but the way it was sold to us at the time, and the RFP says provide oversight. You have promoted several people to be in charge of that department. We need to hold people accountable, and I leave it at that. But Madam VA.
Thank you, Council President. I am really going to refrain on trying to get into much of the details, because we do have disagreements on the details, on when the administration wanted to put forward, someone to come in and do a review, which we were saying in July and December of 2019. I think that scope does have a review as part of it, as well as creation of the capital plan, which is something that we've all agreed on in terms of River Street. But I think we have to make sure that we put on the record the fact that this action doesn't necessarily have to be taken right now. We have asked, and something that has been included in this letter from DCA, we have been working with you already on that review process, on trying to create an equitable rate structure. You would like us to make sure that that's not volume. It needs to be something that can hold up in court. Because right now, yes, because if someone actually takes us to court and says, how did you create this rate structure, that it's not just us sitting writing on the back of an envelope? No, Council President, please can I just finish? So we have always said that we want this to be an official review. It was going to be part of our audit. Actually, we had to pull back the RFP, which had included this in the scope of service, which was already out. So now we have spoken to a few companies. We have one that gave us a proposal that we are going to do this. They are going to have something to us. On their proposal, it says between 30 and 45 days. We're going to try to push to have something ready for your review so we can have a utility ordinance for that April meeting. And I think if we don't want to have to be put in a place where we are not in compliance with our current MOU. If you just wait on taking this action, we can edit and change the ordinance to do what you want to do and not have to be out of compliance and put all of our transitional aid at risk.
Thank you for pleading the case, Madam DA. But let me just tell you something. How many years were we under the other rate? We were, I think, more than 20, 30, 40 years under the old rate. There were no lawsuits. If creating a utility, you're not...
Well, because we also didn't collect the full money.
Okay, so you're not helping your case. Madam DA, I'm telling you that I'm willing to push and hopefully get the support of my colleagues to try, if we present it to them in a way that they see that the residents will benefit, I'm sure they will vote on it, right? All I'm telling you is this. You're not helping your case right now by saying that the other structure is going to be challenged in court, because you know what will happen, Madam DA? That's what I don't want to happen. Then we will leave the rates like they were. You will have a 7 million or 6 million shortfall, which we have to address. And we don't want that.
No, we don't. We don't. That's why we just want the experts.
A lot of things that we do, people take us to court. I want to do things also that is fair. That old method we had for, let me see. I'm sure we had it, I don't want to misspeak, but I'm sure we had it for 30, 40 years. Maybe Ms. Cotton maybe knows. But that old method we have forever. So for you to say that we're going to be, yes, anybody can challenge us right now too with this volume. They can say whatever they want.
No, but then we have, the great thing is that we have something to point to. The Rattalis study, and 95%, excuse me for a second, 95% of sewer utilities, which Rattalis told us, utilize water use. So it's the best practice in the industry. But I just want us to have the expert.
13 years ago, you have a town like Ringwood, about 10, 13 years ago, they charge based on faucets, right? There is not one or wrong way to do it. As long as we do a fair method, we'll be okay.
There is a best practice though, Council President, and when you have a best practice of 95% of utilities doing it, that fact has to be addressed.
That would be the best practice, but let me remind you exactly, I don't want to go back to the previous conversations. First bidding went out, we didn't even verify it to make sure that we catch mistakes. All the industrials for the whole city were not billed for direct billing. I have to.
But that's not factual.
That's not factual, Madam DA. You never corrected me before.
It wasn't. No, our CFO can speak to that. They weren't billed immediately. They weren't billed immediately, but it wasn't that we weren't going to bill them.
No, the bills went out, and I've spoken to the CFO before. This one also, the previous one and this one. Because when I question why you billed over 20 million to the taxpayers when the expenses were only 18. Part of the reason is because we had to adjust those billings. And this CFO told me this. The previous CFO, I was there when I asked her to show me in her office, I asked her to show me, given that I had a little experience looking at this, I asked her to show me the billing for industrial properties. And it stood out that she didn't ever charge, there's a portion called direct billing that is calculated automatically from the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission. That was not included.
And
go ahead.
if I may, the reason that was not included is because we hadn't received the bills from the industrials, from the Passaic Valley Storage. So we knew that that part of the bill was missing.
So this is the first time that I'm told this in like 8 months discussing this, because as soon as I told the other CFO, it was addressed right away.
I believe I had this conversation with you, and I believe I told you that the schools we did miss, and I believe I told you that we did know, and the county, that's correct, and that you helped us out with that, and we did know about the industrial zone. We were just waiting from the bills for the Passaic Valley.
So you will send the bill out as incorrect intentionally?
For everybody else.
I never seen that practice. I would have never sent a bill out that I know that is incorrect.
Well, the bills weren't incorrect.
Well, you knew something was missing. They were under bill, and you billed them anyway. That's what you're saying right now, in public.
Yes, that part, yes. We were missing a part of the bill.
And you knew about it, you said, and you guys still send the bills out.
Correct.
So I'm not saying nothing wrong. I'm not accusing you. I'm saying what you're saying. So
we knew we were going to send a second part.
I just want to put on the record that nobody here, I've been talking about creating a sewer utility for over 12 years. It's been recommended by the state many times, but I also represent the people. And I see the disparity in the billing. Yes, some people might have seen their bills remain the same, some might have seen small decreases, but then I've seen people, and we've seen them here come before us to the council, and it's going to happen when we change billing. But the problem with this billing method is that we cannot control how much we're actually billing our residents.
And we are going to have something in front of you, the 6th, for you guys to make a decision on. And after you make that decision, we will revert back the billing to January 1st.
So
all we're saying is just please give us a chance to put that in front of you so we don't do anything that's against our...
So let's not prolong the discussion. Let me just finalize by saying this, and then we can go for a vote. I don't see the legality in us. If we had the legality, I would entertain what you're saying, Madam DA and CFO. I would definitely entertain not dissolving the utility, but creating the other method. But what we have before you is you cannot have an ordinance without having a billing structure, right? It doesn't hold any water. All this would do is get it off the agenda. And personally, I'd rather see this addressed right away and us do what we need to do. Listen, in the past we never had the utility, and the council took action to increase, the billing on the sewer in order to take it off the tax, the taxpayers. But remember, taxpayers and ratepayers are almost the same. The difference is you have nonprofits and others that pay sewer but not taxes. I'll leave it at that. I'll conclude my comments. I just don't see the legality of doing this, voting on this motion. That's what I gotta say. So I want to hear from Corporation Council. I just stated that you cannot have a first reading ordinance, basically stating having a structure that's not even built yet. We don't have a billing structure to have a utility in our books because a utility needs to be self-sustaining. There's no way. There's no way. So this was gonna happen. We take an action today, we'll look like fools a month later, and even tomorrow we'll look like fools. Because all it's gonna accomplish is...
We don't look like fools anyhow. Can I speak? Because you've been going on.
Well, I gotta give you my side. I'm sorry, I'm passionate. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I guess for those who wants to look at the letter that we got from the state and think that maybe not, that nothing's gonna happen, they're not gonna do nothing. I'm not quite sure if they will or not, but I think that, in order for us to, get some more transitional aid money, whatever you wanna call it, that, we must have, a sewer authority, in the thing. I think that our sewer bill has not risen in 25 years. I've been in my house 36 years. And I remember saying a couple of times to my husband, like, wow, the sewer bill hasn't gone up in I don't know when. So finally, which was great. But what was happening is that the taxpayers, and everybody can shake their head all they want, the taxpayer was picking up what sewer need to be fixed. So really what the authority does, and I'm gonna tell you, and everybody who's out there on Fair Street watching me, please, Fair Street right now, I probably got about 20 calls with, a sewer needs to be fixed on Fair Street, and the price tag is $568,000, just on Fair Street. Now, I got so many calls on Fair Street because the metal plate that we have to put down there, so it doesn't collapse. People's cars are just getting hit because people are trying to go around the plate that's in the middle of the street, so it's not getting hit. But if you think that nothing's gonna happen, you say that we can't, eliminate, we can still keep the utilities in place, and because we don't have a system in place, and I think that what we wanna do is have the sewer utilities that we don't have to go to the taxpayers to fund. That's what we're trying to do, is that we don't have to go to the taxpayer. And right now, and I heard you said it over and over, Council President, I don't need you to interrupt. I heard you over and over, because the thing is that you're saying that you borrow capital money for sewer repairs. That little $4 million that we get ready to bond ain't gonna do duty squat for nothing. What is it gonna fix? Nothing. It's not gonna fix nothing, because I got 2 streets that's $1 million. Just 2 streets $1 million that needs to be fixed, and it's been like that. I got River Street, 8 million and plus. So I'm saying we want to bring in the utilities so that we wouldn't have to go back to the taxpayers to say, we need to get some stuff. We needed to get some cushion in there, that we can have some extra money, that we can get some of our sewer, some of our sewer things fixed. 16th Avenue, let me tell you something, Fair Street, it's been like that probably the last 8 or 9 years. East 16th Street, Putman Street, 8 or 9 years. We need to have something in place so that we don't have to go after the taxpayers to get this done. So whatever we can come up with, if you don't believe the state's gonna do whatever they're gonna do, then everyone can believe what they want.
Thank you. No one is challenging the state. What I'm saying is, I push, listen, no one has pushed more than me.
Madam Councilman Dallas said it's an election year.
Hold on. No one has pushed more than me to create this utility. No one has. Now, I gave my word that I would entertain it again if they do the new method, and hopefully if the administration does a good job, my council colleagues will do the right thing for the people.
Okay, well, now you know how Councilwoman Cotton feels.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Davila, and then we should just vote on the amendment.
Council President, I don't want anyone to be misinformed out there, okay? I'm not saying that they won't take action. It is, in my opinion, I believe that we can work with them and they will work with us. Right now, we represent the people of Paterson. We need to give them what they've been asking for. Council President, there's a motion, there's an amendment, a motion, and a second. If we can just go to roll call and proceed.
Council President, I give you my time to see if I could speak, if any chance.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, there's something that always happened in this administration in the past too, and my colleagues could testify on that. Every time the council is going to make them a move to benefit the taxpayer of the city of Paterson, every time that the council want to do things and DCA is in the middle, we respect the DCA, the fiscal monitor with us, towards us. This is a letter that say you might. It don't say that you will lose. So, this is a letter without teeth, and they're going to use this type of technique. If it comes from the administration, if the administration trying to send message to them, hey, can you do something for, the council could do this or that to make sure that we could jeopardize this, make sure clarify this, clarify that. We as a governing body know what our constitution need. The fiscal monitor do not live in Paterson. They read the newspaper, what's going on in Paterson, and I respect that. But we cannot be I don't feel threatened what the DCA is saying. What is the DCA is saying to us, in other words, it's fine. If you're going to take your action regarding that, given that they gave recommendations, if you're going to take your action, this is the recommendation I gave you, but it's $2 million on the table. So I will take that message this way. It's not my responsibility to look for a $2 million, $3 million, $4 million to balance a budget, or to make sure the sewer is paid. It's the administration now that had to say, wow, we eliminated this, the council eliminated the sewer process, the sewer method or whatever. Now we need to make the necessary adjustment in the budget to make sure we don't go after the taxpayers. It's there, the ball is in their court. Right now, the administration should not wait till the last minute to make sure what we're going to do if this is eliminated. That plan should be put way before we take action. You know, I'm tired of seeing letters every time we're going to take any decision in the council to benefit the taxpayer, to make sure that the taxpayer don't get hurt. Matter of fact, we should say, you know what, DCA, take over Paterson. Do what you did in Camden. Remove us. Put fiscal monitor. Take everybody from the council, take everybody out, and manage the take over the state, the city, like they did with the Board of Ed. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, I think we're doing the right thing for the taxpayer, the city council. I know I don't see one tweak in the verbiage, because literally the utility, it will make the administration not get a real plan to work in the situation. So you know, it's my opinion, but we have to stand solid. We have heard the cry of the community. We have heard the cry of those developers. We have heard the cries of those that owns buildings in the city of Paterson, single family house, 2 family, 3 families, whatever. But we have heard the cries of those taxpayers, and we should take action, not based on the letter of DCA, based on what we have heard in the city of Paterson, well, the calls that we have received, and take action in behalf of the taxpayer into this administration or any other administration, get a method or a plan to alleviate the taxpayer regarding the sewer.
Council President.
So once again, I don't see the legality, even if we entertain this. Corporation Council, could you speak on the legality? No, we are gonna vote, but just wanna put it on the record. What's the legality of doing this? We cannot go back to first reading to leave a utility. Remember, utility gotta be self-sustained. We don't have a billing method right now. A utility cannot exist without a billing method. So there's, even if we want to entertain this, it cannot be done, it's not legal.
So, Council President, what would happen quite simply is if the amendment goes through, this would revert back to first reading. That would actually allow my office to work with Javier's office to figure out what would make sense. But quite frankly, all this would do is revert us back to a first reading and have to come back to workshop and then to a regular meeting. Then we would go from that first read at the regular meeting to another workshop, second read at the next regular meeting or the special meeting, just as our clerk has already laid out. But we'd have to tweak the language just to make sure that it was indeed legal.
So it's basically the same thing. Even if we dissolve it, we could still entertain. When you get your billing ready, we could entertain this. Could we?
Council President, I just want to correct one thing.
Go ahead, Madam Villa, then we'll go forward.
Thank you. While Councilman Velez stated the one part of the letter where he talked about that we're reducing our TA, there's the second part that does say, the city must do the following in order to remain eligible for CY21 and future TA. So that puts our entire $21 million, $20+ million at risk. And when it's something that I think this action can just be delayed and you get the same results without putting $20 million at risk, that's an action that is actually supporting your taxpayers.
Thank you. Roll call?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on the amendment, item number 1, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President, and like I said, my council colleagues have brought up valid points based on the billing. What I made this amendment is for us to pump our brakes. I was elected to represent the taxpayers in my ward who are very fiscally conservative, and this, right now, reverting back doesn't solve the problem that we're gonna be in, right? We do have a billing method when voting yes on this. The billing method is old tax rate and property taxes. We generated $3 more for sewer fees from nonprofits. The big winners out of all this is our nonprofit tax base, because they get the biggest cut, right? I'm looking at the taxpayers. At the end of the day, this isn't about anything else. All I'm saying is let's pump our brakes, right? Let's not jeopardize. Forget about the $2 million. Last meeting, they told us that nonprofits paid an extra $1 million. That's what's draining our taxpayers. All the non-tax exempt properties. And the only way we can get them to pay is through fees. And with all due respect, after seeing what happened with this council today, I don't have faith that we could come back and recreate a utility that needs 6 votes that's going to be presented from the administration. I don't think I have the faith that we could do that. Look, ask our constituents. They don't even think we can work together. We're over here trying to rush a vote that took a 30-minute discussion but wasted an hour and a half for a no confidence vote. This directly impacts the taxpayers. The reverting back, and that's the key word to taxpayers. All I'm saying is pump our brakes, bring your formula, bring the rates back, but keep the utility. I do not want to jeopardize the $2 extra million. I do not want to jeopardize the extra $1 million that the tax exempt properties are paying. They're the biggest winners out of this. And since I've been on the council, and I remember when I first got on, they gave me the tax exempt assessments, and it's over almost $1 billion, $100-something million in tax exempt property. That's why our taxes are so high. And doing this and not making sure it's a utility, they're the biggest winners, and the taxpayers are the biggest losers. We're going from bad to even more bad without a formula. That's why I can't not support putting that in the thing, that it will be paid through zero fees and property taxes. We cannot put the buck back to the taxpayers, and my vote is yes. I hope my council colleagues pump the brakes a little bit, come back with the rate system, do not dissolve the utility. That's all I'm asking. Do not dissolve the utility, because it's a loss for the taxpayers. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My councilman, Al Aziz said it all. Do you know what's gonna happen? I know that, it's gonna put the city in a really, really strain. I can't even imagine, and I can only even imagine, what happened with, Mayor Jones when he came in with a deficit and had to do 125 police officers, but what we want to do is just try to put the brakes on it for a minute, figure out how we can be able to figure it out so that we don't dissolve the utilities and see how we can get it done, and making sure that, Velez said it, Councilman Velez said it, will the state come back at us? I'm not sure. Sometimes I know they're watching us now. Sometimes, they might say, you know what, maybe they think that nothing's gonna happen. And maybe something will happen. I'm not sure. Me as a council person, we have to look at the whole picture. We have to look at how all of this is gonna affect all of us. It's not just we, it's all the citizens here in the city of Paterson, all the residents, and we know that we want to make it fair, and there were many times here that people voted, as you would say back in the day, like I double dare you. So whatever you feel, but I think that we just need to put the brakes on it. Councilman Al came up with the, he talked about just holding it, and so we can come up with a figure, give our CFO an opportunity. He says 30 days, our VA the opportunity, because we don't want to jeopardize our relationship too with the state of New Jersey, especially when you're asking for money. And we're asked for just transitional aid and we need it. And hopefully one of these days that we will be off of it. I'm not quite sure when, and maybe some of us won't even be here when that day do happen. But with that being said, I think that we need to try to put the brakes on this, and just figure out how we can do it. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
I think enough has been said. It's almost 11 o'clock, and we are now through this agenda. My vote is no for the amendment.
No. Okay. Councilman Jackson? Jackson? Finished. Councilman Khalid?
Well, by rescinding this ordinance, we'll stop the double taxation. And the winner of end of this, winner will be the residents, hardworking residents of Paterson. My vote is no to the amendment.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before my vote, we need to understand that for the last 2 years, the taxpayer have been suffering. And I still remember when we created this utility, and we went back to the council and recommended administration to go back and review it because it was wrong what they was doing, sending incorrect billing to our homeowners. And we're still having that conversation. And you know what? I definitely disagree with Councilman Al-Abdalasi. Yes, we could work together, but this is the mayor's responsibility. And this was one of the first items on the vote of no confidence. And I'm gonna say this again. You know why? Because when you're elected to serve the city, you have to have enough leadership to come back in front of this council and have a discussion with our council colleague and with this governing body and look for solution. I was expecting to see the mayor in this meeting to rebuttal and challenge all the different line items on the vote of no confidence. That's what's supposed to happen today. Not taking the vote of no confidence out of the agenda. I was expecting to see the mayor, and not because of me, but because of the taxpayer. We're here to serve the resident of the city of Paterson, our taxpayer. And you know what? We're doing the right thing. We're having the discussion, and I appreciate that the councilman tried to pull this to keep it, but you know what? That's not our responsibility. It's been 2 years already, and we've been asking the administration to please go over and take a look at it. And at the same time, I have seniors sending me their bill that went up from $128 to $600. What's the answer to those homeowners that you have? My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
This has been long and a well-spent conversation, I must say, but, let me just say this, and I have to go back to the administration. This has been a year and a half, like almost a beg, right? Pleading with the administration. There's been many residents that have called in that were instructed after they came to us first. They were sent back to the Water Commission, then to come back to us, and still no resolution, right? You have residents that we know live in homes. They live in homes. And these residents are built by their piping size that shows an apartment building, right? Which is a serious situation. But to add fuel to the fire, and this council meeting, there was a deck, and I want to go back to this council members. A deck was presented to this council from the administration to argue their case, right? They want to argue their case of, what the system was and whatever. But they put in this deck some houses in the 4th Ward on Van Houten Street. And when I saw the increases, some of those increases were like, some residents, bills were increased by $600. It went from $400 to $1,000. And it was many. We didn't ask for it. They presented this list to the council. And they could have picked anywhere in the city, but they picked the 4th Ward, and they picked this particular street. And we all got the deck. And I read it out at the council meeting, what was presented to us, right? So this process, that's why I stated it earlier, and I'm gonna reiterate it, This process is a workshop, regular, so that's first reading, voted on in the regular. Then we go into second reading, a workshop, and then it's voted on. So in all of this time, it has yet to be presented anything from the administration. Nothing till yet. Only the councilman of the 6th Ward has the brilliant idea to say, I have a great idea. We should do, and I'm saying, okay, the amendment, right, is fine, but what does the administration have? Because to go with what the councilman of the 6th Ward has said, and he told me to mind my business, stop worrying that he's not on the camera, but he came on the camera to present his case, and now that we're voting, he's off the camera again. And I know he's not using the bathroom that much, I'm just saying. But I'm just putting it on the record, like, to the administration, you have to do a better job in presenting a case. Or if this council is requesting information, you have to ensure that you're heeding what is being requested, do the audit, do what's being asked. But now we're at the 9th hour, right? And now it's like, let's try to do it. So I mean, I want to see this amendment that's being proposed. Will it work? Will it won't work? I don't know. No one seems to answer if it can. It's on the floor, but the only thing that I'm hearing that the effect of it is, right, is that it goes back to first reading. But I can't do it now because I'm in the middle of vote. But I wanted to hear from this administration, what would that do? Like his amendment, not just give you more time, right? Because you had a year and a half. So I don't want to hear it gives you more time. What happens to these residents whose bills are 300%, 400%? Like they don't have more time. They're like an inch away from, losing their homes. And let me also say this, because this is what's been rumored, that if the council does not vote a certain way, that the mayor is going to go to the public and tell the public that the council is raising their taxes. It is the purview of the administration to do their due diligence to ensure that they are providing a fiscally sound budget at every occurrence. I'm not speaking because I'm running for anything. I'm just saying what this administration presented to the council. That's what we have to go by. I don't know if what Al presented. I haven't heard anyone say what he presented could do this. What he's presented, I haven't heard anybody say that. I have not. I mean, and I've been listening. I know I've been off camera because, some great news about the young lady that was missing, which I'll announce later. But I've been off camera, but I still have been listening to the meeting, and I have not heard that. I've heard about what the state is saying. I heard about what this one is, but I have yet to hear what this administration has in play. So for me, I don't want to see us in a bad situation as a city. I don't, right? So I'm gonna. It is so tough, right? Because right now we're voting just on the amendment. So what I'm gonna do, right, just for the amendment, I'm gonna vote yes because I want to see what happens, right, with this vote of yes for this amendment. But I want to hear from this administration, whether this pass or fail, what does that mean? Because if it doesn't pass, before we go into the next vote, I want to hear, based on that, what would that do? I want this administration to tell me in definitives, what will that do? So I'm going to vote for that, only because I don't want us to be in a bind, right, for this amendment. I don't even know if I have trust in this amendment, but I want to go with the amendment only because I want to be clear that this administration is going to provide the necessary tools and what will happen to get it done. On the other hand, I have the residents who are paying these 300% bills, right? So that is the biggest concern. I don't know if it's going to pass, but if I looked at my crystal ball, I think this amendment's going to fail. I just believe that. But I'm just going to go yes, because I want to see which way it's going. I'm seeing what way is going on tonight. That's my vote for now, and we'll see what happens as this progresses.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I ask the vote count on this.
3-3.
Oh, 3-3. So this is my take on this, okay? Like always, in the last hour, some people are Muppets, and they put themselves with this administration to buy time. I think this amendment is a slap in the face to the council, okay? Ruby, thank you. But I'm entitled on my opinion.
Yeah, but don't call people Muppets. Come on, Councilman.
Well, listen,
You know,
listen,
people Muppets. Don't do that, Councilman.
Council President, Council President,
Continue.
I'm using my freedom of speech.
Right, because I wouldn't call you.
Please.
I didn't call nobody particular name to call them Muppets. But one thing I'm gonna say is, the administration had a whole entire year to come with a plan. I know that some people should recuse themselves because they had some tie with the sewer commission or whatever, but they don't do that. But in this case, I think we should go with the original plan and do what we have to do. And if the administration has a better plan, a better sewer utility, a reinvented one that do not go after the taxpayer the way they be doing it, I think they should come down with a complete plan. This amendment, what it's doing is buying time, okay, and is not really having a concept that will bring solution to the taxpayer, the city of Paterson. If it was like that, they had, since we've been talking about this for almost 2 or 3 weeks, okay, and they saw all the cries and they saw all the complaints in the past, they should have a plan and a better process regarding how to fix the sewer situation that we have regarding the billing and et cetera. So I will go with the original plan. The original plan is save taxpayer money and to make sure that the cry, at least they see alleviate in the process that they're going through right now. My vote is no on the amendment.
Councilman Jackson, I think that's Councilman Jackson. Yes. Here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
This boils down to a level of accountability. There's never any sense of urgency by this administration, the VA or mayor, when it comes to the concerns of the residents. The residents have been crying for the past 2.5, 3 years with regard to the impact that they've had with this utility and the manner in which it was rolled out. There was no evidence of any effort to make any change. And the moment that the council does what it should be doing on all fronts, exercising its authority to hold them to task, now all of a sudden, they want to reach out to the DCA. How many times do we ask for a written notice from the DCA when they tell us consistently, oh, well, the DCA is not, they said no. But yet and still we have an employee on payroll, still on payroll as a matter of fact, for well over 2 years, when the DCA has written a direct letter saying that this person is incapable of holding the position. So they pick and choose where they want to do things, and everything that's being done is done for the administration's own personal or their own rhyme or reason, for their own benefit. And it's unfair. The council has to stand up for the residents, and this is a measure that does that. I'm surprised it made it this far. I'm surprised that certain council members didn't pull the Houdini trick on this one as well. They're trying, but I don't think it's going to pass. But Madam Clerk, my vote is no on the amendment. I think this thing needs to move forward swiftly, and the administration needs to get its act together, which I don't think it's capable of doing. My vote is no.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So once again, I spent the whole day breaking my head of how we could maintain this utility without dissolving it. The mistake that we did is when we requested for this ordinance to put in place, it was combined into one. the administration or corporation council, we didn't think that we were going to be contemplating just doing one and not the other. We decided to put it all in one ordinance. But at the same time, if you look at the legality, like I stated, this would not hold water at all, because we would not have something in place for first reading until like maybe 30 days or 40 days from now. And I'm sure we're gonna get pushback from the state and this administration, because we were told basically, I think it was at this meeting on finance, that we could be challenging court. So it is not in the best interest. It doesn't seem that this administration want to do what the council is asking, which is disturbing. We're a governing body, and like I stated, if something goes wrong, and things don't work out, we need to put this together. We need to work together, like it or not. We all need to work together, and the state needs to work with us to make this work. I recall when we bought it was 8-1 vote. My council colleagues never corrected me when I said, you know what, we're gonna come back to the drawing board and let's try to recreate the utility to make sure, but it's gotta make sense. We have to have a sense of how much our residents are paying. We need to control that. Under the old method, and even when I did this analysis 13 years ago for the city, or 12, I was able to compare other towns to the city, and I knew how much those residents were paying in comparison to us. It is just a shame that the disparity is too, I hate to look, I work with numbers, and from a CFO perspective, all you see is numbers when it comes to when you do the average, right? You can say, oh, the average sewer ratepayer only went up this much. But I'm seeing people have budgets in the city. We don't have all this money to spare. That's why, I don't mean to get off subject, but that's why I asked my aide to work with the tax assessor to make sure that everyone that was mistreated with the assessment company that were here, that they will at least do their job and look into those places and go and visit those places to see that the assessment is correct. Going back to the sewer thing, even if the amendment idea, the move by my council colleague had good intent, but the legality of it doesn't hold water. It's like just voting no the next time we vote on this. All it does is removes it from the floor, and we would never be here right now if the administration would pay attention to the cry of the people. We bring the message from the people. I have scenarios where I've been sending people to get their problems corrected for over 8 months, and they don't correct them. Let me just say this, just last thing. I had a situation where someone proved to this administration that the property was not a commercial property. And every month I thought the problem was taken care of, and I would get a call from the gentleman every month. Most have taken 6, 7, 8 months for this to be addressed after we identified the problem. So I leave it at that. My vote is no.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 3 in favor, 6 against. The amendment and item number 1 fails.
We have a motion for roll call.
Okay.
Yes.
No, Mr. President. No, I'm sorry, sir.
Public hearing.
We have a motion in a second, so now we have to open the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, so the public, can I continue with that, Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the public hearing is now open for an item number 1. I was told by the IT crew that there's no one at this time. Do you want to wait like a minute or so?
Motion to close?
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendes. Roll call.
To close the public hearing?
Yes.
And Councilwoman Mendes, I'm sorry.
Roll call to close the public hearing and item number 1, which is here for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendes?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Close the public hearing, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing on item number 1 is hereby closed. Roll call, Mr. President.
Council President,
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and you've heard what I had to say earlier. This is to the residents of the 6th Ward in the city of Paterson. This is between ratepayers and taxpayers. There are more ratepayers than taxpayers. I understand the intention of this item, but as I stated 2 weeks ago, without a document showing me how we're gonna fix it, I cannot approve something that's gonna subsidize lower fees for tax-exempt properties on the burden of the taxpayers. We could say that the taxpayers are getting a break. The people that get a break, whoever gets a lower sewer bill. The people that had a lower sewer bill from before are gonna get a higher sewer bill and a higher tax bill if we do not come back to the drawing table to fix it. I'm willing to work with the administration, Council President. I know me and you talked hours to try to figure this out. I'm not gonna give up. I always try to put the taxpayers first. I just want everyone to understand, when it comes to sewer billing, you have more ratepayers than taxpayers. Tax exempt properties pay. $1 million now has to be subsidized by the taxpayers by reverting back if we don't come up with a solution. I'm willing to work with any of my council colleagues. Madam BA, please get those updated rates as soon as possible. Get that on the agenda. This is where we need to call those special meetings on the Fridays to try to get this through. Because this is not a win for the taxpayers. Their tax bill will go up. It'll jeopardize some transitional aid, which will hurt more. The intention is absolutely the best intention. I agree with them, with the volume. But I can't agree just stopping the volume of billing and then putting it back on the taxpayers. I cannot support that. I've always pushed for tax exempt properties to pay a little bit more. I will continue looking for fees for that. So at this point, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, I'm on. I had spoken, what I thought about it before. I can see the taxpayers paying more. They have been paying it anyhow, before we came up with a sewer authority device. But now we're still gonna have to look at, and it's coming, and I remember saying this 8 years ago, with this long-term control plan, it's gonna cost millions. And someone's gonna have to be able to fund it, and, everybody can look surprised, but, this has been, what I said before, mayor's just been pushing the can down the road, feeling the can's gonna come to a stop somewhere, because we have to do this because the federal government says that we have to do this. And when they say something, and even though they don't even help fund us with things that we need to try to get done, but, hopefully we can come up with something very quickly so that we don't be in the hole, you won't be having to be, and I hope that we don't get into a situation like about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, that, the taxes went up, but we have to be fair. We needed this sewer utility board to monitor. Like I said last week, I got the sheet right here. They got so many of them. Maybe everybody don't ride around like I do and see all the metal plates in the middle of the roads that we have so many of them. So, with that being said, I can't support this. We need to try to work something out. We needed to see how we could fix it. We cannot dissolve it. So, with that being said, Madam Clerk, and it's about the taxpayers. The taxpayers are going to be burdened more if someone don't come up with something. I don't want to take we can see what the state of New Jersey is going to say. I really don't know what they're going to say. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Before I vote, let me try to clarify something. Resident of Paterson, don't get misinformed. Since we created this sewer utility, have your tax gone down? No. Tax keep going up. Yes, tax has gone up. Okay, somebody shaking head, that's why I'm saying it. Since we're comparing sewer rate and tax like it's against each other. So if the sewer rate is so great, something so gravy, our taxes should have gone down there. It hasn't. So I think it's a win for residents of Paterson to rescind this ordinance, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before my vote, I just want to say that this vote is a vote in favor and in support of our taxpayer. And just for the record, one more time, it's been 2 years that this governing body, and in my case, we've been requesting the administration to look into this situation. But the lack of leadership is so out of control that he never paid attention to. And it's the mayor's responsibility to balance the budget. It's his responsibility to come back into this council with a proposal, with a plan. And the right thing to do is to say yes to repeal this. Why? Because they know that they've been overbilling, sending wrong billing to the homeowner with no action, with no consequence, and with a good surplus on the side, which is very comfortable for the administration to just keep doing this. But enough is enough. Yes to this, and to repeal this is something that must be done right now, and let the administration come back with a plan to go back into the community, but by doing the right thing. And I'm very sure that this council will be ready to work with the administration. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mitch?
So I think I said it earlier, but I just want to reiterate, right? When something is presented, there was an amendment presented, I kind of knew where it was going, right? But I just wanted to have the opportunity. But the concern that we have is that for a year and a half, I have to keep saying that, there has been a plea with this from the council to the administration to find another way. I've gotten many phone calls from residents that have issues where their bills have went up. Some residents have called in, they were instructed to go back to the Water Commission and then to come back to us and still not resolved. There are a few people, and I'll just speak to one in particular, who lives in a house. We all know he lives in a house, but his piping shows an apartment building. So if we know, to us, that's an internal coding issue that we should be able to fix as a city. So when they go to the sewer is saying, no, it's not our fault, it's something your city needs to resolve. And we have a back and forth hopscotch game with the residents, and this has been going on for a while. And meanwhile, the residents are suffering 300% increases, 400%. And I will say this, there was a presentation deck that was presented to the council by this administration. They could have picked anywhere in the world, but they picked the 4th Ward. They picked Van Houten Street. And you can, Oprah, anything I'm saying, Paterson, I want you to request this document because they presented it to us, so you should see it. When you look at how some of these residents went from $400 to $1,000, their water, it went up $600 plus. For some residents, and maybe 2 or 3, I think there were 26 residents, there were only like 2 or 3 that went down like $100. But everyone else, $600, $626, $624, $615, and that's just one block. Imagine the entire city. We only have about a 23,085 taxpayer base. That's the entity taxpayer base in the city of Paterson that carries the weight for the city, right? But we also have to consider the fact that now that we're excited that the school district has local control, there's going to be an increase coming from the school district higher than we've seen in the past, because now the city has to help undergird that. So this point to the administration. From the first point of this being given a year and a half ago to the first reading workshop, the first reading regular, all this time, right? And still we're at ground zero. Nothing is on the table. I get it, and I want to be like, yes, I want to support, but I can't because there is nothing on the table. Like, it's nothing for us to consider. There's nothing. I mean, and I know, Madam B, I see you stretching your, look, we've been stretching too. We've been stretching, we've been stretched out because the residents are calling us, and this is a tough bill because we're saying the state, and my heart goes out, but there's some stuff that we have requested to the state and we didn't even get a response. So I was shocked to see a quick response like that. I was a little surprised to see it myself, but I just want to say, and I'm gonna put it on the record before I vote for this item, administration, please, I don't want to, I know someone said, let's have all these special meetings. No, I don't want to have a whole bunch of special meetings. I want you to put together whatever the plan is, and when you're ready to present it, then we can meet. I don't want to have 50 meetings to say, oh, I think this will work. Well, we need to work on it again. No, put it together. Do whatever you need to do to work it out to make sure that when this is rolled out, it is properly allocated to everyone. We don't have issues that I heard earlier by a CFO that said we knew that we were billing people incorrectly. That is illegal. And this was said on the record that we know we were billing people illegally. We just have to do better. I'm praying for brighter days. I believe the sun will definitely come out tomorrow. But for this item, I know the administration is saying that it will be bad. The taxpayers will thank us for going back and doing the right thing as it relates to their billing system. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, let me say something before I vote, and I want to keep this clear. I'm not worried about to hear what the state is going to say. They already spoke. They sent a letter. What I'm more concerned is what this administration is going to do. Who they going to go after? And they should go after their own advisors. They should go after the same individual that sit in that cabinet. They should go to them and say, you know what? Now the ball is in our court. We have to present something to the constituents, to the taxpayer Paterson that convince the council that it's going to work. Everybody has said the same thing all over and over. Taxpayers. You know what? It's a little bit uncomfortable to hear that we're going to after the taxpayer. If this administration puts something forward in front of us that they're going to retaliate and go after the taxpayer, we're going to vote it down. What we want is something that really going to work, not reinventing the wheel, something that really is going to work, and that is going to work for good. So, we have made our comments way back. I recall one thing that, and I don't know if my colleague is going to recall it too, that when we was asking question, what's going on with this billing? The administrator says, oh, the water commissioner, the sewer commissioner, or whatever it is, has a problem over there. Oh, is the dimension of the pipe? Oh, is this, is that? Meanwhile, the taxpayer had her, not purchase their complete food to put on the table because they had to pay a bill because now they was going to go to tax lien on it. So, you know what, administration, the ball is in your court. I think you could do better, and I think you could come back with some kind of answers that the council could vote on favor. But and the last time that I asked administration is that I think this was not fair because it was going more to the first, second, third family houses and development, and meanwhile the nonprofit was not paying the fair share. So, and it's not fair for one side and not good for the other, so I'm not gonna say sorry, the only thing is I gotta say is get to work. You had to prove that you had the good intention not to put taxpayer burden to the taxpayer, and also making sure that you bring the real crew revenues to the city to cover our debts and balance our budget. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Well, to the residents of Paterson, and my council colleagues, and the mayor, I'm gonna pass a comment to everyone. Let me just start by saying how there's been instances. We're here right now out of frustration, right? We're trying to meet the need of our residents, and it's been difficult because all I expect from this administration is when I go to you, just tell me you're gonna look into it. But automatically, you don't tell me, that I'm wrong when I present something. I'm gonna give you one example pertaining to the sewer. I'm gonna stick to the sewer. And my intent is not to, make the administration look bad, but I just want the state, because the state watches meetings, right? When we sold this sewer utility, I was a big part, and this whole council bought into the plan also, and we voted for it. When we created this utility, we knew the benefits of the utility. Let me remind you, all this did, this utility, is, it became self-sustained, but in an ideal world, right? Since we removed the portion of the sewer that wasn't being covered by the fees, we moved it from the budget. In a perfect world, it should have gone down, right? Sewers go up, taxes go down. That didn't happen. 2.5% as per the MOU, we increased taxes, the levy, 2.5%, and we also generated a few $1 million with the levy, and also we had it one time. So I just want to remind, I just hope that in DCA, I know they have some new people right now, I just hope that they had people that have been there for 20 years, and they know that this has been the council that have worked more, believe it or not, that have worked more for this administration. I challenge anyone to tell me otherwise. I remember, I had this conversation with the mayor, and he made me laugh. You guys recall when Councilman Boris put on the floor to reduce the levy by $5 million? Well, the state didn't approve of that. That was a bad financial move for the city finances. It was a great move for the taxpayers, right? Now, our mayor voted for this, right? If our mayor were sitting here tonight, he will vote just like we're voting, believe it or not. Look at his record, right? That's why he got elected. When he got elected, he was about the taxpayers, right? That's what everybody told me. Never votes on a budget, never does this, and this is not taking a jab at the mayor. The reason I'm passing this comment is, sometimes you need to sit down and reflect when you were an FC, right? You have to reflect. And this is, as a councilman, this is what I do. I put myself in other people's shoes. Listen, I knew I was gonna get, my colleagues were gonna hold me accountable for an action that I took, but deep inside, I know that even if we don't get along, we don't have to be friends. For the residents of Paterson, we have to try to work together. And the reason I'm saying this, I hope that the mayor doesn't turn around, right, and start going publicly that this move by the council is going to raise people's taxes. Let me just say, this has been the only mayor in the past few years that have not had to face a fiscal problem in the city's finances. And I don't want him to say it, and again, I'm not bashing him, I'm just being realistic, and I want anybody to challenge what I'm saying, including himself or this administration. The reason he haven't had to face a financial challenge is because we have taken measures to generate additional revenues, not to put the burden on the taxpayers, but to also improve the services for the residents. So all I'm saying is this, I just hope the mayor doesn't come after this vote, and instead of working and putting something together to alleviate this problem that was created, and I wouldn't say a problem, this is an action that was needed because the administration was not being attentive to our needs. There was one time that I went to the VA. The way it was sold to us is that all the non-for-profits were gonna absorb some of the costs. I go to the VA and ask her about the school district. She told me the school district is not supposed to pay. Anybody can make a mistake, but you don't provide an answer. If I'm telling you that they're supposed to pay, at least tell me you want to look into it. 8 months passed by or 6. We're at a point now that yes, we all agree that they need to pay. The reason I'm bringing this up is because when we bring you a concern, it's the concern of the people. It's the concern of the people. Yes, you might do an average and say, oh, the average is, this is an increase, but remember, people don't have their money together in the city. You might have a person paying 400, you have one paying, I've seen people bill up to 2,000. Just shake your head, council members. Anybody went up to 2,000 that you have seen? So.
Personally, none.
Yours was, and I didn't mean to laugh, I apologize. I just didn't know that this was your situation. All I'm saying is, DCA, we want to recreate this utility. We need for the administration to do their part. We don't need them using, the media out there or scare tactics well, we're past scare tactics. We're taking an action right now. We just need to move forward and try to put this utility back together using a billing method that we could actually manage of what people are paying. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading. Did you want to take us the consent item, Mr. President?
Yes, let's take the consent items.
Council President, were you just gonna let me address one thing?
I'm sorry, yes.
Council, we understand we just had that vote, but I did want to make one important clarification, and I know Councilwoman Mims had talked about this listing of properties, and I think this is really what gets at the disagreement about this, and we have the specialist the consultant who is going to be reviewing this, helping us provide something to bring back to you and have a sewer utility. But I think it's really important to make sure that we are recognizing the fact that when we showed you the document and that showed all the houses on Van Houten Street, and you're emphasizing the difference in the bills, what you're not emphasizing is the difference in the volume. And I just want to put some very important facts on the record, and then we can move on. I'm taking 2 houses off this list. There is one house that bill went up to about $1,000, one house that remains close to the original 2-family house of $429. The first house, and I'm going to use it instead of CCF, what's listed on the slide that we showed you is CCF. What is in, most of us understand gallons a little bit better. That first house, their gallon usage was 295,000 gallons. That's the bill for $1,000. The second house was 71,000 gallons. 295,000 gallons versus 71,000 gallons. That's why you see a difference in the bills. If we want to go back to a system where that house, both of those houses, pay the exact same amount, who is subsidizing whom? The people who are using less are subsidizing the people who are using more. And so whenever we talk about that slide, I think it's really important to say that. We look forward to working with you to make sure we create a system that is equitable, even if it's something that is a flat, fixed rate. Thank you.
Council President?
Council President?
So we're not prolonged because this is why we're in the situation.
I don't.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you the floor, I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
This is why we're in the situation because we're telling the administration what we need, and the whole theory that we could be taken to court, we had that bidding method for many, many, many years. Contrary to what Councilwoman Cotton said, there was council members voted to increase 25% every year. You recall that? So
yeah.
I just don't see it. Again, this is the issue with this administration. We're equal when it comes to the legislative body and the administration. You have to work with us. It's not always the way you want things. We also have to answer for the people. But I leave it at that. Councilwoman Mims.
I really wasn't going to say nothing, but she said my name. So what I said to this administration, right, and I want to be clear, I said that you presented a deck. Out of all the properties in the world, you presented those addresses, right? You could present
because it was a street of 2-family homes, correct?
You spoke. You could have presented any addresses. I'm just saying when you're presenting to the council, please do your due diligence. You know, I work with you. I work with the administration. And I want to make sure we do the right thing, but when you're presenting information to us, and then we see what's on paper, we have the phone calls, because I don't think you get the phone calls that we're getting. I don't think you're getting all of the back and forth from the community. You don't get what we get, because we're in the community every single day. We're out there. So and this has been asked for a while. I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, because I think we already beat it long enough. But I am just saying once again to the administration, the vote is over. We should not even be going into what was in the deck and it doesn't matter. Right now, since you haven't done it, the administration has to present to this council a working plan or working document showing for good faith and good effort that you're working on it. Should be no more conversation. The vote is already done. The roll has been called. That's what we're looking for. Like, we're willing to work with you, but you got to give us something to work with. We have yet to receive anything. So that's what I'm putting back on the record, Council President. Since my name was called, I had to respond. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Melez?
Okay, Council President, Madam DA stated something and it triggered me a little bit, and it's regarding that she could work with a consultant. Are those consultants already in place, or those consultants is going to come back to the council to hire a consultant for this particular thing? Because if the consultant was already in place, they don't have no excuse to get something to work. Are they going to hire a consultant for this?
Council President, if I can answer, since the original action the ordinance was put on for first reading, we have worked to try to get a consultant on, a contract, a scope of service presented to us. We have finalized that today. It doesn't have to come before council. It's below the threshold for a resolution, but we are still doing that. And that's the work that the administration has been doing since the council has taken this action, because we want to make sure that we come together and have something that's done properly.
Okay, use them. All right.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
So, one, this is about time. This is the very first time in the last several years, 2 years, that this council has taken action to hold this administration accountable. I'm very surprised that they've done so, but I'm very pleased. And just to comment on some of the comments that have been made thus far, with regard to Councilwoman Mims' comment, whether or not the BA receives these calls from the public. It's my personal opinion that there's no regard for the public's concern. This administration, including the BA, feels as if they are hired, they're above the regard of answering to the public. It's about what they want, and that's it. And it took the action of this council to get a response from them to move on this item. It's much like the callous statement that was made during a cabinet meeting where the BA made a statement amongst the entire cabinet that she doesn't get a raise for $150,000, she's leaving. And I've asked the question multiple times for her to answer that, because see, the public, people have forgotten. These positions are public servant positions. We are here to render services to the public, and the public is entitled, one, to equitable service being rendered, and two, when there's statements as such as being made in a public setting based on public dollars, there should be an answer to that. Now, this council, including Council President, has not held her feet to the fire and not asked the question, is that the case or not? But this is just another example of how the public's concerns are not really taken seriously. And when we have a number of different foreclosures that's taking place, because there's been a number of items. Let's not forget, we have landlords in those same two-family houses that she's talking about that have not been able to collect rent. Councilman Shaheen, I've gotten so many calls from so many individuals from the Bengali community where they have had residents and tenants in their homes that have not paid rent for over a year. And they're begging for assistance. What am I to do? Now, when the courts open up, these banks are not waiting for this thing to happen. They're taking on this detriment of paying these increased taxes on the sewer fees. So this is definitely a great action, and it's necessary. So I'll rest it there, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the results of this will be.
Thank you, Councilman. We still have a lengthy agenda. We have, bond ordinances to vote on. We also
Council
have
President, 2 and 3 has to be pulled.
2 and 3 because of the utility, right? That's
Correct.
So we're putting 2 and 3.
And 3,
We're gonna vote on the consent agenda, then we're gonna vote on 4 and 5.
we're taking off items number 2 and number 3 from the agenda?
Yes, remove number 16 also, Madam Clerk.
Off number 2.
This was discussed in finance and we agreed that it was gonna be removed.
Number 16 for the record is being removed.
It's gonna go to workshop number 16.
The next workshop in March 2nd?
Yes, for a discussion.
Okay, workshop March 2nd. Just for discussion?
No, it's gonna go to workshop. It's not gonna go for a vote.
Discussion, okay. So number 2 and 3 just off for now, correct?
Yeah, 2 and 3 is just gonna be off because we no longer have a utility, so.
Okay, perfect. All right, should I continue?
Can I ask you a question though before we continue?
Yes.
Javier, Mr. CFO, I have a question. Given that you already put together the supplemental debt statement, shouldn't that have to be redone?
I haven't filed it yet. It doesn't have to be filed until the second reading.
Sounds good. All right. Let's continue, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay, so we continue with the non-consent item, Mr. President?
No, did we vote on the consent agenda already?
No, we didn't. Should I proceed with those?
Yes, consent,
Okay.
and then we do 3 and 4, and then we go to the regular items.
Okay.
I mean, not 3 and 4, 4 and 5.
Okay, next item is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 8 through 12. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. Have a motion?
So move.
Second.
I got Councilman Davila for second, I didn't get the first.
So move. Realize.
Councilman Velez, okay.
I was second as well.
And second.
Okay, second from Councilman Davila, Mims, and Mendes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call on items number 8 through 12 on the consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
The vote is 9 in favor and none against. Items 8 through 12 on the consent agenda hereby adopted.
Council President?
Should I proceed? This is
Council President?
Davila, yes.
Do you mind if we could do 14 since it's quick, it's only because I believe that they're watching, and if we go into 4 and 5, we can extend and past 12, can we just take it real quick?
3 is off.
14.
Well, the same thing could be said with number 13.
Yes.
I want to be fair though. Now, let's handle, there's council members that probably, I don't know if they're going to be here the whole meeting. So let's just do 4 and 5. There's a bond ordinance that needs actually 6 votes. So we can't take a chance.
You took the bond ordinance off.
Yes.
No, all of them.
That's what I was told. No, we just have one bond ordinance.
No, we didn't take all of them off though. We took,
We voted on them last week, Council President, and
There's no bond ordinance on that one. It's
If I may,
One.
and I made the correction, the clarification, Mr. President.
go ahead.
Okay, last week when we adopted the other 4 bond ordinances, I stated for the record, as per bond council, second reading will be held on March 23rd. So they wouldn't have gone to this agenda.
Got it. So let's do 4 and 5. The ordinance for the alcoholic.
Let's do item number 4. Item number 4 reads, the first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance amending chapter 113 of the Paterson Code entitled Alcoholic Beverages, sponsored by Council President Rivera, Councilwoman Davila, and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mee.
So moved.
Before we proceed discussion,
Then you have a motion by Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
So before we proceed, right, the intent of this measure is to make sure that we have a nonsense approach. For too long, you have people that actually are paying rent and have, legal licenses, and they're being oftentimes penalized with early closures and everything else. Then you have an illegal industry out there of people just throwing illegal parties. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, I was told by Corporation Counsel, and I hope you come back in the screen, Corporation Counsel, that we might have issue with this because the fines are too high, which doesn't make sense. I'm not saying you're wrong, Corporation Counsel. What I'm saying is, if you put that type of limitation, I want to know the law that's putting the type of limitation on us, because first of all, they're not supposed to be operating illegally. So this is what's happening right now. Some of these illegal establishments make up to $17,000 or more a night. If you hit them with $1,000, they're gonna open tomorrow. You hit them with another 1,000 and even 5,000, they're gonna open again, and that's why we're taking this measure. So I want to hear from you before we take a vote. I want to hear from Corporation Counsel. What was that text about pertaining to the questioning of the fees?
No problem. So what I text Council President was that there were some concerns. I'm having my staff do the research that the amount of the fines may be problematic. But I did ask my staff to gather the case law so I could present it to the council. And it is important for me that I do give you the case law so that the council can make an informed decision. But that was the information I received. So I wanted to make sure I brought it to Council President's attention before the vote, because I don't want the council to be caught unawares should I come back at next meeting and say, unfortunately, we can't move this forward. So I did want to be very transparent about that.
But the thing is, we would at least appreciate to give us an overview of what you were told, because if I have to proceed, right, if it cannot be enforced, I understand. But the message needs to be sent, and they need to be closed after the third time, right? So we need to know, like, what was the law that was read that stated that the fines would be an issue?
Council President, can if there's questions, I would think that, maybe this is gonna be a lengthier discussion, and because it's first reading, we should just put it in the next workshop and have the discussion there.
That's a good, yeah, we could do that, but I just want to know.
I appreciate that. Literally, I just got the information right when I texted you, Council President, is when my staff sent me a blurb that it could be problematic. And then, so as soon as I got it, I immediately sent it to you because I didn't want there to be any issues about why it may be a problem at the next meeting. I do agree with Councilwoman Davila in that if we just table it to the next meeting, I can have a full memorandum ready for you with the appropriate case law, then the council can make an informed decision.
Council President, I move motion to remove items 4 and 5 for our next workshop, so we can have that discussion and then we can proceed, to the next regular.
So Corporation Counsel, and again, whoever sent you this information, we had this for a while now, right? To get it last minute on the day of the meeting, you're gonna have to have a conversation with your staff, because this is not right.
I hear you, Council President, and I do apologize. The issue is that half of my staff is in quarantine, including myself. So because half of us are in quarantine, the other half that's actually in the office has to now do the work that the other half of us should be doing if we weren't in quarantine. So that's why it was a last minute situation. However, I will own that. It is my office, therefore it's my fault. But we will have that information for you prior to the next workshop so that the council can be fully informed and make an informed decision.
Thank you very much. So it's taken off the agenda. Let's continue.
No, Mr. President.
Yeah.
No, Mr. President, we don't have to do a roll call. At this point, at number 4, I'm asking Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez at this point if they will withdraw their motion and their.
Yeah, withdraw my motion.
Council President, Madam Clerk, I remove my vote.
Your motion.
Sorry.
Also, I will follow Councilwoman Davila also.
Thank you.
But, Council President, you know what? I know some cases are presented from other states and other places, but we have to do what we have to do in the ordinance in the municipal level.
Right.
There's a lot of ordinance out there that do not have to do with the state, have to do nothing with the federal. It's implemented locally in that municipality, And if there's no statute in the state level, there's one in the ordinance in the municipal level.
And to answer that comment, you know what? Let them take us to court and spend the money.
Correct.
Because we, this is nonsense, you know, we were elected to make a change.
Correct.
It's gone on for too long, and we have to be, we just gotta do what we need to do.
And I understand that prosecutors and judges will understand that we want quality of life in the city of Paterson.
Correct.
So, Council President, you're gonna remove item 5 as well?
Yes, we have to remove 5 also.
Mr. President, I have a question. Item 4 and 5 we're removing from the agenda. Is legal will be providing the clerk's office with different ordinances to go for the next workshop?
Correct, but we need to have the conversation with them before it's sent.
Okay, so
we need to make the decision as a council.
Okay, so I cannot use these for the next workshop.
Especially the ones that are sponsoring, you know.
Okay, so these 2, I will not add them on until I get additional information. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Council President, I'm gonna have to excuse myself, okay? You have a good night, everyone. Bye.
Good night.
So, you know what? Those can wait. Let's do the ones that Councilwoman Davila actually. Let's do number 13, 14. Let's go in that order.
13, 14, and I think 15?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item number 13. Item number 13 reads, resolution renaming Putnam Ave Oval in honor of Ray Lige Sr., sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, City Council Resolution 21077.
Second.
Councilman Mims?
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second
By Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman Cotton, and then
That's it.
Thank you.
Roll call.
roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 13 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
You know, I just want to say this is truly an honor. You know, my kids played at Putnam over when they was in high school, and but to Mr. Lyon, I remember him when he was parent coordinator at Eastside High School, and I would say probably in 1998 and 97, he was parent coordinator there. But it's an honor, and he's been doing sports, and I can say way before most of you sitting up here knew you were still little babies, but he was coaching, he was a coach to a lot of little children through the city, and a lot of them have gone on to be very, very, very successful. So, along with Councilwoman Nance, it's an honor to, you know, when you think about people and their lives, and I remember somebody said to me, why do we honor people? Or why do we want to memorialize them? You know what? A lot of people have done so much good stuff in this community, and I'm talking about, I've been around here from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s, where maybe some of you have not been around with some of these people, but I've been around them, and it's an honor that we're going to name the Putnam over in honor of Ray Lige Sr. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila? Yes, okay.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, I never had the opportunity to play at Putnam's Oval outside of Fields Day at School 21. But I spent many days on the sideline over there when my father was playing, and he often played against or with Coach Lige. I had an opportunity to play for him when he was my coach for All Wags, and I watched him do a lot of other things in the community. It's definitely a worthy and admirable action. So I'm happy to support it and happy to see it be named. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So, what an honor, right? When it comes to the sports and the contributions of so many people, so many ethnic groups have played in this field, right? People know Ray Light Senior, they know Ray Light Junior, they know the wife who is the assistant superintendent, they know the daughter who's the principal. This, when it came to this particular item and the contributions that Mr. Ray Light Senior have contributed to the area of sports, and being at a lot of different events that I see there, T-ball is there, you have the adults playing baseball, you have the adults playing softball, you have Nifty Lions there, Silk City Cardinals. I mean, Councilman Cotton and I have been there many times on the bus, taking chips and juice, many times, you know, standing out helping them tag. And so not only renaming it, I also have to put it on record, and we'll be voting for the final, so it's not final, but the first reading is done. I want to thank the administration, because I've been advocating for almost a year to renovate Putnam Oval. When only 1% of the budget is going to recreation, we have to creatively do things to provide recreational opportunities for our youth. So it's not only the renaming, which is a great honor for Mr. Ray Light Senior, who is well deserving of it, but I can't wait till the final vote for the renovation of Putnam Oval, which is much needed. And I have to say thank you to the administration. I know you were sick of hearing me all those months. Let's get it done. It needs to be done. It's terrible. And I just want to thank you for that. But thank Mr. Ray Light Senior. It's an honor to give you your flowers while you can smell them. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Blanche?
Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilwoman Liz Lemons took my line, so I agree whatever they said. And my kids was proud of Bayside High School, and we'd be proud of the work that they did with all the students. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
You're muted, Council President.
I basically congratulated the Light family, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 13 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 14. Resolution honoring Victoria Paula Oquendo as a part of the City of Paterson's 2021 observance of Black History Month, sponsored by Councilwoman Marissa Davila, City Council Resolution 21078.
Second.
Davila?
So, all second.
Who was it moved by?
This is
Second.
I'm talking now, because remember when we had our Black History Month people, we all really wanted to do it separate. We really did want to do our separate. But we were kind of forced to put it all together. And what it states, and I'm going to let you know, Council President, it says all council members.
Didn't we have a situation that it was really late on the night? So let's tell the full story. I think I've been fair.
I'm just saying, let's
hold on a minute. We're making a big deal. Listen, everything is not a conspiracy.
I'm not making a big deal.
Council President.
Everything is not a conspiracy theory. That night, it was really late at night. It was like 1:30 in the morning. It was 2 in the morning.
We still love the people that we honor. You know,
Council President,
Councilwoman Davila.
Council President.
Can we put the motion on the second on the floor?
I moved it, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
And I second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila.
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Mendez and Velez and Cotton. I guess the whole council. How about that?
Okay, so Council President,
Except Abdelaziz, he's not here.
So Council President, if I may, and I don't need to put people's business out there, but there was a situation of the reason why, and Corporation Council knows it.
No, Councilwoman, Davila.
Let her speak.
Councilwoman, I have the floor. There was a situation that was, it was unfortunate. We were not able to get the information because she was very ill. And that's the only reason why it was put forth. And when we went to workshop, am I correct, Councilwoman Mims? I asked, can you please put it, only because at the time I thought she was the only one, right? And not to put it on non-consent. So I don't want anyone thinking that, there was any privileges or anything, Miss Oquendo was ill. And I was not able to obtain the information in a timely fashion for the council to have the resolution in front, so.
No, we're not thinking that, Councilwoman, because mine's is still not taken care of yet either. So, we're not thinking that way at all.
Okay, so I wanna thank everyone, so if Council President, if you can take, we can vote on this measure right now? This resolution?
We're still in discussion, hold on a minute, Councilwoman Mims.
Just a recommendation, because it can be done, Council President. There's nothing wrong with everyone seconding the motion, but I just think out of courtesy for every council member that nominates a person, because presently, when you look at the item, it shows on the first line, it is motioned by everyone, and then this is second by everyone. I think just out of common courtesy and recognition of Black History Month, every council member that honored their individual person should be the sponsor, and then the council can be.
We said, I think we said the same thing last time.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, we did. We said it last time that it was gonna be moved by, the person that's recognizing them, and then the rest of the council. Like, the sponsor, not move, the sponsorship. You recall that?
It's not yet, but it's not, I'm just saying, I just want it on records, because, Madam Clerk is okay with changing, to change it, but I just wanna bring it to you, because I don't wanna, it be done, but I just said, just out of, recognition of every council member that sponsors, that.
So for the record, Madam Clerk, as long as I'm president, any such, recognition, is gonna be moved by,
The person who's sponsoring it.
the person who sponsored it, and it's gonna be seconded by everyone, on the council.
It's on the resolution that we adopted last time. Each person who was sponsored is listed on the resolution.
Correct.
And the sponsor, they're all there, because I looked at them and they're there.
Thank you.
But what we're saying is the move. The person to move it should be the corresponding council person that sponsored the resolution. The second should be by the.
So this is what I want to say, out of courtesy, that way we don't put that work on the clerk. Because technically you have to physically move it, right?
Yeah.
You can't just automatically, so let's just keep the courtesy, we all could work together. If Councilwoman Mim is sponsoring something, she's the sponsor, give her the courtesy, don't try to jump out and try to be the one that move it. Let her move it, how about that, how about we do that? Common courtesy. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's continue, Madam Clerk, please.
It's been that way anyhow, Council President.
Let's do the roll call.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 14 for approval, Councilwoman Khan.
It is truly an honor. I see that my councilwoman at large, Marissa Davila, did my Victoria for Black History Month. She is such a sweetheart. And I just want to say to you, Victoria, congratulations. And I'll talk to you soon. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
So since I've been on the council, for Black History Month, for Hispanic Heritage, I've always, for the most part, have acknowledged and always asked my colleagues also to acknowledge city employees. I thought it was really important because of the morale and all the things. And that's been going on almost, 7 years. This time around, I chose Victoria, and we have a story. We have an interesting story. She came to the council. That's actually, I was chuckling the other day because in reality we went to school 20, so she graduated with my sister, but I didn't really know her. So I said that, I met Victoria when she came to the council and she went off. And she addressed me a certain way. And to not elongate the story, all I can tell you is God is good. I happened to be in a place where she was as well, and she approached me, she said, I'd like to speak to you on the matter that she was addressing me because there was a misunderstanding. So moving forward, it's been a few years now. Victoria, I love her passion. She's a strong woman, but I love her passion. And when speaking to her, and seeing her involvement, one of the things that stands out is the love for children. And throughout this pandemic, how she went out there on her own, dressing up and going through the different wards to put a smile on children's faces, making little goodie packets, with coloring books and different things. And so, when we say history, this is history, okay? And Victoria deserves this. I think that, when I approached her, she was so, besides the fact that she was ill, she was also overwhelmed and said, well, like, they didn't think that she deserved it. I'm like, what do you mean? We want to be able to acknowledge those that love our city and do right by the city. And I said, you are history, you are Black history. So with that said, if you read the resolution, I would have wished to have read it. She has been an employee before in the city of Paterson, School 20, Eastside High School. So we have a lot in common. And, as mothers that we are, we once in a while, talk about our children and different things. And I think that she's well deserving of this. So with that said, Victoria, hopefully, you're watching, probably not, but if not, I look forward to Madam Clerk making sure that this gets framed, council can sign it, and that way I can do a proper presentation to her physically. All right, so with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, if you're from the community and you move around in the community, you've met her probably once or twice. If you've done something that requires her attention, I'm sure she's let you know. She has never been shy about addressing some of the issues. She's spearheaded many fights from her position as just a constituent, and it speaks volumes for her effort. So she's definitely a pillar in this community and is well deserving of this acknowledgement. So I'm happy to be able to support it as well. Job well done, Ms. Oquendo, and we know you have a lot more work still to do. But my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid? Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Victoria Oquendo, congratulations, well deserved. Those that remember, when we started cleaning Barbaro Park, she was in the front line along with Councilwoman Mins, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Barbaro Park, Brother G. We demolished the house across the street from Barbaro Park. And you used to see Miss Victoria chasing people, those drug addicts out of the park. I still remember all of this. But one of the pictures that I have in my mind, that I still have in my mind from her, was in front of the library, right on Broadway, with the sign, fighting for our children. Her love, for our children is incredible. So well deserved. You are a fighter, you are a champion in our community. And I hope you well enjoy, and I look forward to see you around the city, just to give you a hug and congratulate you in person. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mintz?
So I concur with everything that's been stated, but I also have to include in all the things that were said, her advocacy on the school boards. I think that's where I initially met her, at the school board meetings, but also with the needle exchange. With her bringing the bag, I know the council remember bringing the bag with the needles in it when we had the influx of needles all over the city, and we were out advocating and picketing in front of the needle exchange program on Broadway. And so, there's so much to be said. She's the fourth ward resident. She's an advocate. She does so much with the kids after school, her business, Creative Kids. And I remember with my event in the park, it's called Come Unity Day in the Falls, that actually came from Victoria. She took me and introduced me to this park, which I never knew existed, by the Great Falls. And I've had an event there ever since. And I told her every time I have an event, her business will be a part of it. But I want to thank her for that, because I never knew that Mary Ellen Kramer Park existed over in that little cut behind Hitchcock Stadium in the fall. So there's so many things that we can say about the great advocacy and the work. how well deserved, Councilwoman Davila of this honor for Victoria. Queen, thank you for all you do. Thank you for always standing up when we choose to sit or not say anything. You've been, an advocate and you've been a strong voice. And I know many people, are appreciative and many lives have been saved because of your advocacy. Well deserved. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Once again, I agree with all the statements. Everybody's taking my lines, but that's okay. Victoria Kendo, my heart is always with you, everything you do. Council, and this is one of the community leaders that if you gonna go and stand in front of her without the correct facts, she will put you in place and set the record straight. So, and we need more people like that. We need more people like that, passion, compassion, and making sure that that anybody that use her service, even though she said, no, don't pay me, please give her a donation. She still needs it. So, saying that, Victoria Kendo, I asked her one day, do you speak Spanish, Ms. Okendo? She said, I'm half. So hey, Okendo come from there. So this is a community leader you don't want to mess with because she put the record straight, and we need a lot of people like that. So congratulations, and Councilwoman Davila, you did a good choice on it. Trust me. And my vote is yes, totally yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Ms. Okendo, congratulations. I remember you from the Board of Ed, I saw, you held me accountable a few times. You were there all the time, but you did address me a handful of times. But just, that's part of the job. I never take that personally. I actually enjoy people holding me accountable. That's what I'm here for. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 14 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 15. Resolution honoring Sophia Alexander as a part of the City of Paterson's 2021 observance of Black History Month, sponsored by Councilman Jackson, City Council Resolution 21079.
Second.
Second by the entire council.
Yeah.
So moved by Councilman Jackson, second by the entire council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 15 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Well, I forgot that, what's the name left again? Let me just say, Sophia which is Councilman Jackson's secretary, and let me say, she's a sweetheart. She will go all out her way, but they all really go all out their way for everything that you need to get done. And let me just tell you something, Councilman Jackson, sometimes I'm here with her to 7, 8 o'clock at night, because I always say I don't like to leave anyone here by themselves, so I'll just stay on with them. But she's a sweetheart. She will do everything for all of us. So, great choice, Councilman Jackson, because she has such a caring heart. So, with that being said, we love Sophia. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
I will say that definitely well deserved.
Yeah.
Deserving of this recognition. And I stated it last week, Black history is every day. But it's nice to at least have a moment where we highlight, those special individuals. And, since I've met Sophia, one of the most beautiful things about her is her smile and her kindness. I've never, ever, ever seen her raise her voice, and she's always calling. And although she's not my per se secretary, Councilwoman Cotton said it best. It doesn't matter who she's assigned to. Whatever we ask of her, she's there. So I really appreciate her, and I congratulate her. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This acknowledgement is just a testament of hard work and labor that many of our employees put on, and Miss Alexander is an example of that. Every day she comes to work, she exemplifies perfection. She makes sure, even if I tell her I send her an email, it does not need to be reviewed, she does it anyway, and she'll send it back with any amendments.
She goes above and beyond for all the things that she does for me. And she is, a shining star amongst many stars, and she's an example of what resonates in that office. And it's a pleasure to just acknowledge her. I tried my best to do it as a surprise, and it's part of the reason why it got to the agenda so late. So I appreciate the work from you, Madam Clerk, and the office.
I'm laughing, Councilman. We had to keep it a secret. I understand.
I know. Alexander is so diligent with helping, even when it's not her meeting.
I know.
She'll notice every single item. So I appreciate the work that you do, Ms. Alexander. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is just a small token of my appreciation. So I hope you enjoy it. And my vote is yes. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman. I'm laughing because we had to keep it a secret, Jackie and I. Councilman Kelly.
Congratulations, Ms. Alexander. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to congratulate my secretary, Sophia. And I just gotta tell you, every time I receive a phone call from a constituent, every time somebody call her, she put me on the phone right away. Just right in a minute, and I love that about her. She's on top of everything. She's amazing. And it's a blessing to work with her. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims.
Councilman Jackson, I think you picked a really great pick. Councilman Khalik, I just love your commentary. It's like, yes, I really love that. Maybe I'll learn that by going into my next year. But Sophia is amazing. One thing I love many things about her, but one thing I really love about, she knows every council person for themselves. And when you come into the office, no matter where she is, if she's on her desk, if she's whatever, she comes over just in case you're gonna leave to make sure she greets you. I highly respect that. We share many tips, fashion tips. And I truly respect the work that she does when she calls and she does what she does to make sure that the work continues. And Sophia, this is greatly, it's an honor that I'm able to vote in favor of it on behalf of you because you do a great job. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Sophia, what I could say about Sophia, hold on. Min says that she shares a lot of fashion things. Yes, she also shares a lot of things about Councilman. You look great. You look great. Well, one of the things I have to say about Sophia is that you cannot, if you go through that office, especially me, I go through the office to go to mine, and she always come and open the door and say, Councilman, are you okay? And I said, yes, I'm okay. Oh, I just want to make sure you're fine. And, she always greet you with that smile and that blessing. And she's a woman of God. And one thing that she don't tolerate, please, and anybody do not know this, probably Jackson knows because he mentioned it once about 3 years ago. She don't like people spraying Lysols in the office, please. She don't like that. For her health, you know what I'm saying? And I realized that I was doing it unconscious, but that's okay. But that's why before the pandemic, it's about 3 years ago, but she's a great lady, and it's a blessing to have her in our office. And you can notice that she always sticking to her job and always doing what she has to do. And with her sweet voice, I think she put calm, not to the two council members that she's assigned to, I think to all of us, and it's a great choice, Councilman Jackson. And I believe all the choices that have been done for this Black History Month have been a great one. Giving all those recognition to people that really deserve it, and hopefully a few years from now we could continue doing the same thing. So, Madam Clerk, don't get jealous. I still love you too. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Want to congratulate Sophia for everything she does for the council, and I'm gonna say, this whole staff has grown on me. When I started, I didn't know the ladies. But after being here for a while, they're all professional. But Sophia, when she calls, she sends out. She have a soft voice. She calls to basically, I don't speak to her much, but she does call and oftentimes take the roll call to see who's going to be at the meeting. And she answers the phones from time to time when I call. So congratulations, Sophia, and well deserved. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
So, Madam Clerk, before we continue, I know we have our director. He's been very patient. He gave me the news that we might have a storm soon, or some snow. So let's do number 7 right now. That way you can get some rest.
Number 7. Next item is item number 7.
We have number 6 as well.
No, I know, but we're jumping to number 7. That way
Item number 7 for first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance updating Paterson Code Section 433 regarding stormwater control, Department of Public Works.
Move. Echo.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Yeah. So roll call. You got that, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, I think Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez seconds.
And Mims.
Mims and Velez moved, second by Mendez.
So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 7 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you. Which item?
It's item number 7 for first reading, the ordinance updating Paterson Code Section 433 regarding stormwater control for Department of Public Works.
Yeah, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Before I vote, just want to let everyone know, I just recognize as the council president, I do have to excuse myself. Council President, please be reminded that tomorrow we will have the personnel committee meeting. I've set that already for 5 o'clock, so I'm confirming it right now. My vote is yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
So, Council President, I know we're in roll call, but one, this item didn't get a thorough discussion, as well as I know on the email that was sent out earlier, there was talk that Mr. Mark Rome will be present.
He's on here.
Well, but I mean, we don't normally want to during a roll call, but the specifics of what's the rush in this item never really outlined. We now before this morning, as well as I know the last time we talked to the consultants, I have a great deal of concerns with some of the lack of technology in tracking some of the supposed issues that's been categorized for the many years of the overspills of our combined sewer. So none of those concerns, Director, have been answered. Even the consultant, took down a list of concerns that I had, and I have not received any information about it. And this thing pops up on the agenda. I don't know if it's related, but I would think it is.
If Council President allowed, Fred's on, he could speak to it.
Actually, we're in the middle. Did we call for? We're in the middle of roll call.
Yes. So it was Councilman Jackson's turn to vote.
Correct.
Did you vote, Councilman?
I'm incapable of voting, Madam Clerk, because there's been little to no information provided, and we're trying to rush through items. This is a very big deal. I mean, we talked about. I talked about some of the challenges that I thought we were having, where the third party company or the consulting company that we pay a great deal of money to, their testimony was we pay a fine or a penalty every year for the number of overspills that we have, and when I asked them, but for the dates and the times, they couldn't provide that information, and they said they merely do it by a guesstimation, which is a concern to me. I mean, there's all kinds of detective devices that can be utilized now to talk about if a specific area is over flooded
or if it's spilled over into the Passaic County River where it's warranted. But we haven't had, flooding of that nature in quite some time, and yet every single year we're paying penalties. And I just don't feel that there's been a responsible effort to improve on some of the tracking systems and tell the council, we spent $7 million, which was supposed to have been a $4.5 million project on Memorial. That was a big blunder. And here we are once again visiting some things for the combined sewer. And it should be this right here, based on what we spent, the residents had to kick up almost $3 more million, and we had to be inconvenienced for almost 3.5 years. Like every time something comes up with the CSOs, there should be a thorough discussion, and this wasn't on the workshop agenda last week, so.
This was.
Mm-hmm.
What, did I miss the discussion? I was there the whole entire time. When did we have a discussion on it?
We didn't, I don't remember if we discussed, but it was on there. You guys put it on for discussion for regular, not consent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. It's, Mr. President, may I just make a correction? It's an ordinance, so it has to go on to be voted on for first reading, and then it goes, if it's adopted on first, then it goes for second reading. That's why it's listed on the agenda as that. It's an ordinance. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes for the first reading.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes for the first reading, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Before I vote, for this item, I want to commend the work that's been done by, the DPW, our engineering, our director. This was a mandate, through, state legislation, and I'm really grateful, because I think we started the discussion over a year ago. I'm really grateful due to the, Jersey Waterways and CSO that we have a plan in place that we're gonna, be in compliance, because every day that we're out of compliance, it will cost a huge amount of money daily for the city of Paterson. So I am grateful from that mandate that was provided, that this plan is now in place. I had a great opportunity to be on a call with Councilman Mendez with one of your aides, and there was a call with people that were responsible for the CSO and some of the policy analysts. So I got more of a clearly defined, definitive as to what this was about, what, asking questions, getting information, and then going back to our plan. So with that stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Glass?
I just want to request before the second reading, the next workshop, if Fred could be in the meeting and bring any clarification or whatever for Councilman Jackson, that will be beneficial. Fred, it was nice to hear your voice. Keep on doing a great job. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Vote is yes for first reading.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting, March 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m.
Council President.
Number 6, yes.
Since Fred is on now, can we discuss 18 to 23? They're almost they're just different areas, the same type of resolutions.
We only have one first reading left.
Let's do 18 to 23. We still gotta do item 6, just so you know.
Yeah.
That's,
Get Fred out of here.
that should be,
Alright, let's do 18 to 23.
Okay, yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 18, and item number 18 reads resolution authorizing endorsement of NJDEP application of 512 Pinewood Avenue, LLC for the 5th Avenue Residential Project at 376-382 5th Avenue, Public Works Resolution 21082.
So move.
second,
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Question.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Can some more insight be provided on this, please?
Yes, Fred, please.
Certainly. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Frank.
This is a resolution similar to others that have been presented to you in the past. This is for the endorsement of a treatment works approval, which is the sewer permit that's required by New Jersey DEP. This is a private developer doing a project within the city. Obviously, he's already got his approvals in place from the appropriate boards. And this is to allow the mayor to sign off on the permit on behalf of the city so that he could submit it to DEP for review and approval.
For some connection to Fifth Avenue development?
That's correct. This is for the sewer connection for the Fifth Avenue residential project at 376, 382 Fifth Avenue.
Very good.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, but, let me ask you, Fred, this is for, if my understanding is that this is to open up the ground so they can be connected to the sewer line, right?
That's
The
correct.
sewer line?
It's a small sewer extension. Anytime you're doing more than 2 homes, you need a permit from New Jersey DEP.
Okay, and so all these are different projects that have been approved by all the boards already for these projects?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Fred.
Roll call.
Calling item number 80, Councilwoman Khan.
Councilwoman Cotton, you're on mute.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, I thought you said you left. I'm sorry.
No, I'm leaving after this.
Oh, you're leaving after this. I'm sorry. Councilman Davenport?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Although I understand that this is a moot point, again, I remain consistent on all of the issues that I take up, including the $1.4 million we spent in the trailer park, including the $1 million fee that was being assessed to the city for the lead paint removal. That we put the initiative out to just make sure that we double check on top of the vendor. Of course, there was no lead that was there, so it's been over $1 million that we spent. And even on this project where I've been very vocal on the 17 acres of land that was sold for less than $1 million, it was given away more or less for free, while a developer walks away with over $12 to $15 million in developers fees, and all that the residents get back in return is voucher-based housing, where that same developer is able to make 130% revenue on the rates of the vouchers. So this is just another example of how Paterson loses, how we play the game so everybody else can win greatly, and how we're not being responsible and holding even our housing authority accountable on providing fair, clean, safe housing, where we have to go out and allow somebody else to make a great deal of money in doing it. Now, I know this is unrelated somewhat, but it is related, and I can't support anything that involves this type of bludgery to the community, and my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Voted yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, Madam Clerk, on number 18.
Thank you. Councilman Names?
So I just want to be clear.
I'm sorry. Councilman Names, you're taking it as the president, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's not your turn, I'm sorry. Councilman Rivera is not, he's walked away. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, Councilwoman Menz, it's not your turn. Okay, it's the last one.
It's your turn.
Yeah, understanding the process, this would have to be done for any new project. If it was a house or whatever, it had to be done. to be connected to the sewer system and to do the proper thing. So once again, Fred, thank you for giving the highlight on how every project is being done before in other projects. So I would suggest.
Thank you, Madam President.
So, just right before I go, to, Fred, I know with our new, Family Billy, with our new infrastructure for the engineering department. So with these type of orders, can we do an internal checklist so that whatever needs to be done are in place, that we have it in place so that if someone new comes into that department, they understand what the process and procedure is, so that this develops a standard operating or SOP as we call them, for what is needed, what checks, what's the checklist, how far in advance, how many days, and so forth and so on. Can we use this as a template for all of them in the future to allow it to be a streamlined process? That's just a request to Fred. You probably already do that because you're amazing, so you probably already have beat me to the punch. And I also want to put on record that this address, because I know it very well, is not the Riverside Development Project. It's down the street a little bit, so it's not that location. I just want to put that on record that this is not that location. I know because I can do a cartwheel and be at the development. So with that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 18 is hereby adopted. Should I move on to 19?
Yes, Madam Clerk, Council President is back.
Oh, Council President. Council President, may I continue with 19?
Council President?
Anything else? Okay. Next item is item number 19, resolution authorizing endorsement of the NJDEP application of JCM Investors 1012 LLC for the Van Houten Street Apartments project at 103-107 Washington Street and 112 to 126 Van Houten Street. Department of Public Works, Resolution 21083.
Move.
Council President, can't we put them all together? We can.
That's a motion by Councilman.
Motion by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims.
I'm saying, could we do 19 and 20 together? Or no?
Mims and Mendez.
I'll have to find out,
Yeah, I asked her.
we'll find out after this one. We'll ask the clerk, all right?
No, because, no, why I say that, Council President, the last two are something different, that's all.
That's fine.
And I move it, okay?
No, we're not talking about who moved it, we're talking about, can we put them together?
I know that.
I gave it, Council.
Go ahead.
So can we do a roll call, Madam Clerk, if there's no discussion on this?
Yeah.
Sir. Roll call is item number 19 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Number 20, Madam Clerk?
Next item is item number 20. Item number 20 reads resolution authorizing endorsement of the NJDEP application of JCM Investors 1012 LLC for the Park Avenue Apartments project at 37-43 Park Avenue Public Works Resolution 21084.
Move it.
Yeah.
Council President, I will recuse myself on this one.
Moved by Councilman,
Mendez, and second, moved by, I don't remember. Who was it? You, Mendez. Moved by Councilman Mendez and second by me.
Councilwoman Mims,
Council President, Velez should excuse himself on number 19 too.
Mm-hmm.
He should have.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, what happened is in the beginning, the first one, they never stated who's the developer.
Yes, she did.
No, they only stated the address.
No, she said JCM Investors, she said it.
So I missed that part then. And
Yeah,
now I will recuse
I'm
myself.
gonna resend that one, because he took vote in there.
Because he moved it.
Yeah.
Correct.
President, but we gotta do that one over.
Madam Clerk, how do we handle that?
We can just do a reconsideration of the votes. We can do reconsider.
Yes, let's reconsider the vote for number 19.
Okay.
Why can't we vote on it?
Well, the thing is, let me explain that. No, let me explain that.
Well, we're in the middle of number 20.
I know.
Okay, you don't need to.
So listen, we're in the middle of number 20. I know he recused himself, but there's a question. If you want to entertain it, let's have a discussion.
I will entertain it, your discussion. I will entertain it. The reason I don't sit in his board, I don't have no conflict of interest, but perception is a lot. So that's why I'm recusing everything this year.
I'm asking the corporate council, does he have to recuse himself?
See, GCM is.
He does not, if he's not on the board, if he's not receiving any payment, there's no need for recusal.
Okay, so, all right, so then let's not recuse myself. Okay, thank you. Let's continue.
Oh,
Right.
pretty good.
Let's do number 20.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilman Mendez and a second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 20 for approval. Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Abstain.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstain, 2 abstain. Item number 20 is hereby adopted. 21.
Don't laugh.
21, Madam President.
This item is item number 21. Item number 21 reads resolution authorizing endorsement of NJDEP application of JPM Investors 1012 LLC for the Park Avenue Apartments project at 37-43 Park Avenue, Department of Public Works, Resolution 21085.
Move.
Who moved it?
Me.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Velez and Mendez and Mims, all three. I guess I'll second it. You hear that, Madam Clerk?
I thought we were reconsidering it so that Councilman Velez
No, he said you don't have to.
We didn't. No, Councilwoman, I think we are at number 21. We had passed 19. It's not necessary for us to do any amendment to that one.
Okay.
If Corporation Council gave us a ruling. So we are on item number 21. Now we have a motion on the floor by Councilman Velez,
And Mendez.
and Mims, and second by Council President, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam, Council President, can I ask Fred?
Discussion.
A question?
Yes,
Fred, can you explain what those wells are?
Certainly. Whenever anybody is undertaking remedial investigation, basically investigating to find out what the source and extent of contamination is on a property, New Jersey DEP requires that they do a combination of soil testing and what they call monitor wells to do groundwater testing. And these have to be spaced at very specific intervals that are outlined in the state regulations. Almost always that ends up requiring them to do either borings or monitor wells within the city right of way. In this particular case, that's exactly what it is. They need to put a monitor well within the sidewalk area. And in order to do that, we are required to have what they call a site access agreement with them, which allows them to do the monitor well construction, do the testing, and then requires them to do the restoration after the work is complete.
Okay.
thank you. Can we do a roll call?
Yeah, thank you, Fred.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 21 for approval. Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Another great project in Park Avenue in the 5th Ward of the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Vote is yes.
vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 21 is hereby adopted. 22?
22, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 22. Item number 22 reads resolution authorizing the mayor and the city of Paterson and the city clerk to execute a site assessment agreement between the city of Paterson Sanitary Realty LLC and JM Storage Inc. for the installation of 4 monitor wells. Department of Public Works Resolution 21086.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez,
Yeah.
second by Councilman Mitch.
Whatever.
Mendez and Velez for,
Yeah, so moved by Velez and Mendez and Velez, second by Councilwoman Mitch. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 22 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Councilman Velez, I hate to tell you, but, 21 was not Park Avenue. We on 22 now, right?
Yes, ma'am, 22.
I just had to let them know that 21 was not Park Avenue. And number 22, I'm sorry, Council President, but this is 4 wells that we gotta do, so. With that being said, correct, Fred?
That's correct.
Yes. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mitch?
that's why I love you, Councilwoman Kai. I didn't want to say anything, but you know what? They don't call us Thelma and Louise for nothing. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Well, the thing is, they didn't let me speak in the first one, so I put the commendation in the second one, in the second reading of the other one. So no matter what's out of place, it's still a great project. Thank you, Ruby Kai, for taking note of that.
We love you, Councilman Velez.
Yeah, you're quite welcome, Councilman Velez.
That's why I haven't given my vote yet, because I know you guys are gonna come back. Okay, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Okay,
Did you say yes, Mr. President?
no, I said abstain.
Abstain. Okay, thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstain, 2 abstain. Item number 22 is hereby adopted.
Number 24.
23. Next item is item number 24. Item number 24, resolution authorizing award of contract to Concentra for physical exams for new fire department recruits for the Department of Public Safety. Fire Resolution 21088.
Move.
I'm moving.
Who moved it? Okay, Councilman
Velez.
Mendes.
Mendez, Mims, Velez. Second by Councilwoman Kai.
Is that like Councilman Mendez trying to say my same voice? That's fine.
Sure, Councilman.
Yeah, I sing better.
So we do a roll call?
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 24, Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Council President, I know, this was an item you talked about being put on at the last minute, but it was for the, new fire recruits that's coming in on March 9th, that it wouldn't have been passed before the next meeting. So I just want to say thank you for letting them to be able to get their physical exams, the new recruits for the fire department. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, I sent this, request to the director, and I'll send it to you again, Madam BA. I did not send you, but I'll send it to the director and, both Chief of Police and Chief of Fire. Can you please forward, a copy of the, both police and fire, the TO, as well as all the positions that are currently filled and need to be filled, at your convenience. I'm hopeful. I haven't been getting any of the information that I've been requesting from you, Madam VA, but I'm expecting to get this as soon as possible. I talked to the director already, and I would like to just get a snapshot of where we are with positions that need to be filled in both departments. But my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for the record, we had the discussion of the Public Safety Committee about this, and this related with the exam for the fire, the new recruitment team for the fire department. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
President, I totally support the great work that our public safety department does. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Cotton and the Public Safety Committee for ensuring that our new recruits have the equipment that they need to ensure that they are Paterson's bravest. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 24 is hereby adopted.
Council President, we didn't do 23.
No, we did 23. We already did.
No, we skipped over 23. I thought.
All right, 22 and 23 look similar. Okay, let's do number 23.
I have it here, sorry. I thought you skipped it.
Yeah, the other one is 4 monitoring wells. This one is 2.
2, yeah. Next item.
Council President, I mean, is it age, Council President?
It's been a long meeting.
I know it has.
But actually, Madam Clerk did say earlier that we did 23, so, let's continue.
No, I said we didn't.
Oh, sorry.
No, I said I thought you skipped over it for a reason.
No.
Okay. Next item is item number 23. Resolution authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute a site access agreement between the city of Paterson Bets Environmental for the installation of 2 monitor wells. Department of Public Works Resolution 21087.
So moved.
Excellent.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, who seconded? Second by Councilman Mendez.
Right, Councilman Mendez, yes. Roll call.
Roll call.
Roll call on item number 23, Councilwoman Tan.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 23 is hereby adopted. So we have.
Madam Clerk, so we still have number 6.
Number 6. Oh.
17.
Yeah, we have number 6 and number 17.
Yeah, those are the 2 that is left.
So let's do number 6 real quick.
Next item is item number 6 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of 18th Avenue and East 33rd Street, Department of Public Works.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims.
Mendez.
Mendez, and second by Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 6 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
For this first reading,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Mims, is this that, street that you've been trying to get for up to 10 years?
Yes.
It's only first reading? I thought we was in second reading for this street. All right, but with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Well, I'm not gonna be quick, because I have to say, finally, I know family is laughing, but finally, this item, and I know the residents, they are watching this item. Finally, this has been presented to committee, went through the process. It was like, no, we can't do it. We have videos of one of the ladies that lives there. She's one of the senior citizens in that area who takes her daily walk. And we saw a video where she almost got hit by a car, but it took I'm not saying this to congratulate that, but I'm saying it took almost a 5-car pileup for it to get serious and to get to this place. So I'm really excited through our committee, but it's been a long time I've been advocating for this item, but I want to say finally it is here. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Are you on the camera?
Councilman Velez? Oh, we got you.
You're muted.
We can't hear you, Councilman. If you can't hear you, you have to.
Councilman, we can't hear you.
You voted yes.
Oh, not yet, not yet. Actually, I'm happy to put myself on camera for this vote. Councilwoman Mins being advocating for this, stop sign for the longest. One thing I have to say is that, I don't know if, the chairman of DPW, is aware that there's a lot of items that was discussed, way before he got appointed to the chair of DPW, that I'm still waiting, to put in the agenda. And it was discussed and moved from committee to the floor. So saying that, I'm here to work with everyone, and, congratulations to Councilwoman Mins and to the committee, making sure not only this street, be safe for the pedestrian, if anything that comes up to pedestrian, I take seriously, and road safety of roads. So, my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of March 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, council. Good night.
Thank you.
What you think, Emily?
So,
Item left, Mr. President, number 17.
number 17, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Next item is item number 17, and item number 17 reads resolution to purge taxes on block 5807 lot 17, also known as 227 Spring Street, as a result of its qualification for a charitable exemption as a place of worship. Finance Resolution 21081.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Mims.
Council President, I know you like my voice, but I did move it.
I apologize. Sometimes you guys speak at the same time, and it's tough.
Yeah, I know, but my voice is more romantic.
All right. So also Councilman Velez is also moving it.
Yes, I have it, sir. Continue with the roll.
Yes.
Yes. Roll call for item number 17 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman, did you say yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Abstain.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstain, 2 absent. Item number 17 is hereby adopted. There are no more items on the agenda, Mr. President and honorable council members.
So let's entertain a motion to close the meeting, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of February 23rd, 2021. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, I'm gonna go real fast. I want to send out my deepest, Council President, I sent you a text not too long ago, but I do want to send my deepest condolences to Lois Perry, who was, back in the 80s, the bowling coach for the youth games. I don't know, some of you may not remember youth games, but our kids were able to travel throughout the United States competing against other cities. Also, she worked for the Board of Health for 42 years, so I just want to give my condolences to the family there. Also, and I know Councilwoman Mims is going to talk about it when it's her turn, but I just want to say to the young lady that she's home, and I just want to say thank you, Jesus, for getting her home safe. Also, I'm having a crime prevention meeting. What I do is I go to, I use a meeting called Go-To Meeting. Anybody interested in joining me for my crime prevention through environmental designs, please just give me a call, and I will send you the link, just to see how, what we're trying to do is just, trying to get the community more involved. I just want to say too that I know there's been a lot of talk about, the civilian review board. I know that, I've been following the case in the city of Newark. Right now, the New Jersey Supreme Court knocked it down. And so now the city of Newark is going all the way to the Supreme Court. Because what has happened is that they refuse to grant subpoena power. And in order to have a good functioning, civilian review board, you really need subpoena power to someone. But I do want to say,
Enjoy your night. I don't know. Sorry, I apologize. I thought I was on mute. I'm sorry.
I just want to say, and I still have Councilman Councilman Mendez with me, with everything that happened last week while we were at the council meeting. I want to say to Councilman Mendez, we did call a public safety meeting, and as Jerry has stated, today when he came on, what was happening with that incident, with the young man, he told us, Councilman Mendez and I, that it's all the way now up to the Attorney General's office, and there's really not too much more we can say about the case because it is being handled by the prosecutor's office. But we just want to say to the families, you cannot think that we as council people do not care what's happening, and we do care. We want to make sure that everything is done correctly, that justice is going to be served for those people that have done what they need to do, but it is all the way up to, and we had a meeting with our Police Director Jerry Spaziel and Chief Mike McCord. So, sometimes people think that we as elected officials or council members are not interested, but we really are, and we do our best to try to find out. But there's just so much that we can say publicly sometimes. So sometimes, most of the time, we really don't know all the answers either, because when you get up to that top level, Attorney General, they're not telling us some things either. So we can't, if we don't know anything, then we can't tell you anything. So with that being said, I just want to say to everyone out there, you know what? We have to pray for the state of Texas. I can't, like, my niece, like, she's in Houston. If you remember, they had the flooding, and I can't remember how many years, but now they got this ice storm, and now I said we just need to pray for that state. But when now they don't have no control of the utility bills, so they can charge. It is just so sad that they can charge the people whatever amount, they call it the grid. Whatever the grid's supposed to do, but that's what they call it, the grid. Can you imagine, you're used to a $200 bill and all of a sudden your bill now is $7,000. This is totally acceptable. There's a lot of things that I think need to get done in this United States of America, because not only, and I want to say to the community out there, we're fortunate that we haven't had tragedy like some parts of the United States, that we're lucky that we haven't had. When I look at other states in this country of what they go through. So let's just say keep a prayer for everyone here. And I just love what the President, Joe Biden, did with Vice President Kamala Harris, with remembering the 500,000 people that lost their lives to the COVID, to the virus. I thought that was just beautiful how they did that. So to you all out there, just remember, you got council members that you can call. Please reach out to us. Never think that we're not hearing your concerns, and we are hearing everything that you're saying. But you must reach out to us and let us know what things. And you know what? We need you to be part of us too, anyhow, and joining one of our committees, or joining one of our teams, or joining one of our organizations, because there's a lot out there to do that. And with that being said, to you all out there in Paterson, New Jersey, all my constituents and residents, have a blessed night. God bless you all. Madam Clerk, to my council colleagues, thank you. God bless you all. The VA, the Corporation Council, and of course my Madam Clerk, and also my Joan Douglas, my lady who's running these meetings. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So,
I would be remiss if I did not express my disappointment once again. These proceedings has been very alarming, to say the least. The effort that's made to hide the intent of certain individuals is laughable. And what's amazing is that some people believe that the public is so stupid they don't see exactly what's going on. So I take solace with the fact that the public is watching, and I will continue to sound the alarm. I challenge any one of you to talk to me about the successes that we've had throughout these past few years. And my frustration has grown even more with the incident that happened with my son being, just seconds from caught in gunfire. I can't wait till the video is released because, I'm sure there's quite a few people out there that's really under the impression that I'm creating a narrative, for some other intent. But, the sad part about this is, it's never really an issue until it impacts your household. And I will say that I have been on the front line well before anyone in my family has been impacted. And this is just another wake-up call letting me know that the position that I take consistently is warranted and it's needed. It's needed because there's so many people that sit here in this seat that just go on about their day-to-day basis as if, these tragedies are not happening daily. Let me reiterate. Last year was an all-time high of 30 to 50 years for violent crimes. We have more deaths, over 250 plus, from what I understand, in this community, and last year than ever. We started this year off on day one with another active shooting. We lost another young man. In fact, a city employee, I had to visit his house. In fact, it was a coincidence that I knew I was late to pick my son up, and I kind of figured that they made him wait outside, and I was a little bit uneasy about that because I'm aware of those conditions in that neighborhood. So, I did everything in my power to get there as quickly as possible, speeding, brake, whatever I had to do to get there. And on my way there, I texted him to ask him did he have his teammate's phone number because I wanted to visit his uncle. He's a city employee who lost his son the night before. His son was murdered on 21st Avenue. And, it's not even a disappointment anymore. It's just expected. We have no remorse that's brought forward by those who are put in place to actually make sure or to help ensure that these things are not happening. So we're making all these decisions that impact the community, and when these decisions have not panned out, and in fact, when they pan out to be an absolute detriment to the community, these political decisions, political hires and political appointments and things of that nature, the detriment to the community, we have the people on cricket watch. I guess they're feeding lizards. So with that being said, Council President, once again, you failed not to disappoint me. I got exactly what I expected from you, and I called it out. I told the reporter weeks ago that's exactly what you were going to do. You went through and did exactly what I predicted. As I've been right on many other items, many other issues that have unfolded in this community, the poor choice of how we allocated or allowed to be allocated the tax credits. I could go on and on, example after example, but I won't do that. I'll sit here and wait and watch and listen to the frivolous excuses of why people chose to do what they chose to do. And you, my friend, are a poor excuse of what accountability looks like. And keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm looking forward to the next election cycle. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My condolences go to our Secretary, Sabrina Curry, of losing her beloved husband. My vote is, good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before I vote, I would like to also express my deepest condolences to that member of that employee that lost his son on 21st Avenue and East 21st. Violence is still out of control in our city, as high as the last 31 plus year. And it's very concerning because we all know that we are in the middle of a pandemic. People still in quarantine. We're not, and the weather still also keeping people in their house. So what's going to happen when the weather change and summers, arrive? So I think that, I'm extremely concerned, and I think that the community really need answers. And after the public portion, I expressed for the record that I really want to see the VA and the administration to respond to some of the concern of the community immediately right there. And it's because, I'm just a bridge between the taxpayer, the constituent, and the administration. That's how I see myself here. And all I want is to help. And today, what we did today with this, by repealing the sewer utility, it really caught my attention how the mayor didn't have, the audacity to say, you know what, let me go in front of the council, let me have a conversation with the governing body, let's work together. And that's the reason why I was expecting to see the vote of no confidence here in the floor and have the mayor challenging all those items that we listed. And those items, a lot of the council members here, they've been expressing their concern. And that's the reason why all those items were there. And I was expecting to see him there in front of the governing body, because that's what we need. I mean, leadership matter. And it's really concerned to me. I'm concerned to see the mayor and the administration not taking action on a lot of the things that are affecting our community. And it's really concerning to me. So I really hope that, he just wake up and come back, as an example. Let's take the sewer utility, come back with a plan, and let's sit down and let's get the job done. But don't act like there's nothing happening in our city, because that's really hurt. You were elected to serve the people of this city. And that really hurt to see you acting like nothing is happening in the city. Service has been diminished for how long? So please wake up. And another note, I just want to, congratulate again all the recipients from the Black History Month celebration. Also, I know that we finished today with the last two, but I believe that is good to recognize our leaders in the community that are doing a good job, leaders that care about this city, and it's important. And last but not least, I'd like to just congratulate all the Dominicans, not only in New Jersey, but around the world, because on Saturday, we're celebrating the 177th anniversary of our independence. And we're going to be we're going to have an event at Plaza Juan Pablo Duarte, and Council President is going to be with me there. And I'm looking forward to invite the entire City Council. So Paterson, let's keep praying. Before my vote, I would like to ask my council colleague and the resident of the city of Paterson to keep Jose Baez's wife. Please keep her in your prayers. She's still fighting COVID-19. She's at the hospital. She's been back and forth, but I'm just praying to see her back home. And let's continue praying for all those residents of our city that are fighting this pandemic. COVID-19 is still here, and I see some people without face masks, feeling comfortable. Please don't. COVID-19 is still here. Use your face mask. Let's continue practice social distancing. To the administration, Madam BA, if you could get the schedule for tomorrow of the vaccine, when they're coming, and just share that information with all of us, because as an elected official, people constantly are calling us for information. So, and we're in this together. Paterson, have a great night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mapes?
So, first of all, let me just say to Sabrina and to Fritz, I am praying for you and your family. And Councilman Cotton, I saw you sent an email for donations. I will definitely be a part of that, so that we can do something for her. And I don't know if we did it for Miss Jackie as well when her father passed, but, even if we can do it for, Deputy Clerk, Murray as well. To our community who, we're going through so many different things, my prayers, my heart goes out to you. With your loved ones that are sick, whether you are sick, whether you're grieving, going through this process, my prayers and my heart goes out to you. On a good note, I popped in and off the camera because I got news that the young lady from Paterson who was missing, Ms. Naira Curry, has now been returned home. So I wanted to ensure, as I talked to the family, that it was okay to make the announcement, and they agreed. And so I followed their instructions. So we're happy. When one person hurts, we all hurt. And I want to commend the council, as stated last week. Many made, their comments. And I'm also going to put it back on the record to the mayor and to this administration. There's many incidents that have taken place in the city. Whether it is the shootings, whether it is the violent crimes, whether it is with the young lady who was missing, who is now found. We have to make sure we proactively take approaches where we're doing press conferences for that. We're doing an interview or something, not to politicize it, but to say that we are diligently working to identify whatever it is, whether it's to find those that are responsible for these crimes, or whether it's just to say that, our police are working on whatever the commentary needs to be. But there needs to be something said, and that's missing, and we have to do that because a lot of these families are hurting, and they're going through. And I always tell people, today is them, tomorrow is us. So we have to always be in that place that we take on others' things that they're going through. On March the 6th, which is next Saturday, I will be having a virtual Women Who Rock award to honor, I think it's 10 women who are doing phenomenal work in the city of Paterson. It's only $20, and you just register through Eventbrite. So you can call me, you can email me, whatever you like to do. I also want to say to the great city of Paterson, please keep wearing your mask. Please continue to practice social distancing. I know the governor has opened up some of the limits starting on March 1st, where he's increased capacity to indoor events, sporting events, and he has like concerts and stuff like that. We're now 5,000 people, so the numbers are increasing as of March 1st. So please adhere to the governor's processes. Also, I want to commend our state legislators for the passing of 3 bills on the assembly level, 3 bills for marijuana, the legalization of recreational marijuana. Please read the details of the 3 bills that have been presented. While it is a great thing, you have to ensure that you read it. It is for under 6 ounces. It's not, and it does not say you can go and buy it from the corner. So make sure you read it accordingly until all measures are fully put in place for the process. But you have to have a additional card for the purchase of it. But I just want to say to all those that worked on the bill, to our Assemblyman Benji Wimbley, our Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter, and I think he's the longest serving senator, Senator Ronald Rice, was on the front line, moving this ball forward. I want to commend his great work and all others that worked on this tirelessly to get us to this place, and our governor for signing it. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for all that you do. I know my secretary is on Joan. Thank you for staying up with us after 1 o'clock. I'm able to view my memories on Facebook after midnight, so I was able to do that on tonight. Thank you, Madam VA, Corporation Counsel, to our council president and our council. I know sometimes it looks disjointed, but we get things done. And I know we started off a little rocky in the beginning, but we've smooth sailed through, the items, on this agenda. So, God bless everyone. It is going towards the end of February. I want to commend, the administration on, the nice photos that were done for Black History Month, the art display, and all the things that they did throughout the course. And the month is not over, but throughout the course of the month, I really loved walking up the steps and seeing my big, long photo on the wall. And I'm gonna actually use it. I might bring it into front of my house, maybe to help me with my security surveillance system. or something. So, to our community, I love you. God bless you. Council President, I just wanted to go over my 5 minutes tonight. I just had to make up for lost time. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes, let me, let me get some, I lost this past week a great supporter, a community leader, a entrepreneur on the Fifth Ward, Mr. Fizz Gutierrez, the owner of the Cathedral Restaurant. His death hit me hard early in the morning. They called me, and let's keep the family in prayer. They bury him in Mexico, and the family needs the support. Council President, I'm going to call you tomorrow to do an amendment at the Mexican way that was approved, and I will speak to you about that tomorrow if it's possible. Just to add his name to the resolution, to the naming of the street under it, even if it's small, because he was he started the movement to for the Mexico way, and he's been there for more than 30 years. So, and who knows, he probably knows in the distance. So, my heart goes to the family and to those that know him. If they could stop by and greet with the family to the restaurant, would be good. They have said a lot of things today. I was off the camera because I was chilling, so making sure that Councilwoman Nens make sure that she see me at the end, so she can have a nice sleep. I gotta make this announcement, but it's not just for the Fifth Ward residents. It's gonna be for the whole entire city. Okay, those table chairs, those furniture, those items that people put out there did not came from the DPW department to reserve parking for anyone. That came from somebody's house. That came from somebody that say, I'm gonna put this in the ground to reserve a parking. So be conscious and make sure you remove it and make sure you put it in the curb for the police, for the regular garbage could take it. I see tires, I see a lot of things out there. Like I I told my neighbors and to my constituents to make sure that your responsibility from your property to the curb to the sidewalk is your responsibility to keep it clean. So if you could give a hand to DPW, remove those items. Tomorrow the temperature is going to be good, and I believe up to Sunday. So we want to see our street clean, So let's give them a hand and make sure that we move all those things that are reserving parking, and people understand that the road and street are public, and making sure that it stays like that. To the residents of the Fifth Ward, even that you don't see me doing videos in this past storm, I was aware of everything was going on. I have this on the ground. Even my car got stuck a couple times, because hey, it's not four-wheelers. So it's not a full traction. I want to say to Councilman Jackson, I like his light bulbs behind his kitchen over there. I like the concept of it. So I had to touch bases with him regarding that. The Dominican community is celebrating Independence Day on Friday. I don't know, Councilman Mendez stated the time that he's gonna be there. If Councilman Mendez is there, could tell me that. Or Flavio, what time are you guys gonna be there?
4:30.
Oh, 4:30. Okay, because I think the Patronato Juan Pablo had the official event at 12 noon. On I believe Saturday, I believe Saturday. Yes. So I also invite the community to be a part of it. I know that we got a lot of things to be mindful. Madam BA, you know, we're here to have a healthy discussion regarding anything that you want to put forward. And Ruby, you know, I have to say something to Ruby and to Elizabeth. You're my sister. And I always gonna love you guys, okay? So,
Three amigos.
I know, we the three amigos, the original ones. So, Council President, Council President, thank you for your leadership in today's meeting. You know,
You got it? Yes, it
it,
is. I'm gonna try it again. Okay, no, she said on the tape. Yeah.
that's a commercial from Ruby Kind, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so good night, everyone. Let's pray for each one and everyone, and let's bless the city and making sure that we are doing the right thing. I know that Councilwoman Mintz stated about the recreational marijuana. God have mercy. Not a lot of people understand the law. Not a lot of people understand that they live up or down from the senior. Not a lot of people understand that they're around kids. So, hey, good luck on that, you know. So, I could live without it. So my vote is tonight. Good night, everyone. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So really quick, I won't prolong this meeting. It's already long enough. I just want to say two things, or a few things. First of all, many of the comments made by my colleagues don't faze me. We could agree to disagree. I don't make my decisions thinking of, you know, how many votes I'm going to win or lose. I try to make the decisions based on what I think is best for the city. That's how I go about my way to vote. I am not concerned with what some of my colleagues are going to do when election time comes. I feel that if the people feel out there that I did a good job, then they elect me. If they don't, we move on. You know, life goes on. And that's the way I see things. But when you have council colleagues, and again, it doesn't faze me anymore because some council colleagues just take jabs that are not even factual. When you see the desperation by some of my colleagues, there's a Councilman Jackson here passed a comment earlier stating that when Council President didn't do anything about the tax credit, well, we didn't have nothing to do with the tax credit. We didn't have nothing to do with what was done with the tax credit. That was a decision made by the administration. The council didn't have any authority to make any calls on who was the credits awarded to. So it is amazing how that's why a lot of things can't get done, because they're always thinking about votes and this and that. It's just amazing, and lately it doesn't even faze me. When those jabs are not taken, I feel strange. You know, when I come to the meetings and I'm not being attacked, I'm surprised I wasn't blamed for the snowstorm that just took place. And that's how it works. I didn't know the president ran the city. It's interesting. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The regular meeting of February 23rd, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. And thank you.
Good night, everyone.
And Mr. President, I just want to say thank you to the IT team and Mr. Ming and Miss Nancy, who was always working behind the scene. Without them, we could not have done these meetings.
You're right, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much.
So we're going back to the council next week?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I forgot to we already closed the meeting, but yes, we're going back to the council. With me or without me. We're going to the chambers.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.